Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у щах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страны.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and we have massive news right now happening at this very moment. Right now, Israel's under attack by the Iranian military in retaliation for the nuclear strikes that took place yesterday on the facilities inside of Iran. And right now, it is chaos across the Middle East as this is going down live as we speak, and we're here to cover it here on the air. And it's good to see you all once again.
At this moment, we have been able to hear that the second wave of Iranian missiles has ended up impacting inside of Israel as air defenses have been overwhelmed by the coalition. We've also been able to hear that just minutes ago, the third wave of missiles has been fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran and will be reaching Israeli airspace within the next 30 minutes at this time. Moving on into the major news that we have at this moment, we have been able to hear that at this very moment in time, the third wave of missiles by the Islamic Republic of Iran have been launched as of about 10 to 15 minutes ago, meaning that there is around 20 to 25 minutes of flight time left for those missiles to make their way to the state of Israel and to begin to make it into the air defense perimeter. During that time, we have been able to hear that the United States has had its forces involved in the defense of Israeli airspace over the course of the attacks, and we've also been able to hear of significant air defense action and failures of the air defense over the city of Tel Aviv, as we've been able to see a large amount of air defense interceptions being made just earlier ago, which we can see in these clips right here. We can also see in our next clips further interceptions and Iranian missiles flying into the area of the city of Tel Aviv. As we can see, some of the ballistic missiles are being successfully intercepted, but a large part of them are still continuing to fly into the area of the city of Tel Aviv. Moving on from those clips and on into our next one, we have also been able to see further air defense interceptions that were occurring around the city of Tel Aviv specifically in this clip right here. Moving on from this clip and on into our next one, we also were able to see even further air defense footage, once again showing us the interceptions that were being conducted over the skies of the city. We can actually see that in this picture right here, as we are seeing in some of the brighter yellow blips, the illumination of the Iranian ballistic missiles that are flying into the city of Tel Aviv, while we can also see heavy, large caliber interceptor activity also being conducted by the Israeli ground forces as well. We were able to report that not that much later, while these interceptions were still being conducted over the skies of Tel Aviv, which we could see in these clips right here, that it did appear that a significant number of Iranian cruise and ballistic missiles were impacting targets throughout the entirety of the city, as explosions have also been reported in the cities of Haifa and Jerusalem at this moment as well. But we have been able to get video and picture evidence of a large amount of damage and impacts that have been conducted inside of the city of Tel Aviv at the moment of these attacks, which we can see in these clips right here. We can actually see the flash of a large explosion happening off screen as other Iranian ballistic missiles begin to impact their targets throughout the area of the city. That's the end of that clip, but we were also able to get even farther, larger amounts of impacts and videos of the impacts and damage that was occurring around Tel Aviv, including this video and picture evidence, once again showing significant damage to residential sites throughout the city from the Iranian missile attacks. We also were able to get even further additional information of more damage throughout the city that has been caused as a result. We will not be able to show this clip in its direct form, but we can show all the pictures here of Israeli first responders on the ground responding to the areas of debris and wreckage that has been caused by the Iranian missile detonations. We can see that a large amount of these missiles appear to be targeting residential areas throughout the city of Tel Aviv, and we have not gotten any information from Israeli sources to prove that these targets are an attempt to assassinate higher-level Israeli officials. It appears that these may be targeted against the Israeli citizenry directly and are not attempting to try and cause any significant damage to Israeli leadership. However, we have seen Israeli leadership targets also being destroyed just over the past recent moments. We have been able to see additional damage to the residential areas of the city, along with duplicate clips, once again showing the air defense activity that we've already been able to see. A large amount of video and picture evidence has been coming out showing the air defense interceptors around the city of Tel Aviv at work, attempting to shoot down the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. But at this moment, we do understand that some of the numbers of missiles that are flying in at a single time are so large that they are quite truly overrunning the air defense systems of the state of Israel. We were able to see in this clip right here several Iranian ballistic missiles actually making their way completely through the air defense and actually impacting a site incredibly close to one of the air defense interceptor batteries on the ground inside the city, which we can see in this clip right here. You can actually see two Iranian ballistic missiles slamming into the ground here as another Israeli interceptor is fired from inside of the city. Outside of that, we have also been able to see even further footage at this moment from the second wave of more impacts and mushroom clouds being caused throughout the dead center of the city of Tel Aviv. And we also were able to hear that the government complex in Kiryat, which houses the fortified Israeli Defense Forces Command Center, has also been severely damaged. And we were able to see video and picture evidence showing the damage to the military complex, which has been directly hit by an Iranian attack at this very moment in time. We do understand that at this moment we actually have some more breaking news coming from Enforcer Matt. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so right now we're getting word from U.S. forces that apparently U.S. forces and fighter jets have been assisting Israel in repelling the Iranian attacks, according to Axios. We are hearing that right now and getting confirmation of it. So the U.S. is actively involved in shooting down projectiles being launched by Iran toward Israeli territory. So obviously that's a very big thing we were wondering about. Also, by the way, apparently as of about 3 minutes ago, according to local sources, take this with a grain of salt. Also, if you're in Israel and you're listening to us right now, always adhere to your government messages. Do not adhere to what we're saying. Take your government messages as fact and take our information as simply reporting what we know at the moment. So right now we're hearing, according to local sources from 5X Network, that the Israelis are getting alerts saying they can leave shelter, at least according to the preliminary information we have right now. So it indicates that maybe this might be the end phase of this attack, and maybe Iran is backing down momentarily for a moment. But Israel is once again saying that that Iran has crossed all the red lines at this point. Iran is attacking population centers inside of Tel Aviv. Aviv and also Jerusalem. And that was the red line for Israel, that if it was crossed, they're going to take this even higher to another level that Iran was not ready to deal with. So Iran is rejecting calls for restraint right now. They are saying that they are not going to back down, and neither side right now is backing down in any way whatsoever. So it sounds like it is getting much more heated, and that's what we know at the moment.
We have also been able to hear some additional information that explosions inside of the city of Jerusalem have been reported, as there are multiple explosions being reported within the vicinity of the city, and we've also been able to hear of explosions at the port of Haifa, a significant port for the state of Israel, considering that around 50% of all imports and exports from the nation go through the port of Haifa alone, including the port of Ashdod further south, just south of Tel Aviv. We have not heard of any reports of explosions or damage that has occurred at the ports themselves at Ashdod and Haifa, as damage to these ports could start to greatly and significantly damage Israeli logistical supply chains to the outside world, and would largely require them to take the much more expensive options of airlifting almost every single bit of humanitarian and military equipment and supplies into the country from this point on until repairs can be effected to those port facilities. We do understand that according to the Israeli defense minister, they have stated that Iran has crossed the line at this moment, and we also want to keep in mind here that while we are live on air, this is in the midst of the third wave of missiles that has been launched and will most likely be making its way into Israeli airspace in as little as 10 to 15 minutes at this point. Those missiles are currently flying somewhere over the area of western Iraq, about halfway in between the western area of Iran and the state of Israel itself, and we'll most likely be hearing that Jordanian and U.S. Air Force assets will begin to engage and intercept some of these missiles before they're able to make it to the hardened Israeli air defense perimeters, which already appear to have been overrun at this moment by just the sheer size of the second wave of attacks that have been conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran at this point. It does appear that at this moment we are seeing that a major conflict has certainly broken out inside of the region, as these attacks by the Iranians today, along with the Israeli attacks yesterday, are truly showing that the gloves are off for both countries, and they are attempting to go at each other's throats, striking and destroying any kind of command centers or any kind of military sites that can possibly be targeted and destroyed at this moment by either side's forces and missile batteries. We have also been able to hear that there is even more additional breaking news that is coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now, at this very moment, it appears that the Israeli military is saying that the attack is generally ended. So far, the ballistic missile attack is pretty much over. It looks like the strategy by Iran was to launch about 100 or so ballistic missiles at the Iron Dome system, see if they could overwhelm the Iron Dome, and see if they could hit as many civilian targets as they could. That appears to be the initial opening strategy of the Iranian response. And right now, it appears to be that there are some injuries amongst the Israeli civilians. I do not have an exact number on that. I did have one a moment ago, but I need to go back and grab the source to quote it for precise measures. But right now, we're also hearing that Shafak is reporting that an emergency meeting is now being held among an alliance of Iran-backed armed factions at this very moment. So once again, like we've been saying, this situation is just popping off right now. It is not going to be de-escalating. I think the chances of de-escalation at this point are practically near zero. And this is the most dangerous situation we've seen between these two countries in probably years, actually. So all the prior times when they talked Iran out of responding in strength, and also talked Israel out of it, I really doubt that's going to work this time. And also, the U.S. appears to be getting fully behind Israel and letting them go and do what they need to do this time. So it looks like we're in for a multi-week-long war here that is going to get much more serious. I'm not sure what Iran has left in their arsenal at this point, but they are going to try to lob it if they have it. So once again, very, very severe. And I'm trying to get some more information here about the Israeli casualties, because there were casualties in this attack. And let's see here. It appears to be, I do not have that source in front of me. I will find it though, but there are confirmed casualties on the ground. But Enforcer, that's all the news I have at the moment.
We have also been able to see that the airspace within the Middle East has cleared out in the meantime. We can see that pretty much the entirety of the region between Israel and Iran no longer has active air traffic through it. And it also appears that southeastern regions of Turkey may have also had NOTAMs issued, as we are not seeing any aircraft flying through this area at this time either. While the Israeli defense minister has said that the missile attack has largely ended, we are are understanding that the third wave of missiles is still coming in. So we're going to be waiting to get more information and video and picture evidence of the attempts at interception and the interceptions that will be occurring against the third wave. Because while this statement is being made, we have been able to hear and have not been able to see the impacts of that third missile attack that is still going on at this moment. All the video and picture evidence that we have shown y'all currently is from the second wave of Iranian missiles that were fired and not the third, which we are still waiting on at this moment. Just to make it clear to everyone who just got here on stream, we are actually still waiting for the third attack. The second attack has now concluded. But we are still hearing that there is a lot of developments and news surrounding this today. And to once again recap the statements and positions that we've been able to hear of multiple parties involved in the conflict so far, here is what we have. The Islamic Republic of Iran was attacked approximately 12 to 16 hours ago, actually around 12 hours ago at this point, by the state of Israel in an attempt to completely denuclearize the Islamic Republic of Iran through the force of arms. The state of Israel appears to have been successful, at least at this moment, in targeting and destroying both enrichment facilities at Natanz and Fordo, as we were able to get video and picture evidence showing the damage to both facilities. We also were able to confirm that a large amount of air defense radars and air defense systems were targeted and destroyed by the Israeli Air Force overnight, and a large amount of government officials have also been killed and assassinated as well in the course of that Israeli airstrike overnight. The Islamic Republic of Iran has now responded before we even got off air last night by conducting a drone attack of around 100 drones, which reached the Israeli air defense perimeter and from what we could see did not cause any significant damage and really did not make it through the Israeli defenses. Nevertheless, over the course of the past 8 hours, or largely just the past few hours actually, we have seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran has now resorted to significant missile attacks using ballistic missiles only against the state of Israel in an attempt to make it through hitting key targets and possibly even just the civilians as well, and also attempting to try and destroy Israeli government centers. It does appear that a decent amount of these missiles were successfully intercepted, but some still made it through, with government facilities now being damaged inside the state of Israel, while the Israeli Air Force is now preparing for an additional response. We did hear prior statements from the state of Israel that if the Islamic Republic of Iran was to respond in any major form and cause significant damage to the state of Israel, which may be the case right now, that the state of Israel was not only going to target the energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but they were also going to target and kill the Ayatollah Khomeini as well. We do believe at this moment they will most likely be pressing forward with that plan. The United States Air Force and ground forces have been involved in protecting and defending the state of Israel from the ongoing Iranian attack, while also at the same time we have been able to hear that the United States of America appears to be taking a position in open support of the state of Israel with no reservations at this point, largely allowing the Israelis open reign on what their responses and actions will be from this point on. It does appear that we are starting to see a load of massive significant developments at this moment, and it does appear that we will most likely be getting to see that the state of Israel begins a significant response here in the very near future. But still, beyond that, it does appear that we are still waiting for the third attack at this moment. And also, Matthew, I don't know what's going on in the live chat, but do you know why everyone's putting in the number 2 for some reason?
No idea, really. I think maybe they're saying 2 waves of attack. I'm not really sure what that's about.
I don't really know either because no one's really throwing in a lot of updates or notice on what the number 2 means. But nevertheless, we are still waiting on the third wave of strikes at this moment. We were able to hear that the third wave of missiles was launched right when we were going live, and so we are still waiting for those missiles to make their way to Israeli airspace, and we'll most likely see that further air defense action will continue by the Israeli air forces and ground forces as they continue to prepare for their next retaliatory attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But still, we have been able to hear a load of great information today at this moment from the entirety of the situation, and it does appear that we are starting to get a huge amount of developments, at least at this time. It does appear that some people are saying, let's see here. I actually do not know, Matthew, what Nest means. Do you know what?
I have breaking news.
Oh, okay. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right. So right now we are hearing some breaking news right this second. So we are hearing that flights to and from Beirut's Hariri International Airport have been suspended until Saturday morning as announced by the airport administration. That is effective as of right this moment until Saturday morning, which is tomorrow. So that is happening in Beirut right now. So once again, that does indicate maybe we could see an expansion of strikes into maybe Lebanon, or maybe they're simply doing that as a precaution. We're really not sure just yet, but Lebanon appears to be taking precautions or preemptive actions to secure their international airport in Beirut. Also, by the way, I reported in my short war video earlier, which was about 20 minutes before I went live on the stream here, that there was an active radiation leak at the Natanz nuclear reactor inside of Iran. That is still an ongoing issue. And also, we've gotten more word about that situation right now from the UN nuclear watchdog chief, Grossi. And he is saying that there is radiological and chemical contamination inside the facilities at Natanz. So we have more confirmation of a radiological issue going on at Natanz. We're not sure exactly what the radiological, I guess you could say, severity of it is. We're not sure what the readings are outside the plant. We do not have access to that at the moment, but there is a radiation leak at Natanz at this very moment after the Israeli strikes hit it, last night and also this morning as well. So that is extremely serious. I have more information about that on the short war video, which is out right now. But of course, that is an extremely serious incident that could lead to some radiological consequences for the Iranian territory. So we're following that as well right this very moment.
We do understand that as the sun has risen and largely also set over the course of the day inside of the Middle East, as it's now nearly nighttime once more inside the region, that there has been significant damage that can be proven without a shadow of a doubt at this point that was conducted by the Israelis against Iranian nuclear and research facilities, largely disproving the claim that these facilities were untouchable and undamageable by conventional airstrikes. It actually appears that they were. Moving us on into that information for a moment while we wait for the incoming third wave of strikes, which is still incoming at this moment, let me move us down. And actually, that is the video that was put out today by Enforcer Matt. Sadly, this live stream is kind of killing the thing because it's pretty much drawing everyone who's coming to the channel straight to the live stream instead of the video. But if y'all do want to watch it, please do. It was a well-researched and well-put-together video that was speaking about all of the massive, I guess you could say, damage and also the attacks that were still ongoing against the Islamic Republic of Iran before we went on air at this moment. But we were able to hear of a lot of significant developments and information even earlier today about what was going on inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we were able to see the footage just earlier of the missiles being fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the state of Israel, which we could see in this clip right here. Those little white blips are actually the Iranian ballistic missiles being fired from their transport erector launchers on the ground, which are their mobile missile carriers, and towards the state of Israel. That's the end of that clip, but moving further on down, we also got to see Iranian air defense was active over Tehran only an hour ago, as it did appear that Israeli strikes were still attempting to target and hit the city. Funnily enough, this was not present last night when they ended up killing about half the Iranian government. Was that the victory screech from SpongeBob?
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like it, actually. For some reason, it's apparently a pastime in Iran to just stand on top of a hill near to the capital city and watch the air defense firing. We've now been able to hear the Swedish chef as well in the background from the Muppets.
Also, by the way, I do have some breaking news coming out right this very moment, right now. So currently, I have a couple different stories to report. Right now, we're hearing that Iran has claimed that it targeted the Dimona nuclear facility in Israel. And once again, that has been the target of previous attacks by Iran. When they decide to retaliate, they usually do attack the Dimona nuclear facility. That is Israel's main nuclear facility, I guess you could say, or one of them that has been struck. We're not told what the damage was. It was targeted. We're not even told if an impact occurred. So right now, no information about the aftermath of it, but apparently Iran did target that with some of the ballistic missiles that were launched a short while ago. Also, by the way, I'm getting some rumor information. Take this with a grain of salt. We're hearing unconfirmed reports that claim Iran may conduct a nuclear test tonight, actually. I'm not sure exactly what is corroborating that story. That is, once again, take it with a grain of salt, very early information. I'm not sure if Iran even has the ability to conduct a nuclear test at this point, but there's claims out there that they might try to do that as an act of defiance later tonight. Which obviously brings up some concerns if that is true. Once again, who they're going to test it on is another story. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. So honestly, crazy stuff happening right now. Just absolutely insane. Also, I was trying to follow the story here about the Natanz facility, which currently is confirmed to have radiological and chemical contamination inside of it. And right now, we are getting confirmation once again from the UN nuclear watchdog chief, Grossi, that apparently that is the case. So we're trying to get some readings from the area, or at least find some information about how contaminated that area is, because it sounds like it could be quite severe as of this moment. But right now, that's all the info we have.
Once again, folks, we do want to make it a little bit clear that while they're saying that there are unconfirmed reports that there may be a nuclear test tonight, we actually have no information to confirm that the Islamic Republic of Iran was actually able to produce a usable nuclear weapon. And while a nuclear test could be conducted tonight, the actual results of that nuclear test could be largely unsuccessful. We could see that the Iranians have not been able to refine or develop a nuclear weapon to a correct enough scale to be able to actually have a usable nuclear weapon. Once again, there's a very sort of a specific kind of explosion with a certain amount of science and chemistry and a great deal of other things that has to be involved in making sure that a nuclear explosion can properly work. And so it could end up being a dud if they even have the ability to detonate a nuclear weapon of that type. This is also coming at the exact same time as pretty much every significant uranium enrichment plant in the country at Natanz and Fordo have been hit and destroyed over the course of the night, as we have been able to confirm some sort of a radiation leak is coming from the Natanz nuclear facility seen here on the satellite picture, and we've also been able to hear that another similar uranium enrichment plant further north towards the area of Fordo has also been targeted and significantly damaged by Israeli airstrikes overnight, meaning that both enrichment plants have been knocked out. We have also been able to hear that the IR-40 research reactor at Iraq has also been targeted and damaged as well, which we can see right here. We do understand that the main reactor itself, which is this dome right here, has been targeted and hit as well last night by an Israeli attack, meaning that Iran's ability to even produce plutonium, another radiological component used in the production and use of nuclear weaponry, may have largely been knocked out as well overnight, especially if we are also able to hear information that the research reactor at Isfahan and Tehran have also been targeted and destroyed as well. This may be largely knocking out the Iranian nuclear program, even if they are able to successfully conduct a nuclear test. Also, for the fact that if the Iranians do conduct a nuclear test, it is also highly likely that we could see that the Israelis will start to attempt to target and find any of the locations where there is any enriched uranium or any enriched plutonium sources and attempt to target and destroy those before the Islamic Republic of Iran can attempt to try and do something with that nuclear material, such as create a actual usable nuclear weapon, at least one, or some kind of a dirty bomb, which may also possibly be a high likelihood considering the Islamic Republic of Iran's radical tendencies. Nevertheless, it does appear that that information is not exactly corroborated heavily at this point, and it is completely an unconfirmed report. However, moving us on earlier into the day, while we're still waiting for the incoming strikes, we were also able to see... Go ahead.
Also, real quick, before we move back to go and cover the chronological order of the events, I do have some more news right now about the aftermath of the strikes on Israel. Once again, Iran was targeting population centers, which is something that Israel said was going to be a red line. So Iran did not just target the Dimona Research Center. They also targeted, once again, Tel Aviv and also Jerusalem as well. And we did see some impacts around those areas. Right now, we're hearing that Israeli emergency services report that the firefighters are actively working to rescue individuals trapped in a high-rise building and extinguish a fire, I believe, in Tel Aviv right now. Also, by the way, we have gotten the casualty report so far in Israel. So far, it's about 17 Israelis injured in the Iranian missile attack. That is the current number we have at the moment. But of course, people are still trapped in buildings right now as a result of the missiles that were fired into populated areas. So I'm sure that number will unfortunately go up. And right now, 17 is the starting number, but there will be more casualties. And also, by the way, Israel is avowing a very strong response to this. And they're saying that Iran's going to pay like they've never paid before, and nobody can talk them out of that situation. So Iran's repeating the same words, by the way. They've raised the flags of revenge, and they are also going at it full speed ahead. So the situation is officially uncontrolled escalation at this point, definitely a regional war. We have not heard an official declaration of war from the Ayatollah inside of Iran, but I'm sure that is coming very shortly. He's done everything except for declare war outright at this moment. So we're waiting on that right now, but that is the current info.
And really quickly, trying to scroll through the millions of pieces of footage that we have of the actual ongoing attack in the second wave that happened against Israel. Here is more air defense footage from Tehran, actually, while Israeli attacks were still ongoing. We see the air defense guns firing. It appears that they are self-propelled anti-aircraft guns or possibly towed anti-aircraft guns that are firing into the skies above the city. Meanwhile, we also got to hear in the first public address since Israel began its large-scale air campaign against Iran last night, the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, stated that the Iranian armed forces will act with strength and will bring the vile Zionist regime to its knees. The Zionist regime will not escape unscathed from this crime. The Iranian people can be assured that there will be no negligence in this matter. Although there was negligence in protecting their own government and nuclear research sites last night. Those were blown up. There's really no argument about that, even by Khamenei. But nevertheless, we also were able to hear that Israel had detected the preparation for launches earlier in the night from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Actually, that was just 2 hours ago. And the Home Front Command had instructed residents across Israel to remain close to shelters until further notice. We also were able to hear that the Isfahan nuclear center in central Iran was being attacked by Israel recently, possibly suggesting that we will be getting information here within the next half hour to several hours that the research reactor near to the city of Isfahan may have been targeted and destroyed in that attack that only occurred 2 hours ago. We also were able to hear some additional information as well of more IRGC footage showing air defense over the city of Tehran only a short while ago.
میدون فردوسی ماشاءالله ماشاءالله بزن حرومزاده رو بزن.
Okay. Who's going off?
They call this in America a crash out.
Allahu Akbar!
Okay, the guy was yelling so loud he actually broke the sound barrier there for just a brief moment at the end.
جانم ماشاءالله.
Now he's calling for Jonah Hill. I have no idea why. Well, I guess the guy's reaction as well as the clip does confirm that there is air defense activity going on over the city of Tehran. And moving on further down from that, we also get to see more anti-aircraft gun activity over the city as well. And that's the
also, Enforcer, before we move on from this story right here, I'm getting some more news right this very moment. The casualty toll for the Israelis has risen as of right this moment. Apparently, it's up to 21 Israelis injured during the Iranian missile attack. One person is in serious condition, and once again, they expect that number to go up. So we're hearing some bad results from the strike in Israel. Also, by the way, we are seeing more and more videos released here that apparently inside of Tehran, the supporters of the extremist regime, the Ayatollah's regime, and also Khamenei's regime, is apparently amassing in the streets of Tehran, and they're out there chanting death to Israel, and they're also going berserk and calling for all-out war like they've never seen before. We do have a new video that just popped up at the very top of our Twitter page, apparently showing interceptions at the exact same time these supporters are screaming in the streets. I also had a video I had in a short video earlier showing even more people in the streets yelling and screaming for Israel to be taken down. So quite a large civilian presence coming out and showing their support for the extremist regime in Tehran right now.
And so let's take a look at this clip and let's see what we're witnessing here. We can actually hear the crowds chanting as the air defense is literally firing overhead. They have declared that this is a mostly peaceful protest. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be out there in the streets with air defense firing right over my head. Generally wouldn't be. But anyways, that's the end of that clip. We can also see that it's near to a monument of soldiers, most likely during the Iran-Iraq War, which was one that may not want to be remembered too much inside of Iran. But beyond that, it does appear that the Iranians are getting a little bit wild out there in the streets. As the kids would say, blood's out there wilding in the streets, the way they be wanting that bloodshed. But nevertheless, we are going to be waiting to see what the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to be doing here. We're still waiting for the incoming third wave, which was fired. We were able to get confirmation of that third wave of missiles being fired by, towards Israel by Iran a little while ago, and we still have not heard of these missiles making their way into Israeli airspace at this time. We're still waiting for that at this moment.
So an update on the progress report of how that's coming. I believe the third wave has already passed. The third wave was including those 100 missiles that were launched from Iran at one point. So according to Israel, right now, as of about 15 or 20 minutes ago, they believe the attack has concluded, the initial attack. Of course, this will not be the last attack, but that was the initial response from Iran in a full-scale way. Of course, we did see the 100 drones the other day, or at least a large portion of drones heading toward Israel. But right now, we're seeing the 100 missiles that headed their way. And so far, it's caused some impacts, but not the type of damage I think Iran was looking for. So that is the initial response. I believe it has concluded as of right this moment, and I don't think they're expecting any immediate secondary strike from missiles. But once again, we're not really sure at the moment, but Israel is making it seem like it is safe to come out for right now, at least from what they're saying.
Interesting. So from what we're hearing right now, according to what Enforcer Matt's saying, and according to what we've been able to find so far, it appears that the third wave may have started to impact around the time of the second wave, making them almost appear as a singular second wave instead of the second and third wave attacks, which is what they apparently were. So at this moment, we may not be seeing a lot of additional missile attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the state of Israel. We will be waiting, however, on air to see if there's going to be any further actions by the state of Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran here in this very short period of time following this current attack. This is operating at a very fast pace and a rapid speed, one of which it's incredibly hard for us to follow because we are trying to cover this as much as we possibly can, but I hope that many people understand that we have to sleep, and so we had to go off air last night to be able to get some sleep, and we woke up this morning, tried to get to work on a video, and Matthew put out the video, and then right when he was putting out the video, the attack on Israel had started to begin with the large missile barrages, and so we had to get on air and then try and cover this. Now it appears that missile barrage is largely concluding at this point, and we're now waiting to see if there will be any further actions that will be conducted against the state of Israel or against the Islamic Republic of Iran by either side. It is a very rapidly evolving conflict. It's probably one of the most rapidly evolving ones that we've seen so far, and we're still trying to figure out exactly what's going to be going on throughout the remainder of the stream, at least at this point. But with that, we have been able to hear that there has been significant damage inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and hopefully here I can scroll down our Twitter, which has reposted 90,000 things, because Matthew and me were both reposting a lot once this attack started to try and get all of the news together.
We got something. We got something right this second. So apparently Netanyahu, he's come out and made a statement. Sadly, we cannot play the video of him making a statement because I believe it is copyrighted. But we are hearing that Netanyahu is openly telling the Iranian people to overthrow the regime, that Israel is going to try to decapitate the regime, and they're relying on the Iranian people to finish the job when they decapitate the necessary people. So Netanyahu openly calling for a rebellion and revolt inside of Iran and saying that Israel is going to finish the job regardless of if they help or not, but it would be a lot more easier if the Iranian people would help them overthrow the regime. So right now, it's unclear exactly how many people in Iran want to overthrow the current regime that's in charge of the country, but it looks like Netanyahu believes there is a large portion of the country that wants to overthrow the government. So that is the clear statement from Netanyahu. He wants to decapitate and have a regime change inside of Iran, effectively at the end of this war. So that is a big, big statement right there. Apparently, based on what he's saying, he wants to have this done in a couple of weeks. And maybe sooner than that, depending on how many people they're able to take out. So this is really, really a big escalation right here. And once again, a major call by Netanyahu to overthrow that entire regime.
And it does appear that the Israeli government is now trying to move forward with some sort of an attempt at a coup d'etat or an open rebellion against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government inside of the territory of the country. as it seems that the Israelis may be attempting to completely dismantle the existing Islamic State inside of Iran, and may see a ushering in of a new government here in the future, although we have not been able to see any kind of actual rebellion or acts of rebellion that have been conducted inside of Iran at this point. So we'll be waiting to see if anything is acted upon with those words or statements, but I don't believe this is the first time that the Israelis have openly called for the Iranian government to be dismantled from the inside out. It is a very interesting situation, though, and is once again showing us that the Israeli government is starting to take a little bit more of a hardline stance against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But we also have even more breaking news coming out at this moment.
All right, so we are getting some wild footage here. Also, by the way, just show sort of like a picture of it. Don't show the actual video because I'm not sure if it's copyrighted or not. Iran fired missiles at Israel from a submarine. So that's kind of surprising for Iran. They're apparently using one of their few submarines that they've got to fire missiles at Israel, because we do see some launches taking place from the water, clearly from a submarine. And the Iranian media is claiming that did indeed occur. So we're seeing actually several ballistic missile launches from the submarine. So, Enforcer, what do you think about that? That's quite crazy.
Very interesting to see. I actually do not know if Iran even has any kind of submarines that have this capability, or at least a large amount of them. So let me go pull up the Iranian Navy, and let's see how many submarines they have and of what type. Yes. They have the subs. They do actually have the subs. They have some Kilo class subs, which actually could conduct these sorts of launches. They also have the Fada class. That thing looks like it's got some deformities, like it was like deformed at creation. I don't know. It doesn't look good. We can also see the Gadir class, which appears to be some sort of a midget sub, or as they like to call it, a short sub. And we can also see that there is a Nahang class, which they don't even have a picture of. Apparently, it's another midget submarine, about 82 feet long, not incredibly large or really concerning. So it appears that the only submarines that actually would be able to conduct this attack would be the Kilo class submarines that they currently have in their service, and they only have 3 of those, meaning that their ability to launch any kind of missiles at sea is incredibly small. It does appear that they really wouldn't be able to conduct those launches because they have slightly smaller than average submarines that really wouldn't be able to carry those kinds of missiles or armaments to be able to launch an attack like that. So largely a fairly interesting kind of thing to see that they wanted to do that, really just for the fact to show that they could, because there really was no other reason for them to do something like that. They could have generally seen that there was almost no difference or change in their attack plans if they were to just launch all of the ballistic missiles from the land-based batteries that they already had. But nevertheless, we are able to hear that apparently things are going to be continuing to heat up inside the region. And we will most likely be seeing that they'll be heating up quite a good bit, a little bit hotter than the average kind of a microwave these days, which can get food hot at a pretty fast rate. But still, we are going to be trying to cover all of the footage and information that we had from earlier in the day, if I can scroll down and get that here. And we'll try and put a little bit of a hold on the breaking news at the moment, so that way we can tell you all everything that was going on today preceding the major breaking news events, because it actually takes an insanely large amount to get Twitter to load everything down here, so that way we can scroll down and show it to all of y'all. So with that, we have been able to hear earlier in the day, well, actually, we've been able to see some clips. I'm not going to show them and put them down on the map. I'm just going to show them here on Twitter and just pass through them. We were able to see that some sort of a military facility in the city of Parchin was targeted and destroyed by Israeli forces earlier in the day, which we can see right here. And he's just looking around the dunes. And moving on from that and further on down, we also got to see the refueling of the KC-135s making their way out of the area and back towards the state of Israel. But we're just going to save it at that. We're going to encourage y'all to go watch the video that Enforcer Matt made earlier about these very instances and events, because that was a very well put together video, and hopefully people will be able to watch it and get all the information about what was happening earlier as we wait for something else to happen at the moment, which I believe that we are largely just seeing diplomatic actions and developments right now, and most attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran may have largely halted. They appear to have completely halted, and we also are not hearing of any continuous Israeli offensive action at the moment either. So we're going to be waiting to see if we can get any developments on air. But at the moment,
So right now we are hearing some more news at this very moment. Right now we're hearing that the Israeli cabinet is currently meeting to discuss responses to Iran's missile attack on Israel on Friday night. An Israeli official has told CNN, and the expectation is that Israel will escalate further in its next wave of attacks against Iran, according to the official. And also, in addition to what we're hearing from the Israeli cabinet meeting right now, we're also hearing that Iranian officials are saying that Tehran will immediately target Israel's economic and energy infrastructure if Iran's own is hit. And that's according to the IRGC's Fars News Network. So we're hearing once again some very strong words against both sides right now. And I assume they do mean what they say, because all signs indicate that they're willing to escalate it to the maximum degree at this very moment. And once again, it's popping off extremely fast. So it looks like Tehran is saying that they have some missiles left over. I'm not sure how many missiles they have left. So I saw some people in the chat saying that maybe they have 4,000 ballistic missiles left. I think that might be a little bit liberal with the estimate right there. I think that might be a little bit more than they actually have, but I'm not really sure. So that's the unknown at the moment. What type of capacity does Iran have at this point to actually effectively launch a new attack on Israel when Israel eventually does retaliate? Because Israel is going to retaliate, clearly. They've already said that, and they're going to keep trying to decapitate the regime. And I imagine, since Israel threatened last night, that if this attack did occur today, which it has occurred as of right this moment, Khamenei is next on the chopping block. That is the big assassination we're waiting to see if it's going to take place, is the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, whether or not he gets taken out or not. We did see earlier this morning that the neighborhood in which Khamenei lives in was targeted directly by an Israeli strike. It's not known if his house was destroyed, but he was not there at the time that the missile struck. So he did escape any of the bad fate that could have come out of that. But I don't know where Khamenei's hiding right now. I'd assume he's in a bunker or some secure location, but he was not in his house when it was struck. So that is what we're hearing at the moment.
And so we are waiting for any additional news to come out at this moment beyond that, because we currently are just waiting for something else to happen. So with that in mind, we are going to be moving on into some questions, so I'm not just endlessly floundering on stream. So with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so getting some questions here. We're getting into our first super chat, and this one goes to none other than Martin Exner Jensen, who puts in a $140 donation. And thank you very much, Martin, for that support, and that's extremely generous of you. And I think that's maybe a Danish kroner, I think. It's a DKK. I don't know what currency that is right off the bat, but thank you very much, Martin, for throwing in that generous support and helping to keep our channel running and our work flowing. And we do appreciate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to say a massive thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Martin Jensen, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. I got to thank everyone for really bearing with the news that's been going on. We've been trying to bear with it the best ourselves, making sure to try and be live whenever major events are happening, although there's only a limit to how much we can do, just the two of us, Enforcer Matt and me together, trying to put all this news out at the moment it's happening, because this is a major ongoing development, and there's pretty much been absolutely no pause in it since it began about 16 hours ago at this point. But a huge thanks to you so much once again in helping this channel to keep on running, because you're helping us to be able to have the kind of flexibility and the ability to do this as our full-time job and cover the major breaking news whenever it is going down. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Franz Van Erk, who puts in a $110 donation. And thank you very much, Franz, for that $110 support. And he said, for all your efforts to bring the news to the LSA.
And I got to thank you so much for the support, and thank you for appreciating our efforts to bring the news to the LSA. It's a really a lot of hard work, actually, at the moment. And I got to thank you massively, Franz Van Erk, for really appreciating it and supporting it, so that way we can continue to get the news to y'all whenever it's happening, day by day, day in and day out, every single day and every single week. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so a huge thanks. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next support here goes to Christian Harper, who puts in a $50 donation. And thanks, Christian, very much for that $50 support as well. He said, great coverage, Enforcer boys. And get some Red Bulls and Uber Eats for tonight for dinner. And love the streams last night and today. And LSA forever.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Christian Harper. And thank you so much for loving the streams last night and today. We're trying our best to make sure that we can keep up with these breaking news developments. And considering how much has been going on, it's really hard to, actually. There was a lot that happened while we were asleep, and then we had to try and get up and get awake, and then try and run it all again. Also, on top of that, because of the caffeine I had, I stayed up till 4:30 last night anyways. Even after the show ended, I was exhausted and just couldn't go to sleep anyway. So I just had to keep the thing going. And try and get up today and try and make sure to get right back at it when we heard of the major missile attacks that were occurring against the state of Israel. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for appreciating them and supporting them because you're helping us to make this thing possible day in and day out. We don't run ads on these streams and we don't have sponsors either. The monetization is entirely off and the gloves are off as well. So the viewer support is the only thing that makes these shows possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, I am scanning at current for more breaking news. Right now, we're still sitting at the same type of news we had before. The only thing that is different is we are hearing that the number of people injured by the Iranian missile strikes has risen to 34. So far, 0 casualties, fatalities, that is. So that's a good news. But unfortunately, there were 34 at least injured in those strikes. But with that, we're moving on to our next support here. And this one goes to Jocelyn, who just threw in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Jocelyn, as well, for that very generous support. And she said, thank you for covering this madness. And I was curious about our B-2 stealth bombers in the Pacific. Are they still there? And could they be put to use on Iran due to this rapid escalation?
Thank you for the massive support, Jocelyn, and that is a great question. Currently, our B-2 Spirits were moved out of the area of the Diego Garcia Air Base at the British Indian Ocean Territory and moved back to Whiteman Air Force Base around several weeks ago, meaning that they are currently not in theater to be able to conduct any kind of offensive air operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran in support of the State of Israel and in defense of American interests within the region. So at this moment in time, they actually are not in the area. They would actually be all the way back at Whiteman Air Force Base, which is inside of Misery. We can actually bring y'all to Whiteman Air Force Base, which is right here, and you see the specialized hangars that the B-2 Spirits would be inside of. And from what we know, those B-2 Spirits are still inside of those hangars at this very moment. This airbase pretty much specializes in operating a very small number of air wings, but one of them is the entirety of pretty much all the B-2 Spirits that are currently in operation with the U.S. Air Force. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and also wondering where the B-2s were. But at the moment, we understand the U.S. air assets in the Middle East are largely stripped bare compared to what they were just 3 weeks to a month ago. 3 weeks to a month ago, we actually had 2 carrier strike groups in the area, the USS Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group and the USS Carl S. Vinson, and we also had a significant number of additional Air Force air wings that were also present in the area as well. At this moment, we understand that the Theodore Roosevelt has now left the theater and is currently inside of another region, while the USS Carl Vinson still remains on station for the large part within the area. We've also been able to understand that there was a larger amount of U.S. air assets that have also left the region as well, and also the B-2 Spirits and other kinds of strategic aircraft that were based out of Diego Garcia inside the British Indian Ocean Territory have also been returned back to their bases of origin, meaning for the large part that the U.S. does not have the available air assets on an offensive capability that we had prior. We still have a great deal of the defensive aircraft that we could operate, such as electronic warfare units and generally air superiority aircraft that will be able to conduct the defensive operations necessary to assist the State of Israel in its defense, but we largely do not have any offensive capabilities, at least at the moment. The Nimitz class carrier, I see some people asking about the USS Nimitz, which is actually the namesake of the class that the Carl Vinson and the Theodore Roosevelt are a part of. Currently, from what we understand, the USS Nimitz is somewhere around the area of the Philippine and South China Sea, conducting joint operations and training exercises with our allies within the area, including the Philippines, as well as the United Kingdom and France to some limited extent from the information we got weeks ago. We do not get real-time updates, however, on carrier strike group locations and ongoing developments, as that is generally considered to be a open source intelligence violation by the U.S. Department of Defense, and so they like to keep the information about the carrier's movements at a hush-hush for the large part, and not really let the public know unless there is a planned press release about specific events or locations where the aircraft carrier may be. But at this moment, we do understand that the Nimitz is somewhere within the area of the Western Pacific, the Carl Vinson is somewhere around the Arabian Sea, and the Theodore Roosevelt could be anywhere from the Western Mediterranean or the North Atlantic. We're not entirely sure. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least off of the information that we have right now about available assets in the Middle East. And with that, a huge thanks to you once again, Jocelyn, for that massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, so that way we can keep covering what can only be described as nearly March Madness. We're just a couple of months late. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we're going to put our question segment on hold for just a moment because we've got some more breaking news coming out about the situation in the Middle East. For the first time throughout this entire exchange between Iran and Israel, we are seeing a response from Russia. Not an official response, but a response over Telegram from Russian sources. Right now, we're hearing that Russia has condemned Israel strikes on Iran, which was expected, and said, quote unquote, attacks on sleeping peaceful cities are categorically unacceptable. Which is hypocrisy also at its finest. It seems like Iran and Russia are hypocrisy experts these days. And once again, I guess they could apply that to Ukraine as well if they wanted to. But right now, that is what Russia is saying right now. We still want to hear more official statements from the Russian government. We haven't heard much just yet. I think they're sitting back and sort of watching it unfold, and then they will sort of strategize what their response is going to be officially from the Kremlin. Right now, we have not gotten any statements directly from the Kremlin. Also, by the way, Enforcer, we do have a new piece of footage showing a close-up view of a missile impact in Tel Aviv from the Iranian missile, and it looks to be very, very up-close footage, actually, from a apartment or something right in the middle of Tel Aviv, and a missile came in and hit, so we might want to take a look at that.
So let's take a gander.
Okay.
I was incredibly close.
Go.
Also, it was a little bit comedic, I'm not going to lie, that the guy said, oh, okay, and then it literally blew up right after he said that. Like, it sounded like he was going, oh, okay, well, that wasn't too bad, and then the second one hit. But let's watch that one more time here, because this is probably one of the best clips that we have of the ongoing impacts inside the city.
Okay.
Damn.
I think that blew a lot of the windows out, because it sounded like there was a lot of falling glass after the explosion.
Yeah, it's this is kind of the same logic as, like, you know, Southerners running out and trying to film a tornado when it's running at them at 100 miles an hour. But yeah, this guy was good enough to get it on camera. Luckily, we were able to see it, but he put his life at risk at the same time. But yeah, it appeared to have blown a lot of the glass out of the side of this high rise, set off the smoke alarms, and also that was extremely close. It looks like it maybe hit on the roadway right next to this building, perhaps. So I'm not really sure what it was going for. Also, I'd be curious to know what type of ballistic missile is this that Iran is using? Do we know what their common ballistic missile is that they have large quantities of? Because that's a very large explosion from that.
From what we know, they have a wide variety of ballistic missiles, and it could be any of them. Actually, here's the entire list. I was actually looking for this infographic right here. And so we will go to the CSIS's website, because this is the list. Like, this is pretty much the most inclusive one that we have. So there is a decent variety of missiles that could target the state of Israel, but really, there is only about two. And that actually would be, just to make sure that we're getting this correct here, they're missiles with anywhere in between a 1,300 kilometer and 2,000 kilometer range. So out of all of these here, and let me just make sure that we are going to be able to include all of them, some of them could be the Sumar Hoviesh right here, which is a enhanced ranged cruise missile of the Ya Ali class, which we can also see right here, that has a range of 700 kilometers. We can also see that they have a large variety of what appears to be heavy caliber missiles, like the Khorramshahr, which has a 2,000 kilometer range, meaning that it could easily hit the state of Israel. We can also see the Shahab 3, also known as your common Estes rocket for a beginner, which also has the 1,300 kilometer range as well. These are also provided to Wile E. Coyote by the Acme company due to their shape and poor performance, at least in terms of visual appearance. They also have the Goddard, which has a 2,000 kilometer range, along with the Emad, which also has the 1,700 kilometer range, and also the Sejil, which also has a 2,000 kilometer range as well. So any one of those missiles could have the range to be able to hit the state of Israel. And outside of the Sumar or the Hoviesh, it appears that all of them would be of a large enough caliber that their explosive warheads would be several thousand pounds in raw volume of explosives. So quite large by any conventional measure.
Yeah, those are quite large indeed. Also, by the way, I'm seeing a video here of a man apparently getting hit by a car. I'm not sure if you can show this. He's just getting bumped by the car, by the way. He's not like getting flattened by the car. he was watching the missiles coming in. I don't know. I think this might be an Israeli that got bumped by the car. But if you think it's safe to show the video, you can. But it's a bit comedic, actually.
I mean, we actually just kind of saw it accidentally on the air. I think it'd be fine. I'm going to try and not laugh, folks. I'm going to try and keep as serious as I can through this one, but here's the clip. I think he's okay. I think he's generally okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's okay, but you know, also, why was the guy so hyped up? Look at him, he's like jumping around like he just won the lottery or something. There's like missiles raining down on the country. Hopefully he's all right, but this whole video is incredibly confusing to me, and also it's really confusing how someone could just run into the guy like this. Look. Like, this guy is not even phased. Like, it's like he didn't even realize that he just slammed into someone there. Like, this is
I think he was distracted. I think he saw the ballistics coming in, and he was looking at those, and he didn't see a fella here, like, just sort of waltz into the road. This is, I don't even know what the guy was doing, like, that was waltzing into the road. He was staring at those missiles were coming to hit his country, so why is he all hyped up? I don't understand. That's that, like, you know, Gen Z, like, new stuff right there, like, a little bit of the brain rot going on, but, you know.
Bro, he got that skibbity wrist. I don't even get that.
People were saying it sounded like Arabic. I think there are people in Israel that speak Arabic, though. I mean, not just Hebrew.
I don't know. Most people in Israel. Let me go get Israeli languages. Israel language. Here we go. So let's go see. So of course the official language is Hebrew, but there is a decent amount of the population that does speak Arabic. But let me go see what we have here. So this was in 1948. Oddly enough, in 1948, one of the main languages spoken in Israel was German. But outside of that, and that interesting observation, we're trying to find the modern list of what main languages are spoken. And it appears that they do not have a percentage breakdown, at least here. So let's just go over here, and let's see Israeli languages chart, or pie chart. Yeah, there we go. So, interesting enough, it's not easy at all to be able to find this information, but it appears that in most of Israel, the main language spoken is Israeli, while there is a decent minority, around 20%, that speaks Arabic. So that makes a good amount of sense. And then inside of Palestine, interestingly enough, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, it appears that the majority language is actually Arabic, while a small minority speaks Hebrew. So a little bit interesting there. Very interesting indeed. But nevertheless, that appears to show that there can be some Arabic speakers inside of the state of Israel. There's a decent minority of them there. So with that in mind, it does appear that we have also been able to iron down what exact missiles were used, along with the Wile Coyote. I got to go pull up the Wile Coyote rocket. Let me go pull up the rocket. Here we are.
Oh, also, by the way, Enforcer, go ahead and show that real quick, because I got some big breaking news that just came out.
So I just wanted to show this to y'all really quickly before we move on. Y'all see this rocket right here that the Wile Coyote is on? I'm not going to lie. It literally is the Shahab 3, which my mouse cursor is on right there. It's literally the exact same design. It's like they literally took that from a cartoon. But anyways, Matthew, what do we got? What do we got for the breaking news? Hit us with it. Hit us with it.
All right, so we are getting a new video out of center of Tel Aviv right now, apparently showing what looks to be the remains of a ballistic missile laying on the ground burning. So let's take a look at that and see what the debris looked like that landed in Tel Aviv.
We can actually see some noticeable tail fins on this rocket near to the bottom of the fuselage. And so that actually lines up with really any of these four right here. Let's see if we can narrow it down by getting a better look at the exact shape. Let's see. Okay, so these extend a little bit below the fuselage, but all of them do, actually. But if I had to go with them, it certainly isn't a sigil, or a segil, which is the largest one that they have. It appears to either be an Emad, a Ghadar, or a Shahab 3. So it actually could have been the Wile Coyote rocket that ended up hitting Tel Aviv. So there's a possibility for that at the moment, or it could have been a Ghadar or an Emad, although we're not exactly sure which one it is at the moment.
Interesting. Yeah, that's just crazy. It looked like it was sitting under maybe a awning or a bus stop or something in that video right there. But yeah, the debris is just sitting right there in the middle of Tel Aviv. So that shows you that apparently there were some, and in fact, it wasn't just some, it was actually quite a few of them were shot down by the Iron Dome, and the debris actually landed right in the middle of Tel Aviv that we saw there in that video. Also, by the way, we are getting confirmation about where we're hearing the rumors and the rumor information about Iran conducting a nuclear test tonight. That claim is being made by Iranian state media. That's where that's coming from. So it's not just coming out of the woodwork, it's coming from Iran itself. They're the ones claiming that they may conduct a nuclear test tonight. So I'm not sure why they would say that and not follow through with it. So I'm putting a little bit more stock into it at this point. Not a whole bunch. I'm saying at this point, still take it with a grain of salt, but it's becoming a little bit more credible that it's a possibility that Iran may conduct a nuclear test tonight.
I'm actually going to say I'm going to have to be in the opposite camp. This is actually making me doubt it even more, because Iranian state media has been known to make some really ridiculous claims, like that one time that their president Raisi died in a helicopter crash. Don't you remember, Matthew? He died in the helicopter crash, and they said, "Oh, he's up in the mountains, alive and well, sipping on tea. He's perfectly fine." And then it came out 3 hours later, he was dead the whole time, with like his head, like split open and stuff. Like they make the Iranian
Yeah,
state
how's he going to
media.
drink tea if he's dead?
Yeah, that's my question, man. Must be, must be a little bit difficult. But they also said last night, man, in the midst of the strikes, like to kind of put out that they're not really trustworthy, that there was no damage to anything and no one had been killed. Like, remember, that was what they went with for like the first few hours, and then they're like, oh, actually, everyone, our top nuclear scientist got killed, and then the general staff pretty much got wiped out, and then they had to go through everything, and then they said that salami was killed along with hot dog, bratwurst, and also bologna had all been killed as well in the airstrikes. So I don't know. I think that the Iranian state media might just be going through an extreme amount of cope to the point they're in denial, and that may be why they're saying that they may conduct a nuclear test tonight. Is just to make it seem like,
Yeah.
oh, well, we're not that bad off. We can still do this, although they probably might not.
Yeah, probably so. Like I'm kind of on the fence right now. I would say the odds of it actually occurring is probably in my guesstimate. I would say in the realm of like 15 to 20%. It's extremely low. There is a slight possibility, but I wouldn't put any stock in it personally. I'm just going to wait and see what's going to happen with it. Also, by the way, we do have some more damage reports coming out right now. Israel says it completely destroyed the Tabriz military base in Iran. That is an official report from Israel that the Tabriz base has been flattened and leveled, according to the Israeli IDF forces and also the Air Force as well. Also, we do have a secondary report as well. We have confirmation from the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. The IAEA chief says that Iran's above-ground enrichment plant in Natanz is confirmed to be completely destroyed. So Natanz, which is currently leaking radiation, according to the Iranian authorities, is completely destroyed, the above-ground enrichment plant. So that would back up the idea that there is significant radiological and chemical contamination on the ground in Natanz, which is a massive hazard. That is a humongous hazard right now. We do not have any official Geiger counter readings from the area to know exactly what the leak is causing for the local surrounding area of Iran, but I presume, I'm not a nuclear expert, but I presume that will probably spike the radiation levels in the area. We're not sure to what extent, though. So right now, that's a huge open-ended question as to what that is going to be at Natanz for the radiation exposure for citizens.
Matthew, it sounds like the radiation exposure at Natanz risk is incredibly high. Perhaps they should call up to that destroyed base in Tabriz and ask them to provide them with some Febreze to be able to get the radiation out of there.
I don't think any smell killer is going to get rid of that one. And also, the stupid part is that they have a highway right next to Natanz. There's still people driving through the highway. Or yeah, actually, that's right, an interstate. My bad, not a highway, it's an interstate. So
worse.
much of a bigger thoroughfare actually. And they literally have citizens still driving by Natanz right now at this very moment. Once again, we do not know the level of contamination, but clearly, if there's radiological elements on the ground, because this was an active nuclear facility, that's a huge hazard. And right now, kind of like we saw way back during Chernobyl, I'm not comparing it directly to Chernobyl because we don't know just yet how bad the contamination is, but they're not telling people to stay away from it, which is obviously very bad. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But I would presume that the interstate there is probably in the contamination zone, almost certainly, depending on which way the winds are probably blowing.
Most likely so, but I had to up your statement, Matthew, because this is not just any road. This isn't a highway, actually. This is quite literally the interstate for Iran. Like this is the main interstate that goes from Tehran to Isfahan. And so to make it from Tehran to Isfahan right now on the interstate, you have to pass by less than a half mile away from a severe radiological contamination site at the moment inside of Iran. So this is actually a very serious situation because it's pretty much blocking out and closing off a major thoroughfare throughout the entirety of the country. So it's not just a highway, folks. This isn't like your county or state highway having a little bit of an incident on it. This is quite literally like Interstate 60 is having a major radiological incident in the middle of the thing, in between the East Coast and the West Coast. That's really what this is like. It's actually serious, majorly serious at this point. And so we'll be waiting to see how this ends up going. But it doesn't seem it's going to go well. I can say that. So with that,
I have a feeling it's going to be one of these events, and I'm not trying to fearmonger here. I have a feeling it's going to be one of these events that people look back on and say, wow, they should have taken some more serious measures to protect that area, because that was very bad contamination. Now, once again, I believe they had a research reactor here at Natanz. I'm not sure what type of reactor that was, but considering the place is leveled, and also, by the way, we do have a high-end satellite photo showing the aerial view. Let me go grab that real quick. I'm going to like it so that way you don't have to scroll all the way down to find it. It just came out a short while ago. It was like a really, really crispy satellite photo showing Natanz. It actually struck many electrical substations at the location, and I do have that here on a picture. But I got to scroll down through a million posts to get to it, as I've been posting like a fiend out here. Let's see. I got to scroll back up and find it again.
And it's crispy, Matthew. Is it extra crispy with like the grainy kind of like a picture view that would show that there's like a lot of radiation?
It is extra crispy, and I'm having a hard time finding it for some reason. Hopefully it wasn't deleted, because it was a very good piece of evidence right here. I showed it in the short war video earlier. Let me scroll back down and see if I can spot it again. It's going to take me just a minute, though, to spot it, but I'll let you know when I find it.
All right, and so we're going to be waiting for that in the meantime, but we can go through really quickly our little ABCs of the Iran attack last night and everything that got hit. So let me bring y'all through that while we're looking for that and give you all the key nuclear sites. The Natanz nuclear facility was hit and largely destroyed. The Fordo nuclear facility, which is an enrichment plant, was also targeted and destroyed as well overnight. We have been able to hear that the IR-40 reactor at Iraq has been targeted and destroyed overnight as well, along with the Isfahan reactor, which was just targeted, and we're waiting for confirmation of the destruction several hours ago. We also were able to hear that possibly the research reactor inside of Tehran may have been targeted and destroyed in the attacks from last night, but we have not gotten any confirmation on that, largely leaving the fate of that research reactor at large. Pretty much out of the 4 strikes that we know of right now, it appears that pretty much the entirety of Iran's nuclear weapons development program has been destroyed, while we're waiting for this additional video and picture evidence showing the damage of the Natanz facility. This damage is going to be very significant.
So I got you right now. I got 2 different things here. I have a 3D layout of the floor by floor of what I believe is Natanz right here. So I'm trying to double check and make sure this is Natanz. And I believe it is. But verify that, Enforcer. Does that appear to be Natanz? It's not labeled.
This does appear to be. Let me check the main buildings, though, at Natanz, so that we can doubly make sure, because this looks like a significant building on the facility. Let's see. Anything that they had behind it that was 3D modeled. So they had the little campus buildings. What the hell are those? Because we kind of have to line this up to even know what building we're looking at. Because they didn't really say, did they? Like, they didn't really add in a lot of extra details to these infographics. It says right here that this is Iran's nuclear facility, so I'm assuming that this is Natanz. Like, I would assume, but I might be wrong.
So this does appear to be Natanz. I just verified it appears to have the main electrical substation in the exact same spot on this 3D modeling imagery right here. So it does appear to be Natanz with pretty good certainty. So what you're looking at here is a 3D model of the interior of the Natanz base. This was compiled by Mossad months and months in advance. This is how good their intelligence is. They actually had 3D models of the entire layout of the facility. They knew where the centrifuges were. They knew where the research reactor was. And right here on this map, you can see in the back left corner is the main electrical substation back there. If you go right back to that picture you're looking at there, go back to the one you were looking at. Right back there in the left corner is the main electrical substation over there. In the forefront of the image, closer to the front left side of this perimeter here, is the main fuel tank for the generators. And you'll see the generators are right there slightly off to the left, sort of near that circular object. There are backup generators right there. So this is apparently Natanz, from what I can tell right here. And also, unfortunately, if you go back one post, I do have the satellite imagery showing the aftermath of the strikes. If you click off of this post and go to the other post, off of this one.
Oh, I was actually
There you go.
about to point something out to everyone there that might not be too clear in this 3D animation, is that this isn't actually an above ground building. This is actually a 3D animation of what lies underground at the facility, specifically right around here. So just wanted to point that out to folks, because if y'all are wondering what are we looking at, it took me a moment to realize that this is actually trying to show what is actually underground at the facility. As you can see right there, there are no buildings in that 3D image where that 3D rendering existed. All of that is apparently what lies in the actual underground facility within this area of the compound. But now with that out of the way, I just want to make sure that we cleared that up for everyone, because it took me a second to realize that. Let's take a look at actually what was hit.
So if you look right here on this image right here, this shows us exactly what the targets were at Natanz that Israel was trying to strike. Obviously, they were trying to take out the power. So they hit the main electrical substation, which is highlighted in yellow in the back left corner. It was hit on the top periphery of the electrical substation. Also, they did hit the backup generators to make sure that after they hit the main electrical substation, they would have no way to back up the power. It doesn't appear they hit the fuel tank for the generators. It looks like that was left mainly intact from what I can tell. But once again, they destroyed the generators themselves, so that was good enough. They also appear to have struck maybe the attachment point for the main power lines. You see they're highlighted in blue right there as the main power lines. Highlighted in yellow appears to be the attachment point for those power lines to a substation of a different sort, maybe. You can see that there's two different connection points for the power lines that were both struck by these Israeli strikes. And this is only one corner of Natanz, by the way. There were more strikes on this base, and they were striking underneath, below the ground. So there were bunker busters used and things like that. But this is part of the base right here showing where the electrical substations were struck.
And also, we can see, apparently, published by the same publisher on Twitter, it appears that there was also some sort of a infographic sort of a thing that could be used to actually take a look at the entirety of the facility and everything that was hit, because we can actually see that in this picture here, it appears that other parts of the facility further south were also targeted and hit that we could not see in the original picture that was shown right here. So unfortunately, we can't get a zoom in on that to show you all on the big screen what that is, but it does appear that there were a large amount of parts of the facility that were targeted and hit. We can also understand that apparently there is a large subterranean underground complex inside of the Natanz facility right here. But once again, that appears to be where the radiation leak is coming from at the moment. That is coming out of the facility that even the Islamic Republic of Iran has admitted has occurred. We've also been able to hear that apparently, according to anyone else, even neutral third parties, there is some sort of radiological and chemical leak that is detectable even outside of Iran from the Natanz nuclear facility, suggesting that there actually is quite a decent amount of radiological damage that's been caused underground at this facility. Luckily enough, because it's underground, it actually would be easy to deal with this. You just bury it and pray that nothing else happens. So like, that sounds a little bit like it's like a half-ass kind of a thing, but that's really the reality, is that you just usually try and bury the stuff and pray that it doesn't end up being a bigger issue in the future somehow. But
Isn't it crazy though? Isn't it insane? Like, let's just take a second to reflect on the whole thing. Natanz has been a site in which Mossad has been trying to infiltrate for years. They have infiltrated it successfully. That's why they have the 3D modeling imagery that we saw just a moment ago. They've had access to that for probably over a year at this point. So they've known the layout. They've known how it looks. The USA's had access to that as well. And effectively, as of today, Natanz is completely destroyed. The International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that. Iran's confirmed it, and Israel's confirmed it as well. So this notorious site, which has been notorious for a very, very long time, is effectively, as of today, confirmed completely destroyed. Also, the other enrichment site, which is in the city of Qams inside of Iran, that site is severely damaged as well. So a humongous section of the nuclear program in Iran has been completely eliminated, and Israel is still working on finishing off the remaining percentage that is left. So this strike has been overwhelmingly successful. Like, this has been a humongous success for Israel. They still have a long way to go with dealing with Iran, because they're going to retaliate over this. But the strikes themselves have already accomplished their goals. They've done a great job. And so far, this went much better than expected, according to what U.S. officials were even thinking in their own heads. So very good.
Also, considering that this facility, from what we can tell, wasn't even that far underground. I mean, look at this, man. It's like they're holding up the whole roof with like a girder structure. I mean, anyone could have hit that thing with a bomb and blew it away. I mean, like the bomb literally goes straight through the thinly layered top, right into the first floor, detonates within the first floor, and there you go. It's pretty much done and gone for. It's out. Like I don't even know why we were making that into a big deal the whole time.
And also, just imagine this 3D image you're looking at right here. This was one of the sites where Stuxnet was actually deployed, by the way, where the centrifuges were actually screwed with by the American CIA. This is the actual place where that was done that we're looking at right here. So this time, no Stuxnet required. Just straight up bombs, crude force, and just explosives. They got the job done this time. And also a hell of a lot of planning by Mossad to pull this off.
Dude, the Americans, we were like, man, put a virus inside of like a printer. Yeah, and then they'll buy the printer and they'll put it in this, and it'll break down their systems. Meanwhile, the Israelis put a bomb through the roof. Like they just dropped a bomb straight through the roof, and it worked. It actually worked. So it's gone now. Like this actually was more effective than the Stuxnet virus. It's not something that just set them back for a couple of years. This is setting them back permanently. There's nothing left anymore.
Yeah, it's insane, really. It's wild to think about, by the way. It is insane. Also, by the way, while we're talking and reminiscing about all this fantastic work that Israel's pulled off today, we do have some more damage reports coming out from the IDF right now. So Iran launched 150 ballistic missiles toward Israel. So 50 more than we were anticipating is what they launched at Israel. So they hit Tel Aviv, they hit Jerusalem. But overall, out of all 150 missiles that Iran fired at Israel, only 9 of them successfully struck the target. The rest were shot down by the Iron Dome. They did not hit their target, and any damage that was caused beyond that was due to falling debris from these missiles that fell to the ground. So that is so far the report from the end of the situation. So far, only injuries, only minor injuries at the moment, based on the situation on the ground, no fatalities, and so far Iran's response has fallen pretty much deaf at this point. So Iran is planning to ramp it up yet again, but for right now, they are not responding with their new wave. Israel is going to be the next person responding. Most likely, Israel will be launching a major retaliation attack on Iran, finishing the job and also hitting other areas and probably targeting Khamenei directly in their next strike, which is coming up at some unknown time here in the near future.
And also another thing that we got to point out is that this interception rate here is actually a pretty decent one and quite realistic. It is a 94% interception rate by Israeli air defense on this attack so far. That's actually incredibly good. Usually that's what Ukraine is shooting for on a really good day, as a 94% interception rate. Usually Ukraine is able to shoot for the 80s pretty consistently in the interception rates, meaning that the per every 100 air targets fired at them, they're able to shoot down, say, 80 or 85 of them every single day. The Israelis actually were able to shoot down about 94 out of the 100 or so per group every single time they were fired. So that's actually a very significant kind of an air defense interception rate. That's actually a very good one. Usually what you would want to shoot for. So with that, I hope that lays that out well, because that's actually a great air interception rate right there. And also, I got to say that the amount of Tabriz jokes that I'm dying to make on air, it's just killing me at this point. Like, there's so many jokes that you can make about a goofy city name like Tabriz, because it sounds like it's the breeze, like it's wafting away in the breeze. And I guess that military base, at least the remnants, the shards of it that got blown up in the explosion, Matthew, I guess it's floating off in Tabriz.
I guess you could say that for sure. Another place that is floating off into breeze is the Fordow nuclear facility inside of Iran, because we just got confirmation 1 minute ago from the IAEA head chief Grossi that Iran has informed them that the Fordow nuclear facility has been attacked. And I did report that in the short war video as well earlier today. We're not sure exactly how badly damaged it is. I think Israel might have to go back and finish the job on that one. I don't think it was as comprehensive as what happened at Natanz, but Fordow has been struck as well. And Fordow is another critical nuclear site for Iran's infrastructure that they currently have running. So that's what we're hearing right now.
Man, they're going to have to change that name from Fordow to Forwaz, because I think it's not going to be doing anymore. I think it's going to be wasn't. But still.
We got breaking news. Breaking news right now, by the way. Israel has started their new retaliation. It has begun right this second. 38 seconds ago, they have started attacking. Tehran is the target right now. Heavy Israeli strikes are being heard in the city of Tehran. They are larger than previously seen. So they are escalating the situation. Israel's already striking with their Air Force at this very second. You're hearing it live right now. They're striking Tehran. Also, by the way, we are also hearing some more news as well from other sources. Let me go scroll back up to it and find it. It looks like we are hearing also initial reports of Israeli strikes in other major Iranian cities that are not specified, but we're getting reports of explosions on the ground right now across Iran. So Israel appears to have started their second round, or I guess their third round more like it, of major offensives against Tehran. And this time it sounds like they're trying to go probably for Khamenei because they're targeting specifically Tehran. And I would assume they're following through the threat they made last night to take him out. So right now we'll have to wait and see, but that is what we're hearing right now.
Oh my God, Matthew! They're going after bratwurst, bologna, and they're going after the whole charcuterie board right now. Like, if y'all don't know, folks, last night the IRGC commander, whose name is legitimately Salami, was actually killed in an Israeli airstrike. So the Israelis actually killed Salami. So we've been making jokes. Everyone's been making jokes so far for about the whole day about bratwurst and salami and bologna being killed. So apparently they're now going after the charcuterie board, and they're also going to be going for the Ayatollah Khamenei. So we'll be waiting to see what actually happens. There's also a high likelihood that this strike will be attempting to attack 2 and 1, and we'll most likely see that they're attacking energy infrastructure along with the top officials of the Iranian government. They may also be going after pepperoni as well. We're not entirely sure yet, but we'll be waiting to see what exactly they're hitting. We are hearing that there are large explosions already hitting the city of Tehran. So if you're on air right now, the news is once again going down. There's no lull in the news anymore. We're now watching the Israeli response in real time, and we'll be waiting to get video and picture evidence from the ground and make sure that we have the actual reports at this moment. So we are going to be waiting for that. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some major developments and get some video and picture evidence here quite soon.
Also, by the way, we are hearing that the Iranian air defense has showed up. You might have seen the short war video earlier today, and I know I'm going to keep referencing that over and over. That's because some of it that we have not shown on this stream is in the short war video, so we covered it there. So if you want to see that, go watch the short war video. But the air defense in Tehran is active once again. We're hearing reports of air defense activity, heavy air defense activity, being reported over Tehran. So apparently, the air defense that is in Tehran, the capital city, is very elusive. It just showed up now. It didn't show up when the first attacks happened. It just showed up today, and all of a sudden it is apparently working. We did see the air defense working. Apparently it's AA guns as their primary defense, and that appears to be what it was in the videos that we saw earlier today. But it looks like we're also getting reports here that more air defense systems are being activated over Tehran, indicating an extremely large, wide-scale attack across the city, which I would presume Israel is doing some indiscriminate bombing this time. That's a presumption, though. We're not really sure. And let's see here. Getting some more footage here. Unfortunately, I'm reposting this to the top of our Twitter page. You can take a look at it. It appears to be some footage of a drone getting shot down right now as well, if you want to take a peek.
So this is footage from the Israeli Defense Forces way earlier on. This is probably about 16 hours ago at this point, of the original 100 drones that the Iranians fired at Israel, and this is actually footage of the Israeli Air Force downing one of the drones that was fired towards Israel. This is most likely downed over western Iraq. Actually, if you're listening to that, that is actually the sound of a 30mm chain gun, which actually is suggesting that this was an Apache, or as the Israelis would call it, a Peten, which targeted and shot down the Shahed. So this is actually probably over Israel itself. And they actually got it right there, and we see the drone right there in the last frame had lost both of its wings and was burning heavily from the central area of the fuselage. So the helicopter was able to successfully shoot down the drone. I gotta tell you, man, green filtered footage like that really messes with my eyes when we like get right back off the clip. I'm like, oh my god, what happened to my eyesight? But beyond that, we are understanding that there is heavy air defense in the area of the city of Tehran. To give you all a little bit of a rundown of what we're probably seeing at this moment, once we start to see the footage, we'll probably start to see that much like earlier is heavy gun-based ground air defense fire directed upwards into the skies above Tehran. Considering the fact that it is pitch black right now over the city of Tehran and it's once again nighttime, the fact of the matter is that these air defense systems are most likely not even knowing what they are firing at, and they are simply operating under a volume of fire philosophy, meaning the more rounds that are put into the air, the higher chance there is that they're going to hit something. And this means the air defense effectiveness is most likely going to be low, and we'll see a great deal of the Israeli missiles will continue to reach their targets and hit them throughout the entirety of the city of Tehran. That is highly likely at this point. Once again, want to put it out there that Iranian air defense systems, and at least the larger missile-based batteries, have had their radar systems mostly knocked out, meaning that right now they're pretty much firing blind up into the skies, and even still, if they weren't firing blind and it was broad daylight, these missiles are traveling at near supersonic speeds, meaning that even if these ground-based defense systems were able to know where the missiles are, it would still be difficult for them to be able to keep their guns trained on target, leading it properly to be able to successfully shoot them down. So we're probably going to see that the interception rates will once again be abysmally low by the Islamic Republic's air defenses around the capital city. We're still waiting on video and picture evidence to come out at this moment of that ongoing attack and the details and information surrounding it, but it is incredibly clear that the Israeli Air Force is most likely operating again over northern Iraq and has fired off their volley of missiles towards Tehran. We haven't heard of any other explosions throughout the country yet, although those reports could be in the process of becoming an existent thing. It's just that we haven't heard about those yet. So we are still waiting for all of that at the moment. We'll be trying to keep y'all apprised. Right now, I do not believe that we have any videos of that so far. We are hearing that apparently the explosions are coming from southeast Tehran, and there was also an explosion at the Raisi power plant in Isfahan, so we are able to confirm now that there is another attack that is going on at the same time as the one in Tehran at the Raisi power plant in Isfahan. So yeah, in Isfahan. Let me make sure to go find that really quickly. I want to make sure that we got that down correctly. And let's see if I can find any kind of a power. This is actually the refinery at Isfahan. It doesn't appear that this is the one being targeted yet. It appears that it's the Raisi power plant. So it does appear that the Israelis are making right on their word of striking and destroying critical infrastructure and energy infrastructure of Iran. So let me see. Raisi power plant. Let's see here. And it doesn't appear that we can find it, so I'm just going to put the marker generally down around Isfahan, and we'll try and geolocate that later if we have the time, because we want to make sure to keep up to date and have enough room to be able to respond to the incoming attack. So let's go here, and let's put down the Raisi power plant hit. And we're going to assume, considering that Israeli attacks so far have not missed the mark, that that is a direct hit onto the Raisi power plant. So that is another confirmed destroyed target. We are also able to hear that there are apparently explosions coming from southeast Tehran. And really quickly, Matthew, can you do any searches or confide with the machine to see if there's any significant strategic targets that would exist inside of southeastern Tehran? Because we do know that a lot of the top government officials killed last night were within northeastern Tehran, and we also heard of other targets being hit within the area of the small city of Garmdara, between the areas of Karaj and the western region of Tehran. I do not know at the moment, folks, of any strategic targets off the top of my head that could be targeted and destroyed within southeastern Tehran, but we'll most likely be able to get some kind of an answer to that here incredibly soon, as we are starting to get a more triangulated location on those attacks.
So based on the information I have, generally speaking, Tehran's most important strategic sites are generally considered to be in the central, northern, and western parts of Tehran. But that does not mean that southeast Tehran does not have very important targets. It does have important targets in it. Mainly, it's ammunition storage sites and training centers, and also possibly underground facilities as well. There's also the international airport toward that area of the city as well, and also major highways connecting it to the city of Qom inside of Iran. We've also got some industrial and defense manufacturing facilities there, and also some IRGC-linked seminaries and cultural centers, which are also there as well. So generally speaking, it sounds to be mainly ammunition storage sites and training centers, and also maybe the international airport as well. That's generally what's over there, according to my information I have.
Interesting. So it doesn't really appear that at the moment, even according to our confiding in the machine that we've done, that there is any sort of strategic targets that could really be listed as quite significant within southeastern Tehran. We'll be waiting to see, though, exactly what's hit, and we'll probably start to get information about that from the Israelis here in about 30 minutes or so. One thing that's interesting, folks, I just realized this, I haven't actually eaten at all. You know, like, I was just thinking about that, Matthew. I don't mean to just stop all of our breaking news and say that for a second, but it's starting to grow on me that I have not eaten because I
have water with salt in it for hydration, and also I have saltine cracker pack next to me. That's what I've had all day long.
Man, I haven't had anything. I just literally came down here, sat down, and then I looked at Twitter, and I was like, oh my God, it's happening. I was like, it's happening right now. And then I told Matthew, I was like, we're going live. And so I didn't have time to eat. So, you know, I'm sitting here, like, I kind of feel like I'd want to go eat, but at the same time, there's a lot going on right now. It just started. I was possibly
going to have to starve. We're going to have to starve. This thing's going down right now.
Man.
Also, by the way, I've got something else, by the way. We're hearing more reporters repeat the claim that Iran plans to test a nuclear weapon tonight. I'm not sure. Once again, I'm still in the same like take it with a grain of salt camp on that one. But we're hearing like legitimate reporters repeating this over and over and over. Also, we're hearing reports of an earthquake being detected in the Arabian Gulf. So far, that appears to be unconnected to a possible nuclear test, but we're not really sure. And we're still hearing multiple different reporters repeat that. So I'm not really sure here what to think about it. I'm still, like I said, in the unsure camp. But I guess it's possible. But, you know, considering that all their nuclear facilities have been demolished, unless they have a nuke sitting in a warehouse somewhere, then I'm not sure what they're talking about. So I'm not really sure.
I don't really know what they're talking about either. And also, it appears that they're said like these credible reporters are saying Iranian media is claiming, and so I think that's the way they're trying to disclaim this. I don't really think this is really a story. Like I'm highly doubting it. I could be wrong, of course, folks. So, you know, I'm not like we're not the Oracle of Delphi here. But I'm highly doubting that this is going to be any kind of a significant thing that happens later today. Because if the Iranians had a usable nuclear weapon sitting in storage that by testing it would truly make them a nuclear power, why the hell wouldn't they shoot it at Israel? Like that's my question at this point. Like if they actually do know, or the Iranian state media is trying to suggest that Iran actually has just one usable nuclear weapon, why in the world would they not fire it at Israel instead of just testing it inside of Iran? They're going to waste it at that point. They don't have the ability to make another. That's been destroyed last night. So I don't really think the Iranian state media is saying anything with true factual claims. And once again, folks, I do have to remind y'all that every other time we've worked with Iranian state media claims and tried to take them at face value, they always ended up being wrong. They lie about a lot. So I don't really know if this is going to be an actual thing that happens. I think this may be more so the Iranian state media trying to make it look like they could save face for now, because also the government of Iran, if they were going to conduct a nuclear test, just going off the way everyone else has conducted nuclear tests throughout all of history, they're not going to notify the media early that it's about to happen. It's going to happen, and then they'll tell the media that it happened, not that it's about to happen. So I'm still doubting these claims a great deal by the Iranian state media. Nevertheless, we do have more major news coming out of Iran at this moment. What do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we do not have the exact target list that Israel's striking right now. We do have our first video, though, showing the air defenses active in southern Tehran, so it is confirmed. Specifically the southeast part of Tehran is under attack. It's unclear what they're attacking. Once again, as far as we know, it's mainly ammo depots and training centers that are in southeast Tehran, so maybe that's the location of the attack, or maybe there's something there that we're not aware of, but Israel has confirmed they are attacking there, and we do have the video, so let's take a look.
خب حالا دور هم داریم وای آره نگاه کن ما دور هم داریم لذت میبریم خاک پسرم به خدا جدی میگم الان میزنن اینجا ما همه با هم هستیم
آره از این تیرای چیز هم هست قرمزه چیزه
Surprising amount of air defense, actually, in that area.
Yeah, quite a large amount. I mean, it's like an entire air defense battery that's in southern Tehran. I mean, actually a bit, a large amount of Gush guns at least. But it doesn't appear that they were hitting anything, and it also appears that they may be blindly firing. It may be the fact, because notice this, Matthew, that we got the reports of explosions in Tehran, then the air defense opened fire. So it may have just been some sort of like a knee-jerk reaction, like the city got hit, so open fire at something, you know, and they don't even know what they're shooting at. But it is certainly suggesting that there is an ongoing attack in Tehran, the fact that the air defense is opening fire on something. So we are watching that at the moment. We are waiting to see what kind of specific targets are getting hit. And like Matthew said, it does appear that Israel has started attacking targets in Iran again, according to the IDF military radio, but we still do not know the exact confines of the target parameters in Tehran and Isfahan at the moment, although we have been able to hear at least clearly that the power plant in Isfahan has been hit directly by an Israeli attack at the moment. We are still waiting for more developments at this time on this specific instance. But Matthew, do we have anything else to add to this? While I actually was able to find myself a little pack of saltines.
So right now, basically what we're waiting on is we're waiting to get more footage of these attacks that's taking place right now. Once again, we've already said this a couple of times, but I'll repeat it again in case we have new viewers. Right now, we are witnessing an attack on southeastern Tehran right now. We're also expecting Khamenei himself to be targeted at some point during these attacks. It's unclear when it's going to take place, but Israel did threaten that, and so far the conditions have been met for Khamenei to be struck. So wherever he's at, I'm sure Israel is aware of his location and probably trying to get him under wraps right now, so that way they can take care of them. So that's probably what's happening right now. Also, by the way, we are getting unconfirmed reports of other attacks in major Iranian cities at this very moment. We don't have footage of that either at the moment. We're waiting on that footage to come out. And we're basically waiting right now to get the full breadth of the attack that Israel is currently conducting. And right now, Iran is in full defense mode. Iran is not launching attacks on Israel. They are fully focused on AA fire and anti-aircraft fire to try to get these projectiles out of the sky. And right now, it does not appear they're being very successful at that. It looks like they're blindly firing into the sky. And that is pretty much predictable for the type of air defense that they're using. So right now, not much success by Iran and a lot of success being seen by Israel as Iran is coping with their very high losses at the moment.
You know, man, it's really something with all that news going on. One of the few things that I can think about right now is I wish I had some salami to put on these saltines. Sadly, the Iranians lost theirs yesterday. But beyond that, this is quite some major news going on at the moment, and we are waiting to see more video and picture evidence coming out from Isfahan and Tehran at the moment of the attacks that are currently ongoing. Once again, folks, I do want to make it incredibly clear that while we are kind of doing this a little bit lax at the moment, there is a major attack going on the Iranians again by the state of Israel. We're just largely having to wait for the video and picture evidence to come out to be able to show all of y'all what actually is going on. But still, some very significant developments. Major developments.
In the meantime, though, we can grab a few more super chat questions while we're waiting, because there is a bit of a lull right now. Because right now, at this very moment, Israel is attacking, but we need to wait for footage to come out before we start showing that on the air. Because right now, we don't have anything to show except for statements at the very moment right now. So if you want, we can grab some more super chats.
Yes, I concur. And while we are grabbing those super chats, I'm going to try and eat at least one more saltine because I'm actually starving to death. So please proceed, Matthew.
All right, so jumping into our super chat question here, this one goes to Damien Crossi, who just put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Damien, for that 50 euro support, that is, from an Italian, that is. And we do appreciate that very much. He said, from an Italian, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. He said, I will support Ukraine until total victory, and trying to make a rhyme, he said. And that's good enough for me. That's too good enough for me, I must admit. He said, God bless the West and democracy and our way of life. And I agree with you 100%. I say God bless our way of life, and we got to protect it very strongly. And that's why Israel made the right move by attacking Iran, because Iran would love to tear our way of life apart. They've always chanted death to America, death to Israel. They hate the hell out of the West, and they want to destroy us, along with Russia and the other Axis powers that are coagulating these days in that sphere of the world. So I agree with you 100%. Got to protect what we got, or otherwise they're going to roll over us. So Israel did the right thing. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to definitely agree, and I got to thank you so much for the support, Damiano Crossi from Italy. I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because it is an amazing thing to know that folks like you support this channel and support our pro-American and pro-Western views. We are massively in support of that. It's one of the main integral parts of this stream and of our whole channel for the large part, and I thank you greatly for appreciating that and supporting it and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to be here right now getting to cover, once again, major breaking news and significant developments around the world. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, at least the best we can at the moment, and we are going to be moving on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here is going to go to Tragus44, who just put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Tragus, for that support, as all of a sudden there's thunder outside the window, and I thought that was a bomb going off. I was like, what's that? But it's just thunder. But anyways, thank you very much, Tragus.
Bro, when you cover in the Tehran airstrikes and it starts thundering outside, real shit. It's like just like, oh god, man.
I'll tell you what,
man,
get y'all shook.
Man, I really do. But please proceed. Please proceed.
So the $50 super chat from Tragus44, thank you very much, Tragus, for that support. They said, if Iran tests a nuclear weapon tonight, will the USA get involved? And honestly, I will tell you this. My prediction is we would definitely get involved if they did that. Israel's already trying to convince the United States to get involved in a preemptive sense and an offensive sense, I guess you could say, by participating in these strikes on Iran. So far, the USA has not commented on whether or not they would actually do that, but I have a feeling that if Iran went as far as to test the nuke tonight, that would be the trigger that probably sends everything into hell, like in a handbasket. So I have a feeling that would definitely result in that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the United States would most likely get directly involved, considering that the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear capabilities have been destroyed and they would be conducting a nuclear test in the middle of an active conflict. I would say the United States would most likely have to get involved at that point. Otherwise, we could see that the Islamic Republic of Iran begins to try and give out their nuclear materials to their proxy forces to possibly conduct some sort of a terroristic attack against us or our allies, or any other major instances like that could happen. So I would generally say, yes, we will most likely be getting involved in that kind of a scenario. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And also, Matthew, I sent you an idea over text. Let me know what you're thinking. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next super chat here, this one, and also real quick, let me do a check here for the breaking news because I just forgot to do that. Okay, we do have more breaking news. I thought we did. I got an alert on my phone there for a second. I was like, okay, I got something here from a viewer that is indicating something's going on. So let me get a couple of these. Actually, I've got a lot of footage coming in finally. Okay, we got 3 pieces of footage here, Enforcer. So we can go back to back and show the strikes on Tehran. Right now, we are seeing extremely heavy air defense above Tehran. So this is a big one right now. So let's take a look.
It does appear that there is significant ground-air defense fire being directed upwards into the skies above Tehran, which we can continue to see at this moment. And we're going to be moving on into this next clip right here, which also shows this as well. Moving on from that clip, we also have another clip showing the air defense fire.
خب حالا دور هم داریم وای آره نگاه کن ما دور هم داریم لذت میبریم.
It's crazy how nonchalant the Iranians are about this. It seems like they're having a weird reaction to it to me.
It's honestly a little crazy about how everyone in the world is nonchalant about this kind of stuff. Because if this happened in America, dude, you would hear like 90 people screaming right now the whole time. Like it would sound like a horror movie, literally. And it's like everyone else in the world takes this very relaxed. Like the Ukrainians, the Russians, the Iranians, literally anyone. Like even the Japanese, whenever the North Koreans fire a missile over Hokkaido, it's, everyone's just kind of a little chill about the whole thing. It's really bizarre, actually.
ما همه با هم هستیم.
آره از این تیرای چیز هم هست قرمزه چیزه.
That scene in the clip right there is the lightning storm outside of our house also starts to get significantly louder to the point that I can actually hear it at this point. But still, it does appear that we are getting significant air defense fire footage around Tehran, but we have not gotten any footage yet showing the impact sites or the explosions that have occurred inside the city. We're still waiting for those in the moment, but it does appear that at this point we're maybe, at least as far as our video coverage is going, maybe about 10 minutes behind the current attack window. Right now, clearly, there have been hits that have been made inside of Tehran. It's just that we haven't been able to get that footage yet. So right now, we're going through the air defense footage, which is about 10 minutes old at this point. And then here in about 10 minutes, after the explosions actually occurred inside the city, we'll probably start to get all of the clips and footage of the actual attacks that were going on inside the city of Tehran. But it is quite clear that there is an ongoing attack at this moment, and we are trying to cover that as much as we possibly can. So hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more information and news about that, which it sounds like we may have.
So we've got a big update. This is not in Tehran. This is in Natanz. We have a humongous update about the state of the nuclear reactor in the Natanz nuclear facility. Right now, we have an update that apparently the upper structure of the reactor facility in Natanz, keep in mind, this was an active nuclear reactor, by the way, where enriched uranium was produced, has been destroyed. The reactor facility at the top of it, the upper structure, is destroyed. There is no indication of direct damage to the centrifuge hall underground, but there is radioactive contamination inside the facility. So I'm not really sure how to interpret that. That sounds like, I'm not sure if I'm jumping the gun on this or not. It sounds like the reactor could be exposed. I'm not sure if that is actually the case or not, because we are not getting precise wordage on that. But considering there is radioactive contamination in the facility, and they're saying that the upper structure of the reactor has been destroyed, that sounds like an exposed reactor to me, which is almost similar to Chernobyl in a certain degree. So let's get some more clarification on that first, but that sounds very, very bad. But Enforcer, how do you interpret that?
It sounds as though it may be the case there is a significant amount of radiological fallout that, well, not fallout necessarily, but radiological debris that may be scattered around the Natanz facility at this point, because the upper structure of the reactor facility has been destroyed, which is apparently where the enriched uranium was being produced and was most likely being held once completed, means that the bomb, if it actually penetrated the upper level, most likely scattered a lot of that radioactive debris around the area. So there is a great deal of radiological damage in that surrounding area. It's not alpha radiation like someone was trying to say earlier, where it doesn't even go through your skin, because that means that's just literally living. You know, this is quite seriously real legitimate radiation coming from enriched uranium. It does appear that there, at least from what they're saying, there's no direct damage to the centrifuge hall, which actually does mean that they could still send uranium ore through a centrifuge to try and enrich it slightly, but still the radioactive contamination of the facility may knock the entire thing out of service at this point, possibly. So with that in mind, I would generally have to say it may be the case that the reactor is exposed. It's just a little bit hard to tell at this point, but the fact that there is radioactive contamination is certainly showing that the enriched uranium was scattered through the area like pixie dust around the facility, and it pretty much is covering the whole thing at this point, and probably the surrounding areas as well. And I would also assume those giant plumes of billowing smoke from the facility the other day were most likely carrying a decent amount of radioactive debris inside of them as well.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be the case, actually, but we'll have to wait and see exactly who's going to confirm those. We have experts out there who apparently have surveyed the site to some degree, and they have not commented on the fact of how bad this is as a nuclear disaster. So kind of interesting they've chosen to withhold that information. It's kind of telling, in my opinion, that apparently there is something going on there that's a little bit worse than they want the public to know about right now. So this was a major concern, by the way. There were countries sounding the alarm that if Israel did this, there could be some radiological consequences from doing this. Not that I'm saying that Israel is wrong to attack. They had to attack to stop the nuke development. But also we could be looking at a serious radiological event as a result of this, depending on how bad the attack really was, like on the reactor itself.
We also have even more air defense footage in these several clips right here, including a confirmed hit on the city of Alam again. So let me go make sure to put down this on the map, because we want to make sure to follow along the best we can. There's another confirmed hit on Alam. Want to make sure to put these down in their proper locations here, because we're now actually making sure to cover a breaking news segment. So let me make sure to go through and geolocate these properly. This is more air defense over Tehran, so we'll be putting that out here in Tehran. And let me put that right there. Make sure that we get all of these clips, our ducks in a row for the large part, and then we'll show you all the clips. Because I want to make sure that if we are showing this to y'all can still click on the link for the map in the description below and actually get to follow along at your own pace, or pretty much bounce around the map however you want. So air defense over Tehran once again. So we have 2 additional clips of air defense over Tehran, and 1 clip showing some sort of an impact or an explosion at the city of Alam. So we're going to start at Alam, considering that's the first clip we have in order, and then make our way into Tehran here in a moment. We see another major fire from another significant explosion. We can also move into our next clip, seeing the air defense fire over Tehran. And we're going to be rewinding that to show you all that a little bit more.
That appears just to be indiscriminate, basically. They're just firing into the sky hoping to hit something.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said before we actually got the clips, man. I was like, you know, most air defense radars have been knocked out, and these are all pretty much hand-guided, so they're firing at nothing. And it looks like they're firing at exactly nothing, like we were saying. So that
also, by the way, Also, by the way, we're hearing some reports from witnesses on the ground inside of Tehran because, once again, that footage we're seeing here is the air defense from Tehran trying to shoot down the incoming Israeli projectiles. We're being told that there is a red blaze, a very large red blaze, being spotted in the sky of Tehran. It's unclear what part of the city it's coming from, but correspondents are on the ground in Tehran saying that they're all seeing simultaneously a large red blaze coming from something. It's not clear what it is.
Interesting. And we're going to continue with this clip right here in the meantime. Once again, blind air defense fire from what it appears. That's the end of those clips, but still showing us the ongoing air defense fire over Tehran, along with the air defense, the air defense failure that apparently happened in Alam as the target was hit and destroyed within that area just moments ago. We are still waiting at this moment for more breaking news to come out. We are trying to make sure that we can follow along as best we can, folks, but once again, this is all coming out live. At this moment, we do know that there's an ongoing Israeli airstrike against Tehran, Isfahan, and Elam. We have been able to hear of explosions in all three areas, and we have video confirmation of the explosion in Elam at the moment, so we are still waiting for additional information. And there's also a giant red orb of judgment floating over the city of Tehran at the moment, and nobody really knows what the thing is, but it's apparently a large, glowing red orb. So we'll be waiting to find out what that thing is. So with that, we are still waiting for additional information. But Matthew, I gotta say that this is one hell of a crazy news day at the moment. We got on air just in time to really cover the Israeli counterattack for the large part.
Basically so, yeah. It was good timing, actually. I hate the video. Like, I will say I am disappointed my video got flatlined as a result of the stream, but it's okay, though. It was more important to go live to cover it live than necessarily have a high-end video today. But if y'all do want to watch the short war video, like go back and see what happened earlier in the day that we haven't covered here on the stream, be sure to go watch that after the stream's over, because we'll probably be ending sometime in the next few hours when the attacks are over. Be sure to go take a look at that, because that video, that poor thing, it's flatlined. I hate to see it. It was a lot of effort too, so I really hate to see that. But yeah, we came on at the right time though, like perfect timing on those, because right now we literally call it the tail end of Iran's attack, and we call it the beginning of the Israel counterattack too.
It's just a wild thing. And what's even wilder is that 160,000 people have already watched the stream so far in just 2 hours. I got to thank you all for being here again. On such short notice, we usually run these streams on a daily 24-hour cycle, but considering how rapidly this is evolving inside the Middle East, we had to make sure to get on here and start covering it as soon as we possibly could again. Also, like Matthew was trying to quietly say right there, it's a shame that the video didn't do good. If y'all do want to try and make the video do good, it was put out today on the channel. Y'all can go watch it. It was a good video, and there was a lot of effort put into editing it. I saw Matthew editing it this morning, and I was like, oh, look at that. And I was actually going to try and get out for the day and actually enjoy a little bit of my life, touch grass and stuff. And then Matthew's like, oh, well, something big might be happening here. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go sit back there then and just wait for something big to happen. And as soon as I sat down, it happened. So then we had to go live. So none of us really had time to do anything, which is a great misfortune. We didn't even have time to get food to eat. And I didn't even have time to drink coffee, actually. So I'm just, out here doing this at my normal kind of pace and speed, which is a wonderful thing. But beyond that, if you'll want to watch the video, please make sure to. It has a lot of additional details and information on it that we do not have here on the stream at the moment. But we are still hearing about the red orb of judgment over Tehran. We still don't know what the thing is. Nobody's had any additional updates so far, and we're still waiting for additional news on that. Beyond that, air defense fire is still occurring over the city of Tehran, and it does appear that the Israelis are still attacking it in full force.
We got a really high definition video, some more air defense fire over Tehran right now. It looks like it's filmed on a nice brand new iPhone, and perhaps of sorts. But take a look at that one. It's really high resolution.
Oh, dang. And we actually have that clip filmed on iPhone. Here's the clip. Yeah, it actually does appear that they're firing blindly. It doesn't appear that anyone actually has a specific target, which is suggesting that they're getting no air defense or radar information to be able to guide their ground fire more accurately.
Also, by the way, we just got reports coming out right now that the whole a pack of Israeli jets are in Iraqi airspace right this second, and they're heading towards Iran for a continuation of the strike. So dozens of Israeli jets are on the way. They're literally firing up their afterburners full speed, and they're heading toward Iran right now in full force. So Iran's about to be getting it even worse in just a minute when they arrive in the Iranian airspace. It's about to be also more hell raining down on Iran. So it's about to escalate even more here in the next 10, 20 minutes.
So it sounds as though we are going to be watching massive fire and fury, the likes of which has never been seen in the region. No joke, at least tonight. So let's see here. Let me make sure to put down this air defense fire. This is actually some very clear, high-definition air defense fire. So let me make sure to put this down. And air defense fire.
No way. No way. Also, more breaking news right now. So remember, Iran has their Phantom fleet, the F-4E, the RF-4E as well, the Phantom fighter jets. They're like historic. These things are. They're notorious. These things are. They love to take these up and show them off in Iran. They've been neutralized as of today. Apparently, they destroyed Iran's 3rd tactical air base near Hamadan, destroying the majority of the F-4E Phantom fighter jets stationed there, effectively eliminating this critical aerial asset that was a humongous like pride and joy for the Iranians. These old nasty jets, they are now destroyed according to reports. So they are gone. You'll no longer hear about the Phantoms ever again unless they somehow get their hands on them, because apparently they are gone.
Man, that's a shame. That was like the Vietnam era is still alive. Oh, well, guess they got blown up. We'll go down and put a marker on that in Hamadan. Apparently there's not a lot of ham to go around in the F4 units anymore. Looks like they got rid of all of them. So F4 is destroyed. Pretty much all of them from what we can hear. So that's very sad, isn't that, folks? It's like a flying museum out there in Iran, and they just blew up some of them. So isn't
that crazy? That was like some of their like top fighter jets I think they have in Iran, and they're gone now. Like they can't use them. They're finished. They're kaput. They're on the runway, blown up.
No. You forgot, Matthew, that Iran's abilities are far greater than your simple, feeble Western mind.
Don't tell me about
understand.
that Tomcat.
Oh, damn it, dude. I was going to do like a whole build-up to get to the F-14s.
I knew you were about to
bring
that damn Tomcat.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's technically their best aircraft at the moment, but these are like their best in most numerous aircraft, at least for the numerity, if that's a good way to put it, of their Air Force. These were some of the best, but pretty much all of them just got destroyed, so we're most likely never going to hear about them again. Also, man, it's kind of a little funny. That means all they have left are the F-14s and the MiG-29s. And these are kind of like the only technically multi-role aircraft they actually had.
Yeah, it's crazy. I knew you were about to bring up that Tomcat, though, as I was thinking while I was saying that. I was like, okay, these were the plentiful, like F4s right here. They had a decent number of these. When I say decent number, still not very large, but they have the Tomcat sitting around somewhere. Old Tom and Jerry Tomcat coming out occasionally from time to time, and they think that's really high tech. Like, oh my God, the Tomcat. They've got this thing. They bring this thing out on like anniversaries and stuff like that. This is a big deal,
dude. This is their equivalent of whipping out the fine China is whipping out an F-14.
Yeah.
Like that's actually like the truth. So we think that these are probably going to be targeted and destroyed at some point because these are the most significant kind. Technically, it is a multi-role, but not really in the modern sense. It's more so of just an air superiority fighter, purebred. But we think that these will probably be targeted and destroyed. These are mostly based, actually, funnily enough, where the explosions have already been reported at Isfahan. So it is possible that they did target the Isfahan Shahid Beheshti International Airport, where you can actually see these F-14s sitting out right outside of their hangars. And these hangars are not hardened shelters, by the way. They are soft shelters. So you actually can obliterate these and wipe them out. So we might hear about that a little bit later. But we did hear that the Raisi power plant in Isfahan has been hit. And apparently all of the F4 Phantoms of Iran have also been destroyed. But it sounds like from Matthew's ooh and an on, we've got even bigger news coming out right now. So what do we got, Matthew?
So right now, we are getting even more reports of a large red glow observed in the capital city of Tehran in Iran. Nobody is sure what this is. The AFP is reporting it. We're seeing other reporters saying that they're spotting it as well. Something is on fire, and it's also having a strange glow coming off of it. Nobody's really sure what it is. We're going to call it the Orb of Judgment for the moment because we're not sure what this is, but it's something to keep an eye on. Something has been hit, I believe, in southeastern Iran, the part of the city where we said there wasn't anything significant. Something is burning really, really badly. So maybe there was something there that we were not aware of, but the Israelis knew about. We'll have to wait and see. Also, by the way, we are getting reports that Iran themselves are reporting that this latest wave of attacks is the most violent since the attacks began in Iran. So clearly, a major escalation by Israel during this recent wave of attacks. They're ramping up the pressure a lot. And the fighter jets, the dozens that are on the way to Iran, have not even arrived yet. So that shows you how bad this is already getting for Iran. It's really getting much worse. Also, by the way, we are getting more reports of more blasts at the power plant in Isfahan, Iran, which I believe is the Raisi power plant, I believe.
Yes.
We're hearing more reports there in Isfahan that apparently it's getting struck yet again. So that power plant is getting hammered right now.
Man, hey, look, it's kind of ironic. They got a place called the Fire Temple of Isfahan here. That's kind of funny because I think the city's on fire right now from all these airstrikes. So that's pretty on par. Well, I was trying to find the Raisi power plant actually while zooming in on that. Unfortunately, it's really hard to find these because we found the refinery really easy, which is right out here. Wait a minute. This is the power plant. Actually, it's directly attached to the refinery. It's right here. This is the Isfahan Combined Cycle Power Plant, which is what we're assuming is the Raisi power plant for the moment. So that appears to have been targeted and hit. Possibly the refinery may also be targeted and hit as well because it's also a greater part of the energy infrastructure of Iran. So it does appear that they are going to be getting it pretty good in Isfahan at the moment. And it also appears that the Orb of Judgment is continuing to hover heavy over Tehran. We don't know what the Orb of Judgment is yet, but it's some sort of a large red glowing orb that is floating over the city, stationary in one spot, most likely from a fire on the ground below. It is possible, given the situation, that this could be some sort of a radiological fire that we were hearing of at the moment. If you know what I mean, Matthew, it could be something like, what is it, Chernikov radiation? Something like that it could cause some sort of an illusion of that sort.
Cherenkov radiation? I don't know the exact name. I know what you're talking about, though. It's that effect when the radiation has like a actual visible glow to it.
It could be. I'm not entirely sure on that, but once again, it is some sort of a major red glow. And it's not necessarily a beacon, say, from the ground. It is more so of a large glowing orb in the sky above something. So we do not know at the moment. And also someone said it's a flare. No, that's ignorant. Flares are white because white light, it transmits over the largest area easiest. Red light is not something that you use for a large illumination flare or a star shell. Like a red star shell would be absolutely asinine because red is one of the colors that has the one of the worst wavelengths for that light to travel long distance. So that would be ridiculous to say that it's some sort of an illumination flare. If it was an illumination flare, it would be white because the Iranians have fired off illumination flares before. And they were white, they were never red, and red would be the most inefficient color to use. So with that, we'll be waiting to see what is coming out of this in the moment.
So research this. We're getting reports of explosions being heard specifically in one area of Tehran called Lavazan, or yeah, I think it's Lavazan is the word. Search it in Google here. Let's see exactly what part of the city that is and what that is in Tehran. Let's see.
Oh, it's once again the posh, uppity neighborhoods right near to the top brass, right here.
I thought maybe it would be. So this could be maybe possible early evidence that maybe they're trying to go after maybe Khomeini's home again, or maybe trying to target Khomeini in some way or another. Not a bad looking area.
Yeah, it's actually really
nice.
pretty, actually.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. This is the high-end area, apparently, of Tehran that's being targeted right now. Several explosions have been confirmed on the ground in this precise area. It's not sure what has been hit just yet. We haven't gotten video evidence of it, but apparently there are explosions definitely here.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually a very nice area. I'm actually wildly shocked by that. Honestly, man, it looks a lot like Denver, Colorado, really, with like, the Rocky Mountains around it and everything. It looks very similar to that. But from what we're able to understand, this is incredibly close to the area of Shiraki Mahalati that was hit last night. And so it's highly likely that this could once again be precision assassination attempts on top brass of the Iranian military and the Iranian government. Possibly Khamenei himself. We'll have to wait and see if we hear that Khamenei is no Mimi anymore. We'll have to wait and find out. But nevertheless, we are hearing of those airstrikes at the moment, and we are waiting to see if there's any additional information that'll be coming out here in the near future about the exact targets that have been hit and the damage that's been caused inside of Lavazan, which is a well-to-do neighborhood inside of the area of northeastern Tehran again. Also, what is around this area of northeastern Tehran? They have Nasser ice cream. Actually,
That looks pretty good.
Yeah, actually looks pretty decent, and especially considering how hungry I am, anything's looking great right now. Really.
Also, by the way, we've gotten some new footage here. We're seeing a large explosion and fire being reported in the western Iranian city of Ilam as Israel ramps up the airstrikes. It appears to be a large glowing mass off in the distance. Something's clearly been struck and it's on fire right now.
And we can see that right here as well. We did have footage of this thing that's on fire earlier, and we already have marked that on the map. We're seeing it again, which is showing that apparently the fire is burning voraciously. The last time we covered this was about 20 minutes ago, and it does appear that the fire is still burning at this moment. It may be something like an air defense system that has been hit, considering how long the fire is lasting. It appears that there's some sort of fuel to keep it going up there. So it appears that it may be some kind of air defense that has been hit and destroyed at Ilam. I could see some people continuously talking about the orb of judgment that's currently over Tehran at the moment. Once again, folks, we don't know what in the world the orb of judgment is. Everyone's saying it's there and it's over the city, but we don't know what the thing is made up of or what it's doing, or anything about it for that matter, rather than it's existing, floating over the city. So we're waiting to find out what the orb of judgment is and what it's actually made up of at the moment. So just hang tight, everyone. We will eventually have information that will tell us what that thing really is. But it does appear that at the moment we have some more breaking news that has come out. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so right now we are hearing the first reports of a new attack on Israel. This time it is a drone incursion, and the alerts are going off in the city of Eilat in Israel, and it appears to be in southern Israel, that is, and it appears to be a very concentrated area right in the middle of the city of Eilat. It's right on the border with Egypt, it looks like, and it's apparently drone incursions from some unknown location. So I presume this could be maybe a proxy attack of some sort. That's what I believe this could be. And right now, we don't have any picture evidence on this one. This is super early right now. But I would assume this is proxy attacks beginning on southern Israel right now at this moment.
And of course, we do not have video or picture evidence of this yet. The reports are going to be assumed to be accurate, though. One second, folks. Okay, hold up. I'm not sure if I'm going to sneeze or not. Sorry, everyone. But right now, we do not have picture or video evidence of the drone attack at Eilat, and we also do not have picture or video evidence of the orb of judgment over Tehran right now. So we're waiting to see video and picture evidence coming out of both. And we're assuming that video and picture evidence will be coming out of the orb of judgment here very soon, considering that it's being reported by journalists inside of Tehran, along with eyewitness citizens on the ground of Iran who are also reporting the orb of judgment's existence. So we were waiting for any kind of type of video or picture evidence of the orb. But at the moment, we're also hearing that apparently the Iranians sneakily launched their own drone attack again. Oddly enough, it's coming up through Eilat. So we do not know what kind of flight path these took. Oddly enough, it didn't fly over Iraq and then over Jordan and into Israel. It actually apparently flew over Iraq through Saudi Arabia and then all the way down almost into the Red Sea and then back up towards Israel. So we don't really know what's going on with that at the moment. We're waiting to see what that is. And I see loads of people are consumed with the idea of this orb of judgment thing. What the hell's the orb of judgment? The orb of judgment, to explain this to all of y'all who are joining us on stream right now, and a big welcome to all of y'all. Currently, while there's an airstrike going on by the Israelis on Tehran, there's been reports from both very credible journalists and citizens of the city of Tehran on the ground that there is some sort of a large glowing red orb that is currently floating over the city at this moment. It's pretty much caught everyone's attention down there. We haven't gotten picture or video evidence of it yet, but we've decided to go with calling the thing the orb of judgment, because there really is no other better name that we can come up for it, and we really don't know what it is or why it's up there at the moment. So if you're in here right now, or you just got in here and you're wondering what the hell is this orb of judgment thing they're talking about, that's generally what we have at the moment. But Matthew, I understand that we have major breaking news that has just broke out right now.
All right, so we have extremely massive news right now. Originally, we reported that there were about a dozen or more Israeli fighter jets about to show up in Iranian airspace. The number is much, much larger than that. Apparently, Al Haddad is reporting that at least 40 Israeli fighter jets just entered Iraqi airspace heading toward Iran, and they will be there very shortly. So it's apparently a lot more than was previously reported is showing up in Iranian airspace, according to the reports. They are currently on the way to Iran. This will be the largest group of Israeli fighter jets that have showed up in Iranian airspace so far, and we are being told that this is going to be one of the largest attacks that have ever been conducted on Iran, and it could be a decapitating strike, according to some reporters that are reporting on it right now. So a very, very large number of Israeli jets on the way, a massive deployment indeed. So that's happening right now at this very moment.
And at this moment, we are waiting to hear when these Israeli aircraft begin their strikes. At the moment, they're all inside of northern Iraq, and they're heading towards the area of Iran. We believe that they'll most likely be conducting their usual attack vector, staging their attacks around the area of Erbil, launching their air-launched missiles into Iran, and then allowing them to reach their targets. These missiles have considerable range and have been seen to be able to hit targets as far out east as the Natanz nuclear facility, as well as Isfahan, the city. So this does appear to be another major significant attack that is happening at this very moment right now. As a matter of fact, I believe that it would be prudent for us to type up in our title, to change the title actually of our stream, of Iran fires missiles at Israel and Israel counterattacks, because that's actually what's going on right now live at the moment. So let me go and put that up into our title so that we
also while you're reporting on that, by the way, on changing the title, we're also hearing more reports about the air defense activity inside of Tehran, the capital city of Iran. There is confirmation from reporters that apparently there appears to be no organization whatsoever to the air defense activity. It appears to be they're just randomly firing into the sky. So we're hearing that from observers on the ground as well. It appears to be they're not hitting much of anything, and it appears to be mass panic amongst the air defense forces in Tehran as this massive attack is currently underway. So they're clearly not equipped to handle it, and we're seeing that right now. Also, by the way, we do have an update about the attack on Israel in the city of Eilat right now, or Eilat, that is, excuse me. Apparently, we're seeing right now that they're not sure if it's a drone attack or a hostile aircraft incursion in Eilat right now. The details are under review, but they are sounding the alarms once again in Eilat as this incursion is taking place. So right now, a mass attack on Iran and a minor, very concentrated attack on Israel by some unknown force. That's the current situation.
And so at the moment, we are still seeing and hearing that an ongoing minor drone attack or air incursion has occurred over the small port town of Eilat, largely a leisure port. There isn't a large amount of commercial activity that's conducted here in this port. And if we see on satellite footage, once again, the aggregate port, which is right down here, is incredibly small, not really a large industry. So we're not exactly sure what the air incursion is down here and what it is aiming to conduct. And it's also incredibly close to the Jordanian port of Aqaba, which is literally just next door to the east. Nevertheless, we are also hearing that there is a significant air attack going on in Tehran, and much like expected, considering the lack of radar air defense systems around the city of Tehran, it appears that the air defense does not have any coordinated fire control information and are beginning to fire wildly into the sky. Many people would say that that's not a tactic, and that's largely just disorganized chaos. It largely is, but by most air defense standards of decades prior, this usually would be considered a volume of fire air defense approach, meaning the more rounds in the sky, the higher the chance that something is going to be hit. Although they don't have specific identifying information about the actual targets they're supposed to be shooting at, which gives us the general impression or the idea that the Air Defense Command of Tehran is greatly disorganized, has absolutely no information to work with, and does not have a properly coordinated or integrated air defense network, meaning that most strikes that are going to attempt to hit Tehran are going to be incredibly successful. The interception rates will practically be non-existent or incredibly low, most likely a 2 to 3% interception chance. So most everything that's going to be hitting Tehran is going to be slamming right into their targets. We're waiting to hear at this moment even further developments right now on what's going on the side of Tehran. The air incursion in Eilat is a small issue, but it doesn't appear that it's going to be a massive one. We can see, however, more air defense fire still being directed upwards into the skies over Tehran, which we can see in these clips right here. Once again, largely disorganized, sporadic air defense fire without any real triangulation information being provided to the batteries below. It still seems as though the Iranians are trying to give it the run run for the money, but I think they're starting to lose a little bit of the cash, and I think they're about to lose the whole charcuterie board once these missiles start landing in Tehran. They lost salami last night. What else could they lose? Pepperoni? Bologna? We have no clue. We're about to find out here very soon. They may even lose command.
They're about to lose a lot more, I believe. Right now, we're also getting more confirmation. This is the attack that's ongoing in Tehran right now. The Lavazan neighborhood, the upscale neighborhood where apparently elites of Tehran and Iran live, is still under aerial attack. We're hearing about multiple Israeli airstrikes striking multiple targets in Lavazan, the upscale neighborhood. And this has been an ongoing attack. So whatever they're hitting here, they're hitting a lot of different targets in this spot. So a very concentrated amount of air defense and also strikes happening in this area by Israel. So Lavazan under mass attack. Also, by the way, Enforcer, we do have some more footage coming out of the original Iranian counter-response to the Israeli attack on Iran. We see video evidence here of apparently 2 exo-atmospheric interceptions over Tel Aviv carried out by the Arrow 3 system, just for the audience's viewing leisure, I guess you could say. Just some footage from that event.
And we'll take a gander at this while we're still waiting for the information of what's going on during the Tehran attacks. We haven't gotten any video or picture evidence yet. It has happened. It's happening right now. It's just that we don't have any video or picture evidence yet to show y'all. But here's the clip of the exo-atmospheric interceptions that were being conducted by the Arrow 3 over Tel Aviv.
Look at that. That's always incredible to see that. Those exo-atmospheric interceptions are like modern Marvel miracles to me. Like, for some reason, it's just the whole event is crazy.
It is a wildly impressive thing, honestly. And there's the Tel Aviv city below, right under the exo-atmospheric interception. But let's watch that one more time, because it's actually a wildly interesting thing to watch. Oh, and the video wants to buffer now. Oh, come on. Don't do that to us. Let me refresh. Well, yeah, let me refresh the page. I'm sure it'll still be there. There we are. So right there, there's the exo-atmospheric interception. That's just wild to look at.
It really is incredible, really. You won't see Iran doing those type of interceptions.
Nah, they do that, oh my god, and then they fire everything, interception, and then they don't hit anything anyways. They're very good at those kinds of air defense actions. But it doesn't
also, by the way, real quick, I do have an update on the minor concentrated attack on Israel by some unknown force. We're learning that apparently, most likely, it was suspected Houthi drones that showed up. The alert is now officially over, according to the Home Front Command, and they're saying that the threat is now officially over. It's eliminated. So the drones were either shot down or they did not make it to the target, one or the other, but the situation is under control. So Israel's attack situation is currently null. There are no attacks going on in Israel at the moment that we're aware of, and it's back to status quo. But that is not the situation for Iran. Right now, Iran is under siege pretty much everywhere, and still is.
Also, by the way, while we were getting that update on the Elad situation, someone said, what is an exo-atmospheric interception? An exo-atmospheric interception is an interception of a missile while it is in space. So it's outside of the Earth's atmosphere. That's why the explosions, once they hit their target, look so odd, is because they're not really... The explosion isn't actually happening within the atmosphere or gravity, really, of the Earth, for that matter, either. It's literally happening in space. So that's what the most interesting thing is about the exo-atmospheric interceptions, is to be able to conduct those. You're literally firing a rocket large enough that it can actually travel into space and shoot down an incoming missile while it's still in space. It's something that only has been possible over the past decade and a half or so, militarily. But anyways... With that, I see everyone still talking about the orb of judgment that's over Tehran. Everyone's just, it's actually a huge fascination by many because it's got a great deal of mystery around it, and orbs floating over cities is something that usually captures a lot of public attention. We still don't know what the thing is, actually. I hate to tell y'all that. We just don't know. We've been trying to see if anyone would put out any picture or video evidence of this thing. No one has so far. So we don't know if they're looking at it and they're turning to stone. I'm being very sarcastic in saying that. It's just that no one's taking a picture of the thing. So we're still waiting for that to come out. But still, what an interesting occurrence. I mean, like, I don't really know what to make. Like, the Port of Elit's incursion, that was a small one. That was an easy said and done kind of a thing. But the orb floating over Tehran, that's a whole other thing. Like, you know, it's like, what is it? What is it doing there? Are we eventually going to get picture and video evidence of it? I don't know. But we hopefully will soon, because we're still hearing that the attack on Tabriz, well, not Tabriz, sorry, it's actually the neighborhood of Lavazan, is still underway at the moment by the Israelis, targeting and attempting to kill top Iranian officials, but we have not heard of anything else at the moment happening inside of Tehran. So we're still waiting for video and picture evidence of that, and we'll be waiting to see what the orb's doing. We do know that apparently the Iranians have not been able to tame their orb, because we actually have one, and we put it in Las Vegas as punishment, and it's somewhere. Where in the world is it, Matthew? It's somewhere around here.
Yeah, it's somewhere around the city, I think. Also, by the way, let's see here. I'm getting some more information here. I was a little distracted here for a second. We're getting some information here that apparently, even though Eilat, the area in southern Israel that was apparently under a drone alert momentarily, and it was canceled, there's brand new alerts that just showed up. Apparently, drone alerts are sounding along the entire or most of the Israel-Jordan border. It looks like it's literally exactly on the border along the entire thing. So that's what we're seeing right now. There's sirens going off pretty much along a huge stretch of Israel right now. Once again, not really sure where these drones are coming from and how soon they'll be there. But Israel is once again under a drone alert and a drone siren sounding right now, and that is currently underway at the moment.
This is certainly the Houthis then, because if it's coming through southern Israel like that, that is the same attack path that the Houthis would take, firing ballistic missiles. So these are most likely drones that were fired by the Houthis and have taken their time to fly all the way pretty much down the Red Sea, and now they've veered back up into Saudi Arabia and are flying into Israel at this moment. So that's probably what our air alerts are coming from at this time, and we'll most likely see air defense action following soon after by the southern Israeli air defense systems trying to shoot down these incoming Houthi drones. So now the Houthis are getting directly involved as well in this conflict against Israel.
Yes, very interesting. I was expecting that to happen at some point because the proxies are obviously huge proponents of Iran. They're literally funded by Iran. So they were going to get involved at some point. So now we're seeing clearly some forces firing the drones, most likely the Houthis in Yemen. But I'm sure the other ones will get involved at some point. It is kind of interesting, though, that so far it's just been Iran responding up to this point. And the proxies have generally been somewhat a little bit disorganized or not really coordinated at all, which is kind of fascinating considering that Iran does exercise such large control over those forces.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting. It seems as though they actually held back for a little bit, or they were told to hold back for a little bit. We're not really sure which. But still, it does appear that Israel strikes on Iran did cause radioactive contamination, according to the IAEA chief, according to Newsweek. So it does appear that we are able to confirm that once again severe radiological contamination did occur at most of the sites where those enrichment plants and research reactors were targeted and destroyed. So it appears that the Iranians' nuclearization dreams may have died off over the course of the night. It also appears that at this moment, we've also been able to get a little bit of downtime, at least in the midst of this attack, funnily enough. So we're going to be trying to use that downtime to the best of our abilities, and make sure to get a chit-chat with a couple of y'all in the meantime before we get our next clips of video and picture evidence. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So while we're waiting for more information to come out about the current attacks, we are going to jump right back into our super chats momentarily. And this one goes to Traveling Tramps, who put in a very generous $111 support to the channel to help to keep it running. And thank you very much, Traveling Tramps, for that support. And he said, "Phantoms and Tomcats obsolete? I was in the service when they were cutting edge, but what the heck? And I'm obsolete too. And did you ever see the movie about the USS Nimitz going back in time to intercept the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, The Final Countdown?"
And I actually did see that movie before. I saw both that one and Tora Tora Tora, which was the original movie about the attack on Pearl Harbor, around the same time. And they were both pretty interesting movies, pretty decent actually. But as far as the Phantoms and Tomcats being obsolete, they are definitely obsolete in the modern age, no doubt about it. They just can't really stand up to modern aircraft at all. Technologically, they're too far behind. They just cannot equip or carry the same kind of missiles. Their computer systems are far behind. Hell, even their airframes are really far behind the times at this point as well. But I generally have to say that you're not obsolete, traveling tramps. That's ridiculous. People will never go obsolete. Technology does. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope I was able to address your question incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you as well for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next support goes to Patrol, who threw in a very generous $100 donation. And thank you very much, Patrol, as well, for that support and also helping to keep the channel running through that support. And he said, Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukraini. And thank you so much massively for the support, Patrol, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to be here for this long, and we wouldn't be able to keep running the news on everything going on around the world, including the war in Ukraine, which has sadly taken a sideline here over the past 2 days because of the major events going on in the Middle East. But once all this starts dying down, or if Ukraine does something crazy, you know, like they blow up the whole Russian government, then we'll be going right back up there, and then we'll be covering what's happening up in that area of the world. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is a massive $200 donation that was
Holy
just thrown in from
smokes.
Trism666. And huge thanks to you, Trism, for I think, one of the largest super chats of the night. And we do appreciate that extremely very much. And Trism said, thank you for everything you do and keep up the good work, and LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And a huge thanks to you so much for that massive support, Trism666, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying everything we do and helping us to keep doing it with your support. We try our best to make sure that we are here covering the news with the most factual coverage and the most well-researched coverage that we can. And I hope that we are able to do that tonight. We've been trying our best to make sure that we're covering the news as it's coming out and about. And I think that we've done a pretty okay job with it. I can say this, though, Trism666, as far as our workload has gone, I think, and I think Matthew will agree with me, that this probably is going to be the stream of the day, because we have to like eat, and also we have to make sure that we're not just running ourselves ragged into the ground at this point, trying to do all of this, because it is quite a lot. And also is it also is a little bit strenuous, because quite literally after we got done running the show last night, I kind of sat around and just kept paying attention to it until 4:30 in the morning, which was about 2 hours after our stream ended in our time. I went to bed, woke up, and as soon as I woke up, I came down here, sat down, and then this started, and then we had to go live again. So we want to make sure that we have a little bit of time to go do things like get some food and eat. But beyond that, we are absolutely dedicated to making sure that we can get y'all the news that is coming out of the world every single day. And I got to thank you massively for that huge support and helping us to be able to cover all of these breaking news segments whenever they're happening. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here goes to Andrew B., who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that $50 support, and we also appreciate that very much. And Andrew said, has a new deli been appointed already?
We haven't heard of a new deli being appointed. We've actually heard that apparently Khamenei had a gathering of the charcuterie board last night, including salami, bologna, and pastrami, and they had a little talk about what's going on in Iran and how badly it's turning out for him. But a pretty good joke, by the way, Andrew. I really appreciate that. But we have not heard of any other people who have names close to some sort of deli meat or sausages being killed yet. Much to our great misfortune, because there could be many more jokes made about such a thing. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Learn to Code, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Learn to Code, as well, for that support. And they said, here's the final version with that line included, still within 250 characters, late message, but thanks for covering the Santa Monica wildfires a while back. And I was the guy mapping the fires into smoke plumes, and the Copernicus Hub has free 10M satellite data, FYI.
And a huge thanks to you so much for the support. And thank you so much for being one of those people who were with us when we were covering the Los Angeles wildfires. A lot of people have asked us all kinds of questions tonight about our news coverage. A lot of people who are new to the channel and asking us what we have covered in the past. And we've covered a great deal. We've covered pretty much every single event in the Middle East since the October 7th, the massacre in 2023. We covered the ongoing tensions between Pakistan and India. We covered the ongoing small skirmishes that were happening between North and South South Korea for a while. We've covered practically every single development about Taiwan that we could cover. We've covered pretty much every single day without end on the Ukraine war. And we've also covered major developments that have happened within the United States as well, including the LA wildfires, which happened a while ago. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I really appreciating our coverage of all of this stuff, Learn to Code, because it is an absolute honor to know that we get to tell so many people. Like right now on this stream alone, we've been able to tell about 200,000 people about what's going on right now with the Iran-Israel attacks, which is just a high honor and something that we're greatly appreciative to know that we get to do. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So also, by the way, we do have some more information coming out right now, some more breaking news right this moment. So we're hearing that the Syrians are also reporting a very large departure of Israeli aircraft heading towards Iran right now. Some say it's bigger, louder, and also something else, very interesting descriptor there about anything they've seen last night. Sort of interesting wording on that, sort of like odd phrasing. But also, by the way, we're also hearing, say what?
Kind of sus, not going to lie.
Yeah, a little bit sauce with the wording on that one. Bigger, louder, and longer, as they say in the post. But the end result is the Syrians are reporting a very large departure of Israel aircraft heading toward Iran. Also, by the way, we're now getting a new allegation from the IRGC, the Iranian military. The commander of the IRGC is saying that the U.S. tried to deceive Iran through negotiations, and they were simply peddling them along so that way they could launch this attack. So that is the new line coming out of apparently Iran about what they felt about negotiations. So that is the current news at the moment.
You know, it's so funny that they're saying that because it's like if they had just agreed with the United States, which honestly was doing them a favor even talking to them, we shouldn't have talked to them at all. If they had just agreed to the United States that they weren't going to enrich uranium to a weapons grade, none of this would have happened to them. It's kind of like they brought this upon themselves, you know, playing games with the United States negotiators to the point that they got Israel to crash out and bomb them last night. So, you know, kind of seems to me like they brought it upon themselves no matter which way you look at it or which way you try to split the hair at this point. But still, an interesting news development, to be sure, and quite a welcome one indeed. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And, you know, we're still hearing about Israeli aircraft making their way towards northern Iraq at the moment to be able to conduct their next strikes. And also, I see apparently some people are actually saying that there is the orb is actually visible now. There's some video out there of the orb. And Matthew, do you think we could find the orb of judgment really quickly to see if we can show that on stream?
Yeah, let's see if I can spot it here. I think people are maybe referring to the fire in Ilam, I believe. Also, Yaftabad, Iran, is showing a pretty large orange plume of smoke and also a glow in the distance as well that I just reposted. I'm not seeing the orb video from Tehran. I'm not seeing that at the moment. So if it's out there, it hasn't come across my sources yet, and I'll have to wait.
And here's the fire in Yaftabad, by the way.
یافت زدن
They say that they're going to be changing the name of Yaftabad to This Is Bad after this explosion happened in the city. So we're going to go and make sure to mark that one on the map. Yaftabad. It's kind of like NAFTA. Like, you know, kind of like Yafta, NAFTA. Oh, so this is inside of Iran. Oh, it's Tehran, actually, right? Wow, what is this, actually? So let's see. This is right here. It's this place. What is this?
A lot of gold in it.
Dude, a lot of gold. It's almost like a president of the United States has been here. This is crazy. Let's go put this down, though, because there is a fire apparently in Tehran now. So there is a recorded impact in this area of the city. So let me go and put that down right here. There it is, Yaftabad. We'll put down visible strike. This is the first visible strike we've got from the city of Tehran, mind you all, just to let you all know. So we're going to put that down right there. We're going to put that little fire symbol on it so that we all know that that's an explosion on the ground. And that is actually our first reported hit, funnily enough, that we actually have a video of, at least at the moment. So hopefully we'll be getting more here in a moment from the rest of the city. So with that, do we have anything else, Matthew?
Yes, we do have something else. Right now, we are getting official word for the first time since this new attack has started that Iranian air defense batteries are firing continuously in Tehran's Pasteur neighborhood where the Supreme Leader Khomeini lives. That's where his home is located, in that Pasteur neighborhood of Tehran. And the president's compounds are also located there as well, according to the residents. So right now, massive attempts by air defense batteries to ward off what appears to be Israeli strikes on the neighborhood where the Supreme Leader Khomeini lives. So it appears to be they are going for the head of the snake at the moment. And that is apparently what the Israelis are up to. They're trying to get Khamenei right now in his neighborhood. It's not clear if Khamenei is currently at this location. It's probably not, if I had to take a guess at it, but that is where they're striking right now, right in the presidential compounds.
And let's see, we're going to make sure to put that down right there, that they're trying to kill Khamenei. And we'll put a rifleman on that to show that there's air defense fire in that area right now. So right now it appears that they're going for Khamenei. They're going to try and get him tonight. So maybe they will. So we're going to be waiting to see what exactly is going to be happening inside of Tehran at the moment. We still don't have any word on the orbit judgment. So just want to keep you all updated on that. I know a lot of people are actually very concerned and interested on that orb, and we still don't have anything on it yet. So still waiting for picture and video evidence. With that, though, I hope we've been able to address so far our updates on what's going on inside the country at this very moment, and we're going to be continuing to grab a couple of questions in the meantime until we get some more breaking news.
All right. So jumping right back into our super chat segment, and also, by the way, the Iranians are now resorting to what Pakistan did or India. They're uploading Arma 3 footage. Oh my God!
Buddy.
Show this real
Pull
quick.
it up.
Show this real quick. I put it on the likes tab as I didn't want to repost that junk. But they're uploading Arma 3 footage or something, showing them shooting down an F-35 Israeli jet.
Dude, no freaking way! Oh my God, that isn't even that is actually an Su-57 Felon, if I'm correct. That looks like the front-facing profile of an Su-57. Let me check that, dude, because I want to, like, are they saying that they have an Su-57? Let's go look. I mean, it's a very close match if I could get a front-facing look. See that right there, how that looks? That looks a lot like the Su-57. But this is some video game footage, by the way, folks. So you see it firing missiles.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
The Iranians are delving down to this level, just like the Indians did and the Pakistanis did during that whole situation. I mean, this is just, and you can tell it's uploaded by, it looks like maybe an Iranian channel or a back channel or something. This is crazy. Who the hell's believing this? Like, you can tell it was a video game in like 5 seconds.
Dude, you know what's even worse about it is that this thing actually has like the Russian camouflage for the Su-57 on it. These things, the planes they're using in the game aren't even F-35s, they're Su-57s, and they're saying that they're F-35s and they're shooting them down. This is just sad, dude. This is when you know a country's living in denial, is when they start whipping out Arma 3 footage to make it look like they're winning. Like they're literally playing with like dolls at this point, a dollhouse, to pretend like they're winning. This is just pitiful, man. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is ridiculous.
And they're claiming it's an Israeli. Look at that. They're claiming it's an Israeli F-35. Oh my God. They're saying they shot down an Israeli F-35, and that was the last moments of it there at the last 5 seconds of the video, which is just pathetic.
Also, my question is, what the hell did he even fire at the beginning of the clip? It's not like this thing carries like rockets. Like, what the hell was it even shooting? Like, this whole thing doesn't make sense. And also, I like how they're just flying around a generic industrial warehouse below them. Like, it doesn't even look like anywhere specific in Iran, even. And they're trying to claim that it's from there. This is a joke, really. This is actually one of the better jokes that I've seen so far. But now y'all know how bad the Iranians are coping. They're whipping out the Arma 3 footage. So we'll probably see more of it. We'll probably see more of this before the night's over, and we'll get more laughs out of the stuff. But anyways, with that, we are going to keep moving on with a couple of questions at the moment, but that was absolutely one of the most ridiculous things I have seen so far today, Matthew. No joke.
Indeed, definitely, without a doubt. But with that, it's now time to jump right back into our super chat questions while we're waiting for more news to pop up, and it will be here in just a moment, so stick around. Our next super chat goes to Walter Philippe, who puts in a $200 donation, and huge shout out to Walter for throwing in one of the second largest, or actually one of the largest super chats of the night. We do appreciate it, Walter, and of course, like we say, that helps keep the channel running. And he said, I appreciate the fact-based reporting, and it is appreciated very much, and keep it up.
Hey, and thank you so much, Walter Philippe, for the support, and thank you so much for enjoying our fact-based reporting. we try our best to make sure that we are putting out the most factual and informational sort of news that we can, and I hope that we're still meeting that criteria tonight, although once again, we're having to follow this as it's happening live, so we don't really get to do the kind of rehearsed monologue that we usually do on air. We kind of just have to take it as it goes and try and follow along with it wherever we possibly can. And so, right now, at this moment, we're having to take a little bit of a breather and wait for more news to come out. But a big thanks to you so much once again for that massive support, because you're helping this channel to keep being possible and helping us to keep this thing rolling. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to Jarhead Charlie, who also throws in an extremely generous $100 donation. And thank you very much, Jarhead Charlie, for that support as well. He said, sitting in a cabana in Cabo, feeling bad about you two getting worked. Oh, well, it must be nice to sit in Cabo down there. Nice place. He said, hopefully this will cover the dinner tonight.
Hey, and thank you so much for covering the dinner tonight. And I gotta say, that's very nice to hear that you're sitting in a cabana in Cabo. I'd like to sit in a cabana in Cabo. Instead, we gotta work every day, and especially when people start wilding out around the world, we gotta work all day every day. It's kind of like a positive and a negative in a way, because it's a positive because we actually have a job to do. It's a negative because they just don't ever stop once they start. So then we have to pretty much be going all day every day. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. That will certainly get us a delicious dinner, a succulent Chinese meal, perhaps, Jarhead Charlie. And so I got to thank you massively for that support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, we are massively appreciative of your support and everyone else's support that helps us to keep this news running every day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kids Travel Channel, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. And they said, Jeremiah 49, Judgment of Elam.
Maybe so, but still, I thank you so much for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Maybe it is some sort of a judgment going on out there with that orbit judgment over the city. But beyond that, I do thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Kids Travel Channel, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a super chat this time from Ryan, who puts in a $35 donation. And thank you, Ryan, as well, for that support. He said, get lunch.
Hey, and actually it's about time around here for the supper. I do thank you for the support, the massive support, and hopefully we will be able to eat sometime soon, because I cannot go too long without eating, or else there will be issues, as hence I will be starving. So we will eventually have to find some way to get some food if we're going to keep this show running, and we might have to do what our contemporary Steve Lookner does on Agenda Free TV, which is just to have a moment where we eat, and kind of like take a break for like a minute or two, so that way we can hork something down and then keep running, because I cannot run on no food. That's just like a fiction completely. So with that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing rolling every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and hopefully we will be able to get some food. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to none other than Michael O, who just put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Michael O, for that support and also helping to keep us running. And Michael said, I waited for this day for 15 years for a bittersweet return, all the pee and stuff, and is now coming back to them. And rip dad and enjoy the show.
And I thank you for the support. And I got to say that it's one hell of an interesting thing to see Iran getting attacked like this. It is something we'll probably never see again, really. And I got to say, I thank you for the support, Michael O, and helping this channel to keep on running, so that way we could be here to report on this kind of news and keep it running. And so with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And holy moly, Griffin Provenzano just threw in a $500 donation.
God.
And thank you very much, Griffin, for that humongous support. That's actually the maximum super chat that anybody can throw in on the channel. There's like a limit that YouTube puts on it, and that is the limit. So thank you very much, Griffin, for one of the largest super chats we've had in probably over a year, actually. So huge shout to you, and also massive credit for that support. And Griffin said, I'm back. And my computer crapped it on me, so I couldn't send any money. And fortunately, I'm on Patreon. And also, thank you for that as well. He said,
hey.
But yeah, I'm still here, and I've watched every day since I've stopped.
And dang, a huge thanks to the unbelievable support from a channel legend, mind you all, Griffin Provenzano, who's been around actually for a really long time on this channel. And welcome back, Griffin. We actually wondered where you went. We always wonder where folks are going whenever they stop showing up, and it's good to know that you're here. We're happy to have you here, and I gotta thank you for the massive support. They actually came back during a good time. The Middle East is going to war. It's kind of a crazy thing. We get to watch it go on live, and you're here for it now again. And so I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not only be able to keep this channel running, we would not be able to have a delicious, succulent Chinese meal at the end of the stream. Because I think tonight, folks, is going to be time to have a little bit of a moment to relax, at least for Matthew and me, just for a little bit, so that way we can try and get ready to keep covering this thing when it's going on. But still, a massive thanks to you for the unbelievable support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because folks like you help us to stay on air long enough to figure out eventually what the hell is this orb of judgment thing floating over Tehran. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And yes, huge shout out to Griffin once again for that massive support. And we also have another super chat, this time from Ara A, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Ara, as well, for that support. And he said, hey, team, and I feel like we don't know what anyone has anymore, nukes or not. It's all up in the air. And hugs from Costa Rica, and take care.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support, RA, and thank you for helping this channel to keep running, by the way. It's a massive help, and it helps us keep this thing rolling. And as far as what we are hearing and seeing right now, it appears that Iran probably doesn't have a nuke. If they test one and there is a successful test, then we know for sure that they do have one. But for now, we're kind of doubting that they even have one at all. So we're probably going to wait and see, at least today. If no nuclear test happens today, then we'll know that the Iranian state media was lying completely, and I generally do not trust them already. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Matthew, do we have any other news that has happened in the meantime at this point?
Yes.
Actually, it does look
yes,
like we do.
yes, we do. We have some very big news happening right now. Also, give me 30 more seconds here. Let me do a little quick scan here. I was trying to find one more thing, which I think I got already, but I did. Okay, so our big news right now is we are getting confirmation that there is strikes. There's confirmed strikes on the ground in the presidential complex area where the supreme leader of Iran lives. That neighborhood has been struck by Israel, and the air defense was not successful. We do not have the actual video of the strike just yet, but that neighborhood has been struck. So that is a big event. And once again, it could be the supreme leader's home might have been destroyed in that attack, because I presume that is the epicenter of the target in that neighborhood. It's probably most likely the presidential complex. So that is what we're hearing as well. Also, by the way, we are seeing also, apparently, we're seeing a moment of interception in Eilat inside of Israel right now. Apparently, there was a drone that made it there, but they intercepted it, and that's why the alert went away. So we have that video right now as well on our Twitter page.
One second, folks. I want to make sure to put that down on our map so that we all can all track along if you're watching the map. And let me make sure to put that down. And then here's our clip of the interception at Eilat. It actually appears that it was in between the ports of Aqaba and Eilat, right in the middle of the harbor. Pretty interesting thing right there, but it does confirm that the air threat went away because the Israelis blew the thing away, so they didn't really have to worry about it too much beyond that point. It does appear that NBC News did report that Tehran's air defenses are being deployed as drones, missiles, and fighter jets can be heard across several parts of the city, according to NBC News crews in the city. Iranian state media is reporting that the air defense is in the capital were activated early Saturday local time to intercept Israeli strikes, and they aren't really doing a good job at intercepting any of them right now. We also heard from the U.S. Department of State that consequences for Iran would be dire if it targets U.S. citizens, bases, or infrastructure anywhere in the world. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear some additional updates as well, that the New York Times did report that Israel struck the neighborhood where the supreme leader lives and near the presidential complex. We've also been able to hear that attacks in Tehran in the last hour, which we've been covering live on air the entire time, and the neighborhood where Supreme Leader Khamenei's home and the Iranian presidential complex were located have apparently been hit. So it does appear that there is confirmed multiple reports of a hit near the presidential complex that Khamenei may be in at this very moment, although we're highly doubting that, because that would be one of the main places that would be targeted and hit in a strike. So Khamenei could be anywhere, but considering that the Mossad has done quite well at tracking down salami, bologna, and pepperoni it's highly likely that he may have actually been in the presidential complex and they're trying to hit him where he's at right now. It's just a little bit hard to tell at this moment. But still, with that, we have had major news developments once again, and it does appear that things are certainly starting to get a little spicy up in Tehran as the Israelis are trying to knock out everything that they were originally going for in this night's attack. And so with that, I hope we were able to give you all another big news update here of what's going on in the area. And with that, it is time for us to keep on pressing on with answering some questions, at least until we get some more news. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to RC Hacken, who puts in a $25 donation, and thank you very much, RC Hacken, as well. They said, great word, gentlemen.
And thank you so much for helping us to keep this channel running, and thank you for enjoying the great work, RC Hacken, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And I want to give a big shout out to Matt's Karem, who puts in a 20, along with Cheeky Angel, who put in a 20 as well, and Butchie777, who put in a $10 donation. And a huge shout out to Cheeky, Butchie, and Matt's for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to give a huge thanks to all of y'all as well, because while y'all didn't throw in a comment, Butchie, Cheeky, and Matt's, y'all help this channel to keep running and make it possible. And a huge thanks to all of y'all once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we got a 20 from Goratorium Gaming, who put in that 20, of course. And thank you very much, Goratorium, for that support. They said, I love being able to catch the lives yesterday and today, and it's so rare. This is the second time I've been able to toss support. And also, we appreciate that. He said, keep up the good work. And normally, I have to listen on my way to work at 4:30 a.m. And greetings from Aurora, Colorado.
Hey, and a big greetings to you from Aurora, Colorado. Really cool to hear that you're out there in the beautiful lands of Aurora in Colorado. Right here, actually. That's Aurora. I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It's great to hear that you're finally able to catch a stream live on your way to work. It sounds as though we actually are accompanying you on your way to work right now, because it probably is around that time in your time zone at the moment. I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because you're helping us to remain one of the most credible sources of news here on the internet. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we're getting some new breaking news happening right now, this very moment. Unfortunately, we do have some bad news. An Israeli has unfortunately passed away and succumbed to their injuries as a result of the Iranian ballistic missile attack. That is the first known fatality of the Iranian counterstrike on Israel and in retaliation for the original strike. So, unfortunately, an Israeli has passed, and that is currently the only fatality that we know of at the moment. Also, by the way, we have gotten reports that there is information suggesting that Israel has just targeted the Iranian General Staff of the Armed Forces in Tehran. That is a location in Tehran which has been targeted by the Israelis, according to reports. A loud explosion was also heard in that area, presumably at the headquarters itself. So we're hearing that now, but don't have any video evidence of that situation.
And so we'll be waiting to see if we have any additional video or picture evidence of those ongoing developments and situations at this moment, as we are still hearing that the strikes are raining down onto the area, and we are, of course, hearing the unfortunate news that one Israeli citizen actually was killed during the strikes that the Iranians had conducted about 3 hours ago at this time. And so with that, I hope we were able to address that well, and also sadly cover the unfortunate news that we've been able to hear out of Israel. But with that, we are going to be continuing on to get to more questions. Also, I generally got to say, folks, that while last night's stream was a record and was around exactly, let me go make sure here, 6 hours long. It was exactly 6 hours long, down to the minute. I do not necessarily want this stream to be 6 hours long again, because we are going to start wearing ourselves down rapidly if we keep up this kind of a pace on a day-to-day basis. And I want to make sure that we are able to keep ourselves well refreshed, so that way we can try and react to the major developments in segments when they're actually happening. And considering that this is happening right now, we're going to keep on going with covering this in the midst of our question segment. But at the same time, I'm going to be trying to make sure to make this stream a little bit more manageable in its length today, so that we were not running ourselves ragged, and also so that way we can actually get some food to eat, because I don't want to sound like a bit of a whiner, but you know, when I haven't eaten since, like, you know, what was it, 2 o'clock last night, and it's like 16 hours later, the hunger starts getting to me. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Jason Coleman, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Jason, as well, for the support. He said, I've been subbed for a while, but never get to catch y'all live. And thanks for the coverage and reporting in real time. And channels like yours show how obsolete that mainstream media is. And thank you.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Jason Coleman. And I'm happy to know that we are able to help kind of like dig the grave for mainstream media in a sense and keep this channel running and to make sure the news keeps coming out. It's massively appreciative of folks like you. Greatly enjoy that and say incredibly kind words to help us to keep this thing rolling because it means a great deal to us. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support from Captain David H. And he said, I've been around for 3 years and I always watch the show the next day. And this is the first early stream I've been able to watch and donate to. And sorry it's taken me so long to donate. And thanks for all you do. And LLT, LOC.
And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And thank you so much for enjoying this channel, Captain David H, and being around for around 3 years. And I thank you so much for donating to the channel for the first time and helping us to keep this thing rolling. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And I saw someone just bring up something about, man, you do not have the stamina. Well, the thing is, folks, is that our stream runs at a little bit of a different tempo than others. Like speaking directly, like some people are about Agenda Free TV. Agenda Free TV structures his show to where he can keep a more low intensity kind of coverage going for a very long period of time. Our coverage is a little bit more high intensity, but that also means that we wear out quicker because we're trying to pretty much we yap a lot compared to really everyone else. So it makes it where we wear down a lot quicker. And we want to make sure that we're not going, you know, to the nines for 10 to 12 hours a day, which I greatly appreciate Lookner for having the ability to do that. He's pretty much he's an incredible supplement to our channel once we run out of steam here. But at the same time, though, I'm not going to try and just push myself to try and break records here and then just run ourselves into exhaustion and burnout. We want to make sure to, you know, eat. And that's also another issue is that we can eat on air because there's no way for us to just stop the whole thing. And I'm not going to be, it's bad form pretty much. Lookner does it in a way that actually does work. But on our show, we have no way to make that work at the moment. So if we try to do that, we are literally just leaving on silence for like 20, 30 minutes or an hour or so while we go and try and get the food and then eat. And I have a lot of respect for the folks watching this channel. I'm not going to force y'all to expect that y'all will sit through an hour of silence while we're trying to get something to eat and eat it. So that's generally why we're trying to make sure that these streams are a little bit more manageable in length because we just don't really have things set up to where they can run like Agenda Free TV. Agenda Free TV and us, while being very similar channels, and we have to say we greatly respect Agenda Free TV's work and they do an incredible job, we're still not structured the same way as their channel, and we're largely made for more so high energy, several hour spurts, but not all day long marathon streams. That's just something that we've never really been set up to do. But with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next support goes to none other than Blaze Gamer, who throws in a 20. And he said, I've been watching you guys since I was 16. So very technically, you formed part of my childhood. And thanks for all the news and humor. And it's good to catch a stream live despite the circumstances. And Hiram Slava.
That's pretty crazy, Blaze Gamer. I actually didn't think about that. So we kind of were like a part of your childhood. I gotta say, big thanks to you for letting us be a part of your childhood and let you grow up hearing all the news of what was going on around the world. You got to live through history, actually. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a huge thanks to you so much once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep this thing running. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here, while I do a quick scan for breaking news, because we do have something happening here. Let's see here. I'll have to return back to it because for some reason the news isn't being corroborated on that one. So I'll have to return back to that in a minute. But moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to Luke Bowers, who puts in a 20. And Luke says, just something to say thanks, enforcers. And Israel really got to find that U-235 and take possession of it or remove it.
Oh, yeah, they really did. They took care of all the refined uranium-235. I don't think there's really much left in the country anymore at this point or any way to make it. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support. And a big thanks to you for enjoying this channel and helping it to keep on running. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, by the way, folks, I just want to check this really quickly because I think we're getting close to 100 super chats here. And we pretty much are. So, I'm going to let you all know. Here's a warning. It's not happening yet, but there's going to be a warning here that we're going to be letting in a few more super chats that we'll be able to read and address. But after that, we're going to be putting a cutoff on super chats, and we're just going to be addressing the ones that we have left because we want to make sure that we can actually get to everyone's super chats, address them, thank them, and also get to some live chats, and then round this thing out. Also, by the way, folks, I also got to let you all know. Unfortunately, we will most likely not be able to answer a large amount of live chats tonight because we have such a voluminous number of super chats. I think we've gotten to about the 30th one, and we still have about 60 or 70 to go. I got to thank everyone massively for the support and enjoying this channel and wanting to help it to keep running, and we are massively appreciative of that. But at the same time, we also have a lot of respect for the people who are throwing in support, and we always want to make sure that we have the ability to get to address each and every one of y'all individually, and thank y'all for your support, instead of just kind of leaving y'all high and dry like some other channels might. And so when we say that we're about to get to a cutoff, that means that from that point on, we will not be reading off or addressing any super chats that are being put in beyond that point, and you put those in kind of at your own risk. It's kind of understood that you won't have them read off at that point. So I hope a lot of people know. This is the warning that that's probably about to be happening here in a little bit, because depending on how long it takes to get through the rest of these super chats, this could easily take over an hour and a half if we go at our normal speed. And so with that, hope that does let people know we're probably getting around to that point right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we've got some very, very massive breaking news coming out right this second. Iran is responding and retaliating again. This time it's larger than the last one. Iran is launching a lot of ballistic missiles right now at Israel, and it looks like there are red alerts popping up pretty much in every major population center across Israel at this very moment. It's a very large attack, and we do have a map showing these different locations that are being red alerted inside of Israel right now. Also, by the way, we are hearing that apparently it's expected to hit in the coming minutes. So this is about to happen very rapidly. The ballistics are on the way, and apparently there might be some maybe debris falling on Israel right this second. So it is happening right now. Also, by the way, we're hearing more reports of heavy air defense fire near Khamenei's Tehran residence, specifically with strikes confirmed on the ground. And we also have video showing on the ground aftermath of the Tehran situation resulting from the Israeli airstrikes. So it's going down severely once again right this moment. So let's take a look.
الظاهر في قنبلة اتفجرت في قدام الداخل السيارة. دي كلها السيارة ممكن معبي سلاح ولا معبي فيها قنابل فيها شو مش عارف. المهم ده كلها الحاجات الجاية.
This is where there is significant damage in Tehran.
والعالم هنا جاي تجربة شديدة خلاص. يعني حاجة ما مفهوم اسمه ذات. الأبواب تكسر
And it looks like you just
That's
right
in
back
one of the neighborhood. That's in one of the neighborhoods there in Iran. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out what neighborhood that is in. I can't find out right this second. I thought I had a tip on that there a second ago, but it looks like I did not. So that's just allegedly showing Tehran moments ago, but we're not really sure what part of Tehran that is right now. It's very vague.
It does appear that it most likely may be within the eastern area of the city. We're not entirely sure. It could literally be anywhere in the eastern area. So it could be all the way down towards the Golistan Palace, which is near to where Khamenei's residence is, or it could be all the way up in the northeast. We're not really sure at the moment. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best we have at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, real quick before we jump into our next one, there are interceptions being reported above Tel Aviv right this moment. The ballistics have arrived to Israel right this second. And we'll see. We are not seeing any footage yet, waiting for footage. But sirens are going off heavily in Tel Aviv, and it looks like it could be an epicenter of the strike that we're seeing right now. So we will be keeping an eye on that. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Goratorium Gaming, who puts in a 20 once again. And thank you very much, Goratorium, for that support. He said, bros, DoorDash some pizza on me for real. And you can eat and stream. Don't suffer.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I kind of have to agree with that because if we get off air to eat, then we're just missing major news. And if we stay on air, we can eat, but we might have to give a little bit of a downtime. I think
I can't eat pizza.
Well, I can. like I don't know about you, but maybe we want to figure out something with Uber Eats or DoorDash or something, because if we get off air, we're going to be missing a lot of major developments. But at the same time, I can't stay on air and not eat. So we're kind of at a little bit of an impasse here. We're either eating or we're going off air. That's kind of what we're dealing with at the moment. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support, and I'd have to agree, we probably want to figure out something with that, because it's either that or we go off air to go eat, and then we come back on air probably tomorrow. So with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Rohan Mentor, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Rohan, for that support and throwing in that $20 support. He said, "Hail the orb."
And all hail the orb, the giant orb of judgment floating over Tehran. Do we know what it is? No. Have we seen pictures of it? No. But everyone's talking about it, and everyone's seeing it there. It's just that no one's taking a freaking picture of the thing. And it's kind of a little shocking, because everyone else is taking pictures and videos of literally everything going on. And at the same time, everyone's saying that there's an orb over Tehran. We still haven't seen it. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And let's see here. We are hearing right now of a direct hit in Tel Aviv. Downtown Tel Aviv has been hit by an Iranian ballistic missile, and it made it through the air defenses. Right now, we are hearing and seeing interceptions. I'm reposting that footage right now of interceptions over Tel Aviv right now. 4 ballistic missiles are visualized over Tel Aviv right this second. The sirens are restarting as we speak, and there's a lot of missile interceptions right now. Also, we do have some pictures showing the launches coming from Tehran, it looks like. Also, I got that reposted. We got several pieces of footage here to take a look at.
All right, and so let's take a look at this footage here, and let me go put it down on the map really quickly. And give me a second, folks. I want to make sure that you can put all this down on the map so that you can follow along when y'all want to on your own maps that you can get in the link in the description below. So let me make sure to get all this stuff really quick. One second, folks. Just want to make sure that we can put all this down on the map here. And we'll just leave it at that for now. That seems to be the most significant stuff. But it does appear that there is a report that a missile has hit downtown Tel Aviv. Here's some video of the interceptions. That's the end of that clip. It's still showing ongoing interceptions over the skies of Tel Aviv. Outside of that, we have also been able to see in some additional clips as well, missiles being launched from western Tehran towards Israel. This most likely is really more so from western Iran in general, but here's the clip. We also have pictures from western Iran showing the launch of a large volley of missiles that are also traveling on their way towards the area of Israel. We do understand that right now those missiles have actually made it into Israeli airspace, and the interceptions are now occurring over the skies of Tel Aviv at this very moment, showing that it's actually not a back and forth, it's actually backwards and forwards at the same time, with the Israelis hitting the Iranians at this moment, and the Iranians hitting the Israelis as well at the very identical time. So we are still waiting to see more of that and how that's going to be developing here on the ground for a little while. But Matthew, do we have any additional news or developments that are currently ongoing at this moment? It actually does appear that we do. It looks like Enforcer Matt has actually republished some video of the interceptions that are occurring around Tel Aviv. So let's take a look at these.
Hearing the sirens, we're not seeing the interceptions.
Not really seeing them a lot. Let's watch the clip again because I think there was something. Yeah, there was actually an interceptor that was fired at the beginning of the clip, and then it went through the cloud cover and we just lost it. So apparently it wasn't really that big of an interception kind of a video, really at the moment. It just appears that it was some kind of a little missile siren going on. And maybe a little faint look at a missile that was flying off into the clouds, and that was about it. But still, it does show us that there is interceptions going on over Tel Aviv at the moment, and we're still waiting on additional information at this moment in time. We are hearing at this very given instant that there are major amounts of Iranian ballistic missiles that are either being fired from Iran or are currently already entering Israeli airspace and will most likely once again be attempting to overrun the air interceptors and attempt to knock them out cold. We'll have to wait and see if they're ever successful in doing that, because so far they have never really been all too successful in conducting these kinds of actions so far. We have already heard from people in the chat that Tel Aviv has been hit by a ballistic missile, which is something that we can confirm. And it does seem that we are going to be waiting and hearing more about that information here in the very near future. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm foundering, folks. I don't have a lot of news monologue built into my head at the moment to work off of with this. We're just kind of hearing the information as it's coming out and kind of analyze that from time to time. And I'm also going into probably hyperglycemia at this moment, so trying to figure out how to deal with that as well. But Matthew, do we have anything else, any developments at this moment that you might be able to talk about for just a little bit so I can try and do something in the background for myself here really quickly?
So yeah, if you need to go grab something to eat, feel free. I'm going to actually take some more super chats here in the meantime while I wait for more breaking news to come out. So feel free to go do what you need to do if you need to get some grub or something like that. So with that, folks, we're now going to move on to our next super chat here after I grab the last one that just came in. And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Drew H, who throws in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Drew H, for that massive support, by the way. That is extremely generous, and we do appreciate that. And he said, when the spearheads of man start flying, LSA spearheads the news. And thank you for that. He said, hopefully things soon settle back down to football levels and not FUBAR levels. And sounds like orbs like nuclear aircraft carriers, nuclear launch sites, and former nuclear power plants. And also, he said interesting times. And I would say this. I would say I hope things settle down soon. But unfortunately, I think the situation between Israel and Iran is going to be popping off for weeks, actually. I have a feeling it's going to be quite some time, unless out of the blue, maybe the Iranian people rise up against the regime. That's the only situation where I could see it dying down quicker than just a couple of weeks. But this is going to be a long haul. This is not going to be a quick thing right here, but certainly interesting times indeed. And thank you very much, Drew H, once again for that massive support, and we do appreciate that very much. In the meantime, though, I am scanning for breaking news right this second, and we are hearing of more missile impacts in downtown Tel Aviv right now. We are getting some video or also picture evidence showing that as well. Apparently, direct impacts in downtown Tel Aviv right this second. In fact, it is right in the middle of the skyscrapers that we just saw in that last video. So this is a major hit that we're seeing right now. I'm trying to repost this second video as well. This is a bad hit. This is very bad. There's a picture of it right here. You're seeing smoke rising from the ground. We also do have a video enforcer as well. If you'd like to click on that one also, it should be reposted on our main Twitter page right there. Loud blaster being heard all over central Tel Aviv. So here's a video right here.
Oh.
Bad hit, right in the middle of skyscrapers, very populated area. Iran is intentionally targeting the populated areas right now. This is very bad. That will certainly cause casualties. Let's see here. Also hearing more reports and also getting another picture here, Enforcer. I'm reposting another picture of another hit in Tel Aviv right now. Tel Aviv's getting hammered. This is not good. It looks like the Iron Dome might be getting overwhelmed right now. And Israel is getting pounded. There's a video right there of an explosion in central Tel Aviv. That's separate from the one we just saw a moment ago, according to the reports. So not good. More ballistics are on the way to Tel Aviv, by the way, and the Iron Dome is currently getting overwhelmed as we speak. So not good at all. I'm trying to refresh here to get some more picture and video evidence. Let's see here. This new attack, by the way, involved over 150 ballistic missiles. So slightly more than the last attack, this new wave by Iran. And we're currently seeing the effects of that, which is apparently the interceptor missiles are not able to keep up over Tel Aviv. So quite a sight, Enforcer. I'm not sure if you're back yet, but this is a hell of a sight happening right now in downtown.
It is. It's absolutely a massive sight. I'm trying to make sure to balance a couple of things. We're trying to see if we can get ourselves a pizza really quickly to bring here to the place and get it delivered instead of having to go out and get it, because that'd take way too much time. But do we have the other videos really quickly? Because I just refreshed and I'm not seeing any additional videos at the moment.
So I do have another video. Jerusalem is also under heavy assault as well right now from the Iranian ballistic missiles. I've reposted the video of that as well. So let's take a peek. This is in Jerusalem, by the way. This is downtown Jerusalem in Israel. It appears to be in Jerusalem. No impacts being recorded here. This looks like they're flying around the skies. Obviously, we're seeing the ballistics flying around. Looks like they're trying to intercept them as well. So far, no signs of impacts in Jerusalem, but that is not the case for Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is under heavy bombardment right now with multiple confirmed impacts. Also, we do have another video, which I just reposted, showing the Iranian missiles documented going across the skies of Israel. I think this could be maybe also over the skies of maybe Tel Aviv. Enforcer, when you can, get a chance to refresh the Twitter page and play this next about 40-second video here showing the missiles flying over the sky.
All right, and here we have this footage right here.
In a second, we're about to see the ballistics.
Oh, and there it is, right there.
يلا هيا نزل هيثم
يا حبيبي.
And it looks like that may
Looks like they could have been intercepted.
هيا طلع تل أبيب يا اخوال مولعة. هذا علينا جاي.
هيا يفقع كمان واحد في الجو. شو قاعدين بتفقعوا هدول هي كمان واحد.
But that's that was
quite interesting to see. It does look like they intercepted that missile, by the way. So that was a confirmed interception there on video that we just saw. Also, by the way, I'm still trying to get some more information about Tel Aviv while we're hanging out here for a second to take a look at the more information coming out. So let's see here. So yeah, it looks like Tel Aviv. I'm trying to make sure this is Tel Aviv. Let's see here. So I'm going to have to hold off on that. I'm not sure if that's Tel Aviv, but right now we are seeing more explosions being reported in Tel Aviv. I don't have any video evidence showing the damage yet, and that will be coming out here shortly, trust me. But yeah, Tel Aviv is getting smashed quite badly. I did see someone in the chat mention, if this keeps getting worse and the Iron Dome keeps getting overwhelmed, would Israel eventually consider using a nuclear weapon on Iran? I would not rule it out. I wouldn't say it's likely either, though, at the same time. We're not sure of the exact capabilities that Israel has in a nuclear sense. They do have nuclear weapons. They have them, but it's kind of like an open secret. But if it gets too bad, it is possible, but I'm not really sure at what point they would actually pull the trigger on that. But of course, we are seeing now the Iron Dome get overwhelmed on the second retaliation volley that Iran is launching. So that is a bad sign that apparently the drones and smaller munitions have used up a lot of interceptors that the Iron Dome does use to protect their skies. So very interesting to see. But Enforcer, that's all the breaking news we have for the moment. If you're back, and we can jump back into super chats or wait around for some more news if you want.
We are back, and we are back at it. Just really quickly let y'all know, folks, I had to go and try and order ourselves some delivery food. Matthew can't really eat a lot of different foods, but I can, and I'm not to try and explain this a million times, but I haven't eaten in like 16 hours. I'm starving to death. I'm going into hyperglycemia right now. I can definitely feel it, and we're hopefully going to have some food here really soon because I'm wanting to make sure that we stay on air, and really the only thing limiting me from staying on air, or really limiting the whole show from keeping on going, is that I have to eventually eat something because I'm not a machine. You know, I don't run on a battery. I run on eating. So beyond that, it does appear that we are seeing that there are significant air interceptions being conducted over Israel. Necessarily, we aren't really looking for the Iron Dome system to be overwhelmed. The Iron Dome is actually largely completely useless in most every situation but a direct drone attack at the moment. But generally what we're looking at is the Arrow 2 and the Arrow 3, along with the David Sling air defense systems, which are making up the primary backbone of the Israeli air defense systems throughout the country. And considering that they have a much smaller number of those, and also a smaller ability to be able to operate those kinds of systems, at least on a larger scale, that is the reason why we're starting to see that the air defense interception batteries are being overwhelmed. So at that moment, we can actually go on and get on to some super chats. But before we move on, I do want to give a big thanks, very much so, to Drew H0208, which I didn't get to address earlier. Big thanks to you so much for that massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And hopefully we can get back to football, football, because everybody in Alabama, they love football. football. They love it. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we are now moving on here to, let's see here, our next Super Chat question. And this one is going to go to none other than Paul Liam. And thank you very much, Paul, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. And Paul said, great coverage as always, and keep up the great work, and long live the LSA. And thank you very much, Paul, for the kind words as well. And we will keep up the great work. And thank you very much for the kind words as well. And Enforcer, what were you going to say?
And a big thanks to you, Paul, for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying the great coverage. We try our best to make sure that we can keep the news running every single day as much as we can, and making sure that we keep the news running and as factual and accurate as we can. I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make it a reality. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, sorry about that lag there for a moment, folks. I'm not sure what happened. Our Wi-Fi had a brief second. I think we had a small bit of lag, so hopefully nobody realized it, or it just sort of went away. But jumping into our next Super Chat here, this one goes to Aussie Dave's Virtual Adventures, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Aussie Dave, for that support. He said, Enforcers, it's understandable to get hangry when doing long broadcasts. And thanks for doing the good work, mate.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for understanding it. I don't want to talk about it all the time. Actually, I don't really want to talk about it at all. But, you know, people got to eat, and it's a little bit unrealistic to act like we can't eat. So I do thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that it's addressed that well, and hopefully we'll be eating here, or I'll be eating, I guess, soon. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next Super Chat here goes to JR Does Stuff, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, JR, for that support and also helping keep us running. He said, the world's going cray-cray, and stay strong, boys, and thank you for the news. And LLT LSA, and please take a live chat question.
And I'd agree, JR Does Stuff. The world is going crazy, I'll have to admit. And I got to thank you massively for the support. And we are going to stay strong, and we are going to make sure to get a live chat question in your honor, JR Does Stuff. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And Matthew, what do we got for a live chat in honor of JR Does Stuff?
All right, so the live chat question goes to Christian Cruz, who says, any news about the COM facility in Iran? And the news we have right now is it was struck by Israel. Israel did strike it, and the damage is unknown a little bit at the moment. We don't know the full extent of the damage, but it has been struck if you're referring to the comms facility, the nuclear facility outside of comms. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yes, it has been hit. We don't really have any more additional information outside of that, so we're trying to wait to get more corroboration or news about that at the moment. So a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address it the best we can, at least with the information that we have available to us at the moment. But our news on that is about as sparse as anyone else's right now, because we haven't been able to get more picture and video evidence from the ground showing what's actually going on out there. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Ryguy SR yet again, and he puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Ryguy, as well, for that support. He said, another great stream, and keep up the fantastic work, and I would wait 2 hours if I knew y'all were coming back, and thanks for the great coverage.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Ryguy SR, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying this stream. I feel like it's been a pretty good one. We've been trying our best to hang in here. We've been hanging in for 3.5 hours now, crazily enough, again. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support. And I'd have to say that we are massively honored to hear that you would wait 2 hours if you knew we were coming back. I'm not sure if many people would. Generally, just, you know, going through question segments can make about 1,000 people or 2,000 people drop off at a time, actually. So we're not really sure if a lot of people would wait around for an hour or two, and that's kind of the concern about how we can structure a eating portion where we kind of get to eat and have a little bit of a break for a moment, because unlike normal jobs, we really don't get breaks, really. You know, you just kind of have to work without break once you're doing this, and there really is no way to stop it or really slow it down, because if we do, there's a load of people who are just waiting on us to speak and say something about something and show that there's something going on. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have some more breaking news happening right now at this exact moment. Right now, we are hearing that there are some more interceptions over Tel Aviv. In fact, there's a hell of a lot of interceptions over Tel Aviv right now. We have a video of it. It's the very top one at the very, very top of the Twitter page. Show that one, and let's take a look.
All right, and let's take a look. This is actually video evidence of the air interceptions that are once again happening over Tel Aviv. Again, this is not the attacks from earlier, about 3 hours ago. These are actually the attacks that are happening over Israel right now, 3.5 hours later. That is a massive missile. We see some of them are making impact with the ground.
That is a lot of stuff flying around the skies. A lot of interceptions, too.
Yeah, everyone seems really chill about it, but at the moment it appears that the Arrow 2 and 3 anti-ballistic missile systems, as well as the David slings, are attempting to intercept the incoming missiles that the Iranians have fired. Once again, based off of our charts, it's most likely some version of a Khorram Shar, a Shahab 3, a Ghadar, an Emad, or a Sejal, or possibly even a Sumar or a Hovayesh, although those are highly unlikely. It does appear that they are attempting to intercept these. Some of them are making it through the air defense perimeter and hitting the city below, and it does appear that the Iranian air attacks are still hitting some targets, although none of them are of military significance and are largely just attempting to conduct an act of terror against the Israeli people. Meanwhile, we also got to see an exo-atmospheric interception once again being conducted by the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 systems, which we can see right here. Ooh. Dang. Absolutely wild stuff. We can see right there, apparently, where this explosion occurred, that's where the exo-atmospheric interception was being conducted. And so it appears that the Arrow 2 was able to take down at least one of the several missiles that we saw in this video before it was able to make it even back into the Earth's atmosphere, which is a great thing to see, and once again showing us that the air defense is successfully working, at least to that degree. With that, that is all of the video evidence that we have at the moment of the air interceptions that are going on in the area of Tel Aviv, but we can already confirm in just these videos alone that there are several impact sites around the city of Tel Aviv just from the opening of this new missile attack being conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least with the information that we have at the moment, and we are going to be waiting for more video and picture evidence to be coming out here in the very near future, which will also be showing us greater details about the ongoing strikes that the Israelis are conducting against Iran, and also the ongoing strikes that the Iranians are conducting against the Israelis. Both of them are actually happening simultaneously as we are live on air at this moment. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here is going to go to none other than, while I scroll all the way up, this spreadsheet's getting long, and this one goes to Juliana Mazina, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Juliana, for that support. They said, I was going to buy McDonald's tonight, but I'd rather help buy you guys some dinner, and thank you for that, Juliana.
Hey.
And eat hearty, and you're doing great work and helping to keep us informed.
And thank you so much for the support, Juliana Mazzina. I actually did end up getting myself a pizza. There's been a little bit of an issue between Matthew and me with the food side of things, because due to root canal operation, Matthew got, he can't really eat a lot because there's been a little bit of an issue with all the bacteria in his stomach disappearing. So a lot of foods don't really do well with him, but everything does fine with me. So then the thing is that to eat something, we pretty much have to eat something different every time now, because I like to have variety, and Matthew really can't have variety even if he wants it, because it won't work well with him. So that's kind of one of the issues that we're dealing with at the moment with the food side of things. So that's why I personally got myself a pizza at the moment. It's going to hopefully show up here soon, so that way I can try and eat and keep going. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again, and thank you so much for helping us to try and keep the stream running and helping us to get a little bit of money in that pizza fund, so that we can try and get ourselves some pizza and keep this thing running. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed it incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Amex10 Speedy Bang Bang, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Amex10, for that support. And we do appreciate that. And they said a live chat question from someone in the audience, and we are all Leaf Spring Army. And thank you very much, Amex10. And we shall grab a live chat question. And thank you very much for that support as well. And Amex10's live chat question goes to Dan Metcalf, who said, were there any attacks against Tehran's airport specifically?
From what we understand, there were some attacks near to the Hamadan airport, which actually was housing a significant number of the Iranian Air Force's F-4 Phantoms and some other possible aircraft as well, including the RF-4Es. But we have not heard of any significant attacks around the airports of Tehran or any other airports that have been confirmed at the moment throughout the rest of Iran. So technically the answer to that's yes, they have hit one, but we haven't seen them hitting a multitude of other airports throughout the area of Iran, at least for now. So we'll be waiting to see what's going on with that. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what we know right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Leaf Stowe, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Leaf, as well, for that support. They said Europe appreciates the streaming time and rarely get to catch y'all live in LSA.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Leaf Stowe. And we love to know that the European viewers actually got to see something live tonight. Very rarely do our European viewers ever get to see something during the late afternoon or evening hours for them. Usually every time we go on air, it's pretty much the break of dawn for a lot of y'all, or still just really the very end of the night at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. And I got to thank you so much for appreciating this channel and supporting it, because folks like you are helping us to make sure that we can be on the clock pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ready to cover any major development news when it happens. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Apache Helicopter, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Apache, as well, for that support. And they said, it looks like World War III is back on the menu, boys. Honestly, Apache, I would say World War III is probably not on the menu. This is going to be a very terrible regional war. Like, I think it's going to definitely turn into that, much worse than it is now. But it's not going to probably lead to World War III. Russia does not have the capability to back up Iran. And even though they would love to do that, I'm sure that Russia would love to step in and help Iran all they could, like the U.S. is doing Israel. They just don't have the capability to do that. And also, Wagner is not really in the shape they used to be be able to even be sent down there to help Iran, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that Wagner doesn't even exist. Like, it's not really, it's that Mandy doesn't even have to be backed up with just his opinion. It's a raw fact. Wagner has ceased to exist to even be a mercenary unit. It got absorbed in the Rosguardia, and then from there it got dissolved as a part of the Rosguardia, so it doesn't even exist even on paper anymore in the Russian National Guard. So the Wagner doesn't exist. The Russians aren't going to come and help Iran. They made that incredibly clear. Otherwise, they would have responded by now. And the People's Republic of China is hardly saying anything at this point about what's going on in the Middle East. So I'm fairly sure this is going to remain, like Matthew's saying, a fairly significant regional war, but nothing larger than that. It will most likely stay completely confined just within Iran and Israel. Might involve the United States. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But that's what we're seeing so far. I don't really think it'll be a major world war, though, luckily. So we'll just be able to watch this from afar as a regional conflict. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, our next one goes to Riftbox, who puts in a 10, and thank you very much, Riftbox, as well. They said, thank you for the coverage. I just found y'all yesterday, and keep up the good work.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for enjoying our coverage, Riftbox. We try our best, and we hope that we have some success with it. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, quick status update. Currently, we are still seeing footage come out of the massive, really bad situation in Tel Aviv right now where there are impacts. Also, by the way, let's see here. Okay, that's the first fatality. There's still only been one fatality, by the way. It's unfortunate, but there has been one fatality amongst these attacks. Let's see here. I was also trying to do a double check real quick to see. Yeah, it looks like just one fatality right now, and that's all the information I have at the moment. We're currently waiting to hear more information about the 40 fighter jets that were on the way to Iran from Israel. Right now, we don't have any information, so a bit of a lull in the news right now while we continue to cover Super Chats. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Wellness LSA Latvia, who throws in a $20 donation, and Wellness said, LSA, and thank you for the great job, and 3+ years, much XP news wide.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for greatly appreciating this channel and helping it to keep on running. Folks like you have made this thing possible for a long time, Wellness LSA. You are the official hoof trimmer of the Leaf Spring Army, trimming the hooves of those hooved creatures out there at the farms of Latvia. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be on air covering major historical events like we are right now. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Keymaster, Kat Carlson, and Alan McMillan. They each put in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Keymaster, Kat Carlson, and Alan McMillan, once again, for that $10 support. There are no comments to address, but once again, we appreciate that very much. And we also have a $10 super chat from R, and R says, hey guys, a little help for the coffee fund, and I used to be Rotor Max, but for some reason, I come through as R for some reason, but thank you very much.
And I thank you so much for the support, Rotormax. And I got to say, I hate to hear that you only come through as R now. I still thank you massively for the support, though. And I thank you for helping us with the coffee fund, because I actually didn't have any coffee today. I'm just working on the early morning energy that I normally have. I didn't need a single spritz of coffee to keep this thing running right now. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Blaze Gamer, who throws in a 10. And thank you very much, Blaze, as well, once again, for that support. He said, things seem rough for our generation, and I'm concerned with the democratic backsliding happening in the West. I'm super glad I got a job in this unemployment crisis. And what do you guys think? And here I'm Slava.
I would personally say that it's a tough time, but tough times come around in history, and we just kind of got to survive through it. It'll end up being better in the end. That's always a guarantee in situations like these. So I would agree. It's not necessarily the greatest time historically. It's not like, you know, the like I forgot what they call it, the Roaring 50s. That's really the Roaring 20s, but they had another thing for the 50s. It's not really like times like that. It's a lot more difficult, really, for everyone. But we'll end up persevering, and we'll make it through, and we'll come out even better on the other side. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here is going to go to, and also, let's see here. Let me grab one thing from the live chat, and there we go. This one goes to Gerald, who just threw in a $20 donation without a comment, though. And thank you very much, Gerald, for that 20. And we do appreciate that support very much. It helps keep us running, of course. And we also have a 20 from Con LSA, who said, hey, guys, and have you decided on a new base of operations other than Alabama yet?
We are considering a new base of operations. I don't really want to say with definitive certainty yet where it is, but we generally have a specific idea, and it's generally going to be in the western coast area of the United States. That's kind of where it is roughly at the moment. We're still trying to figure out the exact details on that right now. So we're getting closer to actually having a specific answer. But still, I thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Con, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make it possible. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here. Also, by the way, I am scanning the breaking news. Nothing happening right this second. So moving on to our next super chat. This one is going to go to Silinx, who put in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Silinx, as well, for that support. They said, how about one of you go and get some food for both of you, and the other one can report then what's going on. And I think we figured it out, Silinx. I think the Enforcer found himself a way to get some of that food to his system. So, hey, luckily, figured it out. But Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you for the support. That could have been something that would have been doable. But at the same time, then one of us would have to run the whole show. And it would have to be me, because I'm the one with the main screen that all of y'all are watching, and I know how it's all set up. Matthew has never sat down at my computer with the setup that I have and tried to run it that way, and then also run all of the moderation stuff that's on his computer. So that would really be pretty much overloading whoever was left, because they wouldn't really be able to do anything, at least from where I'm sitting right now. And then the other person would be out trying to get food. So that would be an okay idea, but we did figure it out, and there is some pizza, as I call it, on the way. So hopefully we'll be able to get something, and we'll be able to make sure that we stay on air however long necessary to be able to cover the remainder of this news. One thing I can guarantee y'all, though, considering that's already nearly 6 o'clock our time, and we've been at this since about 1:20, I believe, or actually, yeah, 1:30 or so, is that we will not be having a later night global war news stream. This pretty much is the stream for the day, because this has been going on for an insanely long amount of time, going on for 4 hours now, definitely going on for 5. So this is going to be the second or third longest stream in the channel's history, actually, because of the news that's going on. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mikkel, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, new viewer here from Denmark and a big fan of that show. And thank you so much for the streams. And will you both possibly consider moving to Greenland when invaded? Let's grab a beer and some saltines. And yeah.
And thank you so much for the support, Mikkel DS. And I got to thank you massively for helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for being a new viewer from Denmark. That's actually incredibly cool to hear. And we thank you for being another Danish viewer that's joined the Lee Spring Army and our amazing channel. As far as, let's see, Moving to Greenland, I doubt it because Greenland is a frozen island wasteland, ice and snow. Only about 50,000 people live here. Come on, Jack. Getting past our inside joke, I would say probably not. I would probably avoid moving to Greenland. But still, I thank you for the support and the kind words, because it is folks like you who help us to keep this thing rolling. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to Super Bonker 9000, who just threw in a $20 donation. And it's good to see you once again, Super Bonker. It's been a minute, and thank you very much for that support. They said, "Hey, enforcers, and guess who's back? And best chat question, please, and Slava Ukraine."
And Slava Ukraine, and a big thanks to you, Super Bonker, for coming back. Guess who's back? Back again. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I got to say, welcome back to you. It's great to have you back. We hope you've been enjoying your time here tonight because it's been a massive night. This stream is going to be a 250,000 view stream, which is once again one of the largest ones we've ever run in channel history. And you're here for that right now, Super Bonker. And not only that, you're here for the major historical news. It's actually bringing in everyone who's watching right now. I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And we will make sure to get the best live chat question that we can. Although there's no such thing as a great or the best live chat question. They're all equal in our eyes, you know? But anyways, with that, what do we got for the live chat, Matthew?
And the live chat question goes to Slow Genius, who said, "Any word on what's happening right now in Baghdad?"
Currently there's nothing going on in Baghdad. There were some explosions yesterday throughout Baghdad. We believe those were a part of the Israeli strikes that were being conducted, although we really got no confirmation from anyone officially on whose strikes those were and why there were explosions being reported in southern Baghdad. But we haven't had any developments or news on Baghdad today. So I hope that does address that the best we can. I thank you once again for support and sponsoring a live chat and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is a $100 super chat that just came in from Robert Payne. And thank you very much, Robert, for that massive support, by the way. Extremely generous of you, and also helping to keep our work on the air. And he said, "Do you question the ability of the Iron Dome and the abilities of the countries helping to protect Israel?" Me personally, I don't. I mean, I don't question it. But the only thing I do question, though, is does Iran have enough small munitions to be able to overwhelm the amount of interceptors that Israel has? Because there has been studies done that there is a way to overwhelm the Iron Dome. And last time Iran attacked, they did actually breach it. And it looks like they breached it this time on merely the second volley of these attacks. So the Iron Dome is a great system, but whether or not they have enough interceptors for every projectile coming in, that's another question. So I guess I kind of do question the ability of the Iron Dome on that front a bit. But the U.S. can step in and help them a ton by shooting down these things before they even get their airspace. That would be a huge help. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that I do believe that the Iron Dome system and the air defense systems of the coalition are pretty much watertight. They are incredibly good, but at the same time, the air defense isn't infallible, and there are missiles that will make it through. We've already seen that just a moment ago during this ongoing Iranian attack right now. The air defense systems are not 100% fail-safes that will shoot down each and every single thing coming into the area. There will be stuff that makes it through, but in general, I don't really doubt the air defense. And also, if people would think about it realistically, which a lot of people never do, on all sides, air defense systems and any kind of a system in the world is not going to be able to succeed with 100% efficiency. Nothing in the world operates on that kind of a premise. So right now, Israeli air defense is doing incredibly good. It's just that there will be stuff that still makes it through the air defense perimeter, even at that. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, by the way, Robert Payne, because folks like you are helping this channel to keep on running, along with everyone else who's supporting the channel tonight. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $15 support from Purple Gerbil, who just threw in that 15. And thank you very much, Purple, as well, for that support. He said, "For some root beers, and please take a live chat question, and LSA forever."
Hey, and thank you so much for the support for some root beers. We love root beers. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to have some root beers and keep this channel running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the live chat question they requested is going to go to Fly By Design, who said, "Would Iran potentially have the capability of launching a dirty bomb if they got really desperate this evening?"
I would doubt it, at least for now. I don't really think the Iranians are going to be launching off a dirty bomb because that would be a really quick timetable to construct a bomb in about less than 24 hours and then lob it at the Israelis, considering that they probably will not have a usable nuclear weapon at this point. So I would generally doubt that, at least in my opinion. But still, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and sponsoring a live chat question. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a super chat question this time. While I scroll down to the bottom of the spreadsheet, this one goes to Travis IHS, who puts in a $10 donation. And he said, for the LSA. And also, we had a 10 from Alaska who did not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Travis in Alaska, for that support.
And I thank the both of y'all for the support, because y'all's support is helping this channel to keep on rolling and making our news possible day by day. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $10 super chat from Wantan Quadruple 8. And he said, POTUS just said he believes that Israeli attacks on Iran will greatly improve the chances for a nuclear deal. I think he's trolling at this point. Like, I think it is clearly trolling right now, because Iran's already officially withdrawn from the talks, and they said they're going to go get everybody. Iran is. So I think that's just trolling. But Enforcer, what do you think?
Man, he's saying, they'll come to the talks. Meanwhile, in Iran's mind, man, they're hearing that, get out there and hunt him. like voice line from like Call of Duty. They're getting out there to go hurt him. So I would say that the talks are completely off. And honestly, like, that is trolling. Like, there's no other way to look at it. That's just literally trolling. I'd have to say, though, I'm not really a big fan of trolling on like a diplomatic level, because on a diplomatic stage, there is no such thing as sarcasm, kind of like people in the live chat. You know, it's like we can't ever read like if someone's sarcastic or not in the live chat. We just read the chats at face value, and that's kind of the same thing that's done in the diplomatic world. So trolling around about things like that, it doesn't really come off too well, because a lot of people question whether that's seriously a realistic, serious statement or not, or whether it's joking. Because there's never really jokes thrown around inside of a diplomatic sphere. At least that's the best way to put it. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. But I'll also say, on the flip side, while I don't really think that diplomacy is the place to be able to do something like that, I will also say that it's absolutely hilarious that he's doing that, because the Iranians really deserve every bit of it. And you know, Matthew, that's making the Iranians even more pissed off, is seeing the U.S. pretty much just treating them like a circus at this point after the talks fell.
Yeah, honestly, we should have been treating them like that the whole time, really, because we were giving them deference for a long time. We were, telling them we want to show up and talk to them after they were literally spitting in our faces. I don't even understand why it took so long to get to this point, but I'm glad we're here.
Yeah, I'm glad we're here as well. But it's absolutely it's like, at one point, I don't really agree with it, because I think that diplomacy should always be incredibly serious. But at the same time, I get a laugh out of it, because honestly, the Iranians deserve it after running us through the ringer through 5 failed series of talks. And they were high and mighty during those talks, while they knew at the same time the Israelis could blow the whole nuclear program away in one single night. They were sitting there with us going, I don't think we will. Screw you, not even like taking anything and getting anywhere with us. It's like now people might learn in the region, or at least Iran might learn for now. You don't do that kind of stuff, especially against the Israelis, at least. But that's kind of a shame that we couldn't say that you don't do that against America. Now we have to say you don't do that against Israel, because Israel will come and get you. That really should have been the message we were sending for the United States, is don't mess with the United States, or else we might come and hurt you. And we sure as hell could have. We could have easily done it. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, we do have some breaking news right now at this very moment. The damage in Tel Aviv is extensive. Yeah, it's very bad. We've got some images here showing the debris from this, and it looks like it has hit a building and mangled it to hell and back. So it's not looking very good right now for the damage side of things. Also, we are seeing panic on the street of Tel Aviv as well. It looks like there's police vehicles and also first responders everywhere, and it looks like it's a bit of a chaotic scene across the streets of Tel Aviv right now, which is in a second video down there. Yeah, right there. There's panic in Tel Aviv right here on this video.
We see a large amount of first responders filling the streets, as they're most likely responding to the areas of the impact sites that we've already seen pictures of just a minute ago. We also could actually see the impact of that very missile that probably we're looking at the debris of right here in this clip.
Also, door.
Oh, really? All right. So
yes.
I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, I'll filibuster in the meantime. But in the meantime, though, while the enforcer is tending to something on his end about a pizza, I think, also there is extensive damage in Tel Aviv, like I was saying right now. We are also seeing as well, like I mentioned, that video we just watched, severe chaos on the ground in Tel Aviv as well that we were seeing with all those first responders. And in this video right here, we just watched for a second, we did see a different angle of the Iranian ballistic missile strike that hit Tel Aviv moments ago. So it was quite severe. So we did see that, of course, right there. But with that, we are now going to move on to our next super chat question right now. And our next one here is going to go to none other than Kyle Vanderfloot, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Kyle, for that support. And we appreciate it very much. And he said, Red Orb in September of 1976, there was a famous incident of a bright red orb floating over Tehran. And when Iran scrambled fighters, they reported they lost electronics upon approach. And also, love what y'all do. And also, thank you for the kind words, Kyle. And also, I do remember that story, by the way. I'm not really sure what to make of it, to be honest. I don't think this orb in Iran, by the way, is the red orb we saw way back in the day. It's not a UFO or anything. Most likely, it is an attack. It's an explosion and a fire emanating from someplace in Tehran. So it's probably a much more simple explanation, if I do admit, and I think that's probably what it is. So that's probably not a UFO that we're seeing over Iran, but like maybe so, possibly, small possibility. But thank you very much once again for the kind words, and we do appreciate that very much. And we also have a $10 super chat from Carnival Barker, and thank you very much, Carnival, for that 10 as well. He said, I have a question for y'all. How many ICBM launchers does Iran have? And ICBM launchers, not entirely sure, to be honest with you. I don't think many, if any at all, actually, because ICBMs are intercontinental ballistic missiles, which are typically nuclear missiles of sorts. That's typically what the ICBMs are used for, is to deliver nukes at a very, very long range across continents. So I don't think they really have that. But the enforcer is returning back to his computer right now, and he might have the answer for us here in just a second when he does sit down right now. So he can tell us how many ICBM launchers Iran does have if the enforcer is back. And he's apparently not back yet, but he'll be sitting down in just a moment here in a second. And Enforcer, are you back yet?
Yes, I am back. You literally did that 10 seconds early, man. I was like putting down the glass of water and everything. So the answer to that question is no. The Islamic Republic of Iran does not have any access to intercontinental ballistic missiles. The Islamic Republic of Iran does have access, however, to intermediate range ballistic missiles, which have a range of around 2,000 kilometers at their max distance. But that does not mean that they have any possessions of nuclear weapons or warheads that could be mounted onto intermediate range ballistic missiles or intercontinental ballistic missiles. I actually saw some guy in the chat earlier who was absolutely, like, I don't know even how to say, crashing out, spurging out, I don't really know, but he was absolutely going mental over the fact that the Arrow 2 and the Arrow 3 were made to intercept ICBMs, which just isn't the case. They're made to conduct exoatmospheric interceptions on missiles that are in their mid-course phase outside of the atmosphere, which means that it's not really designed to intercept anything in particular that's an ICBM. An ICBM usually it has in its terminal phase, which is where an exoatmospheric interception could be conducted, a speed in excess of about Mach 20 to Mach 30. So that generally means, at least for the instances that we're seeing right now, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not possess any abilities to house, operate, or launch an ICBM, and does not have any supporting infrastructure for those specific kinds of weapons systems. So is that the answer that they were looking for, Matthew?
I believe it was as well. Also, by the way, I'm trying to track another big breaking story that's happening right this second. It looks like sirens are going off at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Right now, we have a security situation in Baghdad right now at the U.S. Embassy. It looks like it could be possibly under attack. There are sirens going off. It sounds like maybe it might be under an aerial bombardment of sorts. So we are seeing an expansion now of the retaliation, presumably by the proxies or by Iran itself. Aimed at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. I do not have any more information on it at the moment, and I'm waiting to get some more details. It's very early and very preliminary, but it appears to be, this could be one of the first attacks we're seeing on U.S. assets in the region based on what we're seeing right now. And of course, trying to scour for as much info as I can right this second. I think I do have some more information here on the story, and I actually do not for the moment, but let's see here. I do have some more videos of Tehran, but I don't have any more information about what's happening in Baghdad right now. But I will be keeping up to date with that and getting back with you if I have more information.
All right, so do we have any? Oh, actually, we do have some pictures of more smoke rising from impact sites inside of Tehran, and we also have a better image here, according to FlyTux News, that also shows the epicenter of the explosion, along with the smoke plumes that are rising over the night sky inside the city of Tehran. It does appear that there have been more confirmed impacts, and considering the hilly nature of this area, just doing a rough glance at geolocating, this actually might be around the Lavazan area where this fire is actually emanating from, maybe even close to the presidential palace itself. We'll have to wait and see if we ever get any geolocation for this specific picture at the moment, considering the dimly lit sky and the great deal of smog or fog that is currently hanging over the city. It's incredibly hard to find any kind of significant landmarks and then try and figure out or deduce where that is inside the city from that point. So we're generally going to assume that that's near Lavazan. But at the same time, we don't know exactly where it is. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least with the information and news that we have at this moment. But it certainly does appear that there are some major slammings that are happening on both ends, both by the Israelis and the Iranians. The Israelis are finally getting confirmation of the hits on their targets inside of Iran, and the Iranians got a couple of hits on residential buildings inside of Israel. I always find it funny how the enemies of the West always conduct the most cartoonishly evil attacks ever. Like, you know what I'm talking about, man. Like, the Ukrainians will destroy Russian bombers. In response, the Russians just kill innocent people. The Israelis target Iranian government officials. In response, the Iranians just target general neighborhoods in Tel Aviv. It's always something along those lines.
Yeah, it's always awful. It's really indicative of the terrorist nature of those countries like Russia and Iran. They engage in those terroristic actions without any second thought whatsoever, which is why we're enemies with them, because they have a mindset like that. So that's why it's so important not to let them get a foothold over us, because they're crazy, they're deranged and psychopathic like that. But also, by the way, I'm seeing people say that maybe the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and in Iraq has been hit with a missile. I've been seeing those rumors, but I have not gotten any legitimate corroboration of that. Retraction, take that back. I just got confirmation right now that the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, according to my sources, is officially under missile attack. There are missiles currently hitting near the embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. So this is a confirmed attack on our embassy. This is the first attack on U.S. forces that we've seen since this regional war has popped off between Israel and Iran. So we are currently seeing more sirens going off around the area. So right now, Iraq has become a part of the war zone effectively as of right now. We're not sure who has launched these missiles, but the embassy is under assault right now. They're sheltering in place, and it looks like it is now spreading as effectively right now.
Luckily, however, most of the pertinent U.S. Embassy staff, pretty much the entirety of the diplomatic staff, was evacuated out of Baghdad several days ago. So it's only a skeleton crew, largely based of security of the U.S. Marines guarding the embassy, that are currently sheltering in place. So luckily, our ambassador for Iraq is out of the area along with most of their staff. Unfortunately, the Marines will be left behind to possibly deal with the debris from a near or dead-on impact that will happen on the embassy here in a moment. But this does appear to be ground zero of some level of an Iranian response against the United States inside of the region. It may be following soon with multiple other attacks against U.S. facilities, bases, and personnel throughout the entirety of the region. So possibly showing that the Iranians are bound to force the United States into this conflict, whether we wanted to be in it or not right now. But still, it does appear that we are starting to hear of this significant incident inside of Baghdad at this very moment. And also, Matthew, I was wanting to see here if we had any additional information. Is there anything going on inside of Lebanon right now, considering that they closed the Hariri International Airport? I was just wondering if the Israelis were getting to Haririing on the Hezbollah's folks' asses up there inside of Lebanon. So do we have any information about any attacks against Hezbollah or Hamas during this? And do we have any response from Hezbollah or Hamas yet?
Right now, Lebanon is generally all quiet on the home front right now. There's nothing really of note happening in Lebanon except for, the obvious usual things that happen there, some small skirmishes. Nothing crazy happening. The Hariri International Airport, which is a hell of a name, is still closed, and it will remain closed until tomorrow morning at least. But right now, Lebanon is pretty quiet. We have not heard from Hezbollah. We have not heard from Hamas. The only people we've heard from so far are the Houthis, and they sent the message through a ballistic missile and a drone. So that's the only thing we've heard so far. But no, those other proxies are generally oddly quiet right now, which is a little bit strange.
It is a little bit strange, actually. Usually we see that they're the first to respond to situations like these. This time they're actually laying back, so I don't know if they're planning on something significant, maybe in coordination with the Iranians, or whether they've been told to just completely step out and aside while all of this is going on. That would be a little bit weird, though, because the Iranians could only serve to benefit if these groups got involved, because it started to turn Israel's attention slightly towards Hezbollah and the Hamas forces inside of the Gaza Strip. So a little bit interesting to see that that has not happened yet. But we are still waiting at this point, folks, for more developments and information, which will probably be coming out in seconds after I say that, because we are hearing that there are more massive blasts in Tehran at the moment, but that's nothing new. We've been hearing about that for about the past 20 minutes. We're still waiting for video and picture evidence on that, by the way, folks, so make sure to sit tight. Be patient a little bit. We are making sure to cover this as quickly and as rapidly as we get the news. And if we do not have it here yet, there is really no one else on the internet that probably has that either. We're still waiting for it at the moment. But hopefully we'll be able to get some more information and intelligence here very soon. But Matthew, I understand. Go ahead.
So right this second, we are once again hearing more reports of missile attacks on the Baghdad U.S. Embassy. That's in Baghdad, obviously. And also, by the way, we were hearing about a massive blast in Tehran. This was a singular massive blast, apparently a confirmed impact right in central Tehran. We're seeing on video here, and do not show the whole video. It's reposted on our Twitter page. It appears to be from a copyrighted source. Just show a picture of it. It appears to be showing one site burning in Iran's capital in the central part of Tehran. So we're not sure what has been hit, but it is a confirmed impact that we are seeing here. It looks to be a very large fire broken out in the middle of Tehran.
And there's a still picture of it, so that way we don't have to worry about the video possibly playing and people coming and getting our asses for it, because this group is very vehement with getting people with copyright strikes. But beyond that, it does appear that there has been a hit directly within the center of the city of Tehran, and this is once again confirming that the Iranian air defense was not efficient at all and ended up pretty much wasting ammunition for the Israelis to still strike their target. It also appears, mind you, Matthew, that there was actually strikes on 2 targets down there, because you can see that there are 2 independent smoke plumes that can join into one large plume at the top, showing that there was actually 2 hits that were made in this very small area.
Yeah, I can't tell. I'm seeing like large poles and large structures. They don't appear to be skyscrapers or something. It looks like it could maybe be a industrial part of Tehran. Maybe, I don't know if maybe I'm just misseeing it or something, but maybe industrial. What can you tell from it? Because on my end, it kind of looks a little blurry.
To me, this looks like a residential area. You can see a house over here, some sort of a larger apartment building. The poles that you're seeing appear to be some sort of electrical lines or telephone poles, something along those, something in that category. And the fire is occurring somewhere within a residential area. It doesn't really look industrial. If it was industrial, we would see much larger buildings of a greater scale. These appear to be much more numerous smaller buildings, which would heavily suggest either a commercial or a residential zone where this fire is originating from.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I have a new video of the same fire right here, which appears to be from an independent source. So we should be good to show that with commentary, with no copyright issues, under fair use. So we can show that one. So let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like two hits for sure.
Oh, yeah. Someone checking the
Sounds
cars
like... Sounds like secondary explosions also happening, because I'm hearing a lot of rumbling and banging after the fact.
That could be air defense.
Maybe so.
But one thing that I like, though, man, is that the police siren sounded like a slide whistle. Listen to this. Right here. Here it comes. Why does their police siren sound like that?
It's like the clown car. They show up and like 50 people get out of a lotto-sized vehicle.
Dude, it is a clown car, because they're going to go over there and say, "Don't worry, everyone. Nothing's happened. Everything's fine. Keep on going about your way, citizen." It's like, because the Iranians are not going to admit that anything's wrong until about a day later, and then they'll come out and they'll just like reluctantly say it, but then they'll also make it sound like it's a good thing, and they'll say that everyone got martyred and they're heroes and everything for, getting obliterated like clowns. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But we can confirm that there has been a significant strike within central Tehran at the moment, and we are able to see video and picture evidence of that right there. So that is absolutely amazing to see. But with that, we are going to be waiting for additional information and updates. Hopefully we have some at this moment. And maybe, well, I refreshed and we had nothing new, sadly. I was hoping that we'd have something new that we could just knock out really quickly. But on that note, it actually means that it's time for us to move on into more questions and more statements from all of y'all. We actually have been able to get to about the let's see, the 70th super chat. We're actually making a little bit of progress here, chipping away at these, and I want to make sure that we continue while we're waiting for more news to come out. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
And our next super chat goes to Nancy K, who puts in a 10 and says, West Haven, California, new sub, and your reporting style is fantastic. And thank you very much, Nancy, for enjoying our reporting style. We hope that most people like it, and it appears to be that a lot of people do. We got 13,000 plus people watching, and also, I think, over 7,000 something likes, which is fantastic. And thank you all for smacking that like button. But Enforcer, what say you?
And we got to give you all massive thanks. I got to give you a massive thanks as well for supporting this channel and also being all the way from the amazing area of West Haven, California. We thank you all for watching. We're really honored to be able to cover this news for all of y'all, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to do it. It's been a little bit hectic. Streams like these are always unplanned, and we have to like rush and really hurry to get everything done and then get it running and then keep it running. But now that I have a little bit of food in me, I feel a lot better actually, because I was like getting to where I was like actually like feeling like lightheaded and stuff from not eating. I was like, I'm starving to death over here. But now that I've had a little bit of food, I feel way better, and we can probably keep this thing going for a good while now. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does address that incredibly well, and thank you so much for massively appreciating and enjoying this stream. So a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next piece of news here. Let's see here. Let's see. We've got some big news right now. Let me verify this real quick. I got to make sure I verify this one because this is a pretty damn big one. Let's see here. Okay, so we have some news here. Also, do not play this video. It's from a major cable news network, and we do not want to get copyrighted. Iran has allegedly struck the Kuria compound inside of Israel, which is the equivalent to the U.S. Pentagon. So a very high-profile hit right now, if that is confirmed true. Fox News is reporting it. That appears to be the only place I'm seeing that being reported right now, so take that with a grain of salt. But generally speaking, though, it appears to be reported by Trey Yingst. He's pretty reliable, and it looks like the Kuria compound might have actually been hit. Also, we're seeing a picture here appearing to show that. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us?
I hate to say this, they're actually a little bit behind the ball, and I think we may have forgotten about covering this news earlier because we covered this about 5 hours ago when it happened. But the Kuria complex was hit 5 hours ago. It's just that Fox News finally got to covering it, so they're making it sound like it's new. But we had already covered it here on the channel and made specific mention of it earlier that the Kuria complex with the fortified IDF command center below it had been hit by an Iranian missile about 5 hours ago at this point. So it sounds like Fox is finally catching up, and it looks like they are standing out in front of the building at this point 5 hours after it happened, but still we were well on top of the game and well ahead of the ball, and we're able to cover this about 5 hours ago because this was deep inside of our original post that we made, getting all the information ready to go live on air. Like hell, it really was 5 hours ago actually at this point. So Fox News is a little bit dated, but still beyond that, we can confirm that. It's just that Fox News is finally getting out there and going, oh my god. And if y'all want to see it, I can pull it up for y'all, the Kuria military complex. So let's see here. It should be around here somewhere. Dang, where in the world is it? This is a lot more difficult. Here it is. This is actually it right here. The Tel Aviv government complex, I believe, is the actual facility. So let me see if I can drop us down on the street nearby. You know, you can see some of the defining elements of the building, like this large skyscraper here that has like this rounded front to it, which you can also see kind of in this picture right here, or at least that's what I believe is close to the area. So we have been able to confirm that in the past. Not necessarily the biggest story. It is a major story, but it happened about 5 hours ago, and Fox is just trying to reinvent the wheel and make it sound new. You know, once again,
still big report. Also, by the way, getting off the topic of the Kuria complex being hit, which is apparently old news, but it's just now being reported by cable, which made me believe it was big news. But anyways, jumping back to Iran real quick, we got some big news coming out of Tehran. We are getting yet another angle showing the two twin piles of smoke or plumes of smoke coming out of Tehran from these different hits. Let's take a look at the little short 7-second video here. Just showing you the smoke, basically, nothing really new. So obviously another angle of it from another building, another high-rise here in Tehran. Also, by the way, another big story, we've got Mossad agents on the ground in Tehran right now that are actively launching drone attacks. we are seeing the Mossad are apparently launching an FPV drone attack on a building in Tehran, and it looks like it could have been a targeted assassination. So let's take a look.
Let's take a little gander.
Right up there.
I think that was a targeted assassination.
Yeah, the Mossad agents are on the ground in Tehran, which is crazy, by the way. We've been hearing about them loosely on the ground in Tehran, and this is the first instance I've seen of a FPV drone attack conducted by Mossad on the ground in Tehran. And they sent in a drone and hit somebody in this apartment up here. So whoever was lurking up there, I think they got it, because it looks like the whole apartment is blazing right now. So I don't know who was there, but someone has probably been taken out.
It does look like someone has been wiped out. As they say, they've wiped the floor with them and taken them clean out. But it does appear that the Mossad is wandering around the streets of Tehran. It looks like they may be merchants dealing in specific wares that deal with death, because they are starting to fling FPV drones into people's windows like Santa Claus when you're on the naughty list and he throws coal through your window. Or down the chimney. I forgot which one he does, actually. But beyond that, it does appear that they are absolutely going ham. And someone just said, who is Mossad? Mossad is the intelligence agency of the state of Israel. It's kind of like their version of the CIA. But with that, it does appear that things are getting a little bit spicy on up there inside of the streets of Tehran. Well, luckily, or hopefully, we'll get to know who was targeted in this attack. But nevertheless, we have been able to get some additional information. Actually, we've been able to get some additional chats from all of y'all. Some chats, I say. Some chats. And we are going to make sure to get the chit-chat with y'all here as we continue on. 1 second. Bless me. Dang. With keeping this news running. And moving on back into our question segment. We actually got a $10 super chat from Alireza Faroukian, which said, as an Iranian living in Ukraine here, thanks for your coverage, been always tuning in. Small request, please differentiate between the Iranian people from the Iranian regime. We're just oppressed by the dictator. I hope that we have been. We try our best to do that. But generally, when we speak of the country, we speak of Iran, the nation, largely as Iran, the government. It's one and the same thing to us. The people are largely detached from the Iranian government because we do realize that it's a radicalized regime that has an absolutely insane sort of a belief system, or largely operations system. But I do thank you so much for the support, and I thank you greatly for appreciating our coverage and supporting it and helping it to keep on running, because it is people like you who help to make this thing possible. Meanwhile, we also got a 10 from Alan Posnick without a comment, but we thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we also have a 10 from Christian E. Gillespie. And Kristen said, what does the Lee Spring Army do anyway? The Lee Spring Army is just the community of this channel. It's a pro-American, pro-Western community that supports actions that are within America and the greater West's interests. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you once again for support. And moving on from that, we also have a $10 super chat from Ben Bacon Bits. And Ben said, love your coverage. Had to get up a while ago. Sorry to ask. Any orb news? LOL. And currently, no. Oddly enough, while everyone's been talking about this orb, we've never seen it. No one's ever shown us pictures of it. It's almost like it was some sort of mass pandemonium rumor at this point. We just don't have any confirmation of anything to do with an orb over Tehran. And that's really starting to make me doubt if it actually happened or not, because usually whenever things like that are said, within 5 to 10 minutes, we'll have video or picture evidence to prove that it was there. And that seems to have never materialized, really. So it's leading me to doubt that it actually ever happened. But still, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And moving on from that and on to our next one, we actually had a $10 super chat from Khan, who said that the president is trolling. And I think that he is at this point. I think the President of the United States is trolling the Iranians for being silly gooses, perhaps, maybe. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from Noah Adder. And Noah said, feel free to use this donation to buy yourself some coffee. You need it, judging by how long the stream has been going. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And it's only gone on longer since then. I got to thank you massively for the support and helping us to continue to have a little bit of coffee here, because coffee and food is what we need to make sure that the show runs. And y'all support helps us to be able to get both of those. So a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from Lars Hansen. And Lars said, do we know if Iran has biological chemical weapons that can hit Israel and U.S. bases in the area? Generally, Iran does have biological and chemical weapons. They have a decent amount of bioweapons, at least from what we believe, inside of some form of storage. But we have never heard of them being used. They could easily be used, however, and that's why usually whenever engaging in countries in the Middle East, like the Iraqis or the Iranians, nuclear, biological, and chemical protection are usually standard issued to troops operating in those areas due to that constant threat. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you so much once again for the support. And moving on from that, we actually have a $10 super chat from JF. And JF said, greetings from Chattanooga, and thanks for the great coverage. And a big thank you all the way up there to the great city of Chattanooga, up there on the southern Tennessee border, just north of Georgia. I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. It's great to know that people from all around America, including the city of Chattanooga, enjoy our show and help us to continue our endless coverage of the news, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling, and we wouldn't be able to keep the news fresh and alive. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one, as we have gotten a $10 super chat from Old Buzzard. Oh, that Old Buzzard. And Old Buzzard said, is there any news today? That's a funny one. And good job. And I got to thank you so much for the support, Old Buzzard. And there was plenty of news today. Still is, actually. We're still in the middle of covering it. It's just that we're taking a little break for the moment to address some super chats in the meantime. And I got to thank you massively for appreciating the hard work that we've been doing today, and make sure to get the news to all of y'all. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And moving on from that and on to the next one, we also got an $8 super chat from Live, Laugh, Toaster, Bath. And Live, Laugh, Toaster, Bath said, hey, Enforcers, loving the early stream and marathon yesterday. Take one from the chat, please, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We are absolutely happy and honored to be able to be the ones that get the news running for all of y'all each and every single day. We love to make sure that we run marathons, because they are one hell of a kind of a thing. Really chaotic, actually, but still, we appreciate them nevertheless. And we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor, actually. You great, incredible, Live, Laugh, Toasted Bath. And that live chat is going to be going to, if I can scroll up the spreadsheet here, Michael Cano. And Michael Cano said, if they conduct a nuclear test besides being the most colossal failure in Western history, what would the likely fallout be? Will this stop the conflict or escalate it further? I actually believe that it will be escalating it further, because at this point, I don't think that the Israelis are in a position where they can step down or walk away, because at this point, the war is on. There's really no stopping it. So if they conduct a nuclear test, then we go in and we denuclearize them, because they're in violation of non-proliferation treaties. And so with that, I hope that does address that live chat well, at least the best I can. And moving on to our next one, we also have a $5 super chat from Barry Young. And Barry Young said, save me a slice of pizza, because this Chinese is gross. And I actually had Chinese food last night, actually. I believe it was right before the show when we went live. It was actually pretty decent. And I got to thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I wish I could save you a slice of pizza, because the pizza actually is great. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And moving on from that and into the next one, we also have a 7 Canadian super chat from Starlight Warrior. And Starlight said, Canada here, you dudes are keeping many up to date. Glad you scooped Fox. Hey, and you know we had to. Unfortunately, we thought that was new breaking news when it happened. The reality is that it really ain't. Because we actually covered that 5 hours ago, and then we just kind of forgot that we did and then recovered it. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And moving on from that, we also have another $10 super chat from Joseph Ross. And Joseph Ross said, Indianapolis here, thank you for your hard work. Go Pacers. And a big thanks to you for the support, and go Pacers indeed. I don't even know what football team that is, but go Pacers. Why not? And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And it's great to know we got people watching from Chattanooga, Indianapolis. We got people watching from everywhere, literally, all around the world, all around the country, as a matter of fact. And I thank you greatly for that and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, I'm also going to give a big shout out to Brent Yoendo, who threw in a 2, and thank you so much for that. We also have a $20 super chat from T Rageous 44, who threw in a 20 and said, why doesn't Israel use its ballistic missiles? We generally do not know why. Interestingly enough, they usually want to air launch most of their weaponry, most likely because it'll have a shorter travel time, and also probably be a little bit more difficult to intercept. But beyond that, I really couldn't give you a straight up answer as to why that is the case or why they do that. But still, I thank you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one, which was a $20 super chat from John Trainer. And John Trainer said, great coverage. Well, did the F-14s get put out of commission? No, from what we know, the F-14s haven't been put out of commission yet. It appears that the F-4 Phantoms, though, and Hamadan Isfahan have actually been knocked out and destroyed, which is what we were able to hear just a little bit earlier. But so far, the F-14s are still at large, and most of those are currently based out of Isfahan at the moment. So with that, I thank you for the support, John Trainer, and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from Rye Guy SR. And Rye Guy said, Enforcer sounds much better after pizza. Been the best 2 days of streams in channel history. And a big thanks to you. Best channel on YouTube. If Iran hit a U.S. embassy, what do you think would be the U.S. response? Obliteration? Long live the Lee Spring Army. And also, yes, I feel a lot better after having a pizza. It took like literally just like 2 tiny slices of it, but I was just getting to the point I was absolutely starving. I don't mean to talk about that, but like, you know, like we were pretty much like having to figure out behind the scenes, are we going to keep pushing on or stop to go eat? So that's why it became a big point of conversation. But beyond that, thank you for the support. And I believe that the United States is most likely going to move into offensive strikes against the state of the Islamic Republic of Iran due to their strikes on U.S. embassies if these are proven to be strikes by the Islamic Republic of Iran. But with that, I hope that does address that question incredibly well. I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And crazily enough, right, literally like an angel, right at the perfect time, right when I was about to try and take a sip of water, and I was going to have this weird dead air moment on the middle of the stream. Enforcer Matt's returned. Hey, so I can actually take this dead air moment, and it's not going to be dead air. So Matthew, please take it away. Do we have any big news that's come out in the meantime? By the way.
All right, and also, by the way, let me double check with you real quick. We have gotten all the ones that just came in, like, since I've been gone, right?
Yeah, I covered like 1 or 2 of them that were in our spreadsheet, but then literally super chats were coming in as quickly as I could address them, so I really didn't get much farther down the sheet. So all of them.
So you did get Tragus, Tragus 44s too as well, right?
Oh yeah, I got all of those. Okay. I got all of Tragus. I got Rye Guys. Let me just make sure. Joseph Ross, Brent, Starlight Warrior, and let's see. I believe there was another one even further out. Barry Young's. I also got his as well. So all of the ones that are in the live chat right now, all of those were addressed. It's just that they're not in the spreadsheet.
All right, good deal. So with that, folks, we're now going to do a scan for breaking news. While I'll take a small little break there to go grab me some nice, good friendly food. I guess you could say good friendly food. I like some good friendly. I don't need all that pizza and all that dairy. I don't need all that. So jumping into our breaking news right now, we do have some that is coming out right this second once it refreshes. Right now, we are seeing and hearing of large columns of fire and smoke near the Mehrabat airport in Tehran, and we do have apparently some video of that as well. Also, we do have some pictures showing the air defense active in the skies of Tehran right now, and we're seeing all of this on camera. We got several videos actually of the airport on fire. That could be actually what we're seeing the fires emanating from, could be the airport itself. So let's take a look.
Actually does look like it. 2 plumes of smoke right over there at the airport.
That is a lot of strikes in the airport, by the way. That is definitely a specific target that Israel wanted to take out, apparently, because it looks like they've struck it numerous times, actually.
It's probably all of these.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that could be it.
Yeah, that's right.
That could be what they're trying to get.
Bro, I was about to go looking for the MiG-29s, and I saw all the C-130s. I was like, hell, that would just be perfect. Just zoom in on those. Those are probably the targets. We do know that there are MiG-29s actually based out of this airbase. Let me see if I can find them. Yes, the old Soviet-style bullshit yard that they just have at every airport. That is the most Jenga-style aircraft storage I've ever seen, actually.
That is really, what the hell is that?
It's like their boneyard, you know, where they just put the planes that are out of commission for the time. They just, I guess, plop them all up in there. I've never seen anything like that. There is a MiG-29 Air Wing that is stationed out of this airport. It's just that we're not able to find them right now. We saw them scrambling, actually, last night from, we actually saw them scrambling last night from this airport as Matthew dropped the call and then picked it right back up like it was some sort of a football. But beyond that, they may be striking at some MiG-29s that were at this airport. It's, wait a minute. There's some additional facilities up here, and it's just more aircraft boneyards. So I actually do not know, Matthew, what in the world they were hitting. I guess it was maybe the military portion of the tarmac down here, because I can't find where the MiG-29s were from that took off from here last night.
Honestly, I think they're just going to hit all of it, probably. I think they're going to level the airport, kind of like they did to the Houthis down there in Yemen. They just like leveled the entire airport. The Houthis, the Yemen, I forgot the name of it. Was it Sana'a Airport or something? Sana Airport. Yeah, I can't remember that goofy name they come up with. It's like Sana Airport down there in Yemen. They absolutely just leveled the whole thing. I think they did the same thing probably to this one as well.
The Sana International Airport. Remember, Matthew, you had to correct me on my pronunciation. It's sauna, like a sauna, you know, like a bath.
Yeah.
More so than Sana, like what we were saying originally. But yeah, they blew away this airport. It's temporarily closed as well. But the Mahrabad Airport is probably going to be temporarily closed here soon too, because we're starting to see large fires coming from it, and that generally seems to be the epicenter. We could also. Okay, we'll get to that one in a second. We could also see the air defense fire over Tehran. Once again, it's going in every single direction. It's kind of just throw enough crap at the wall and it'll stick, and that's kind of the air defense philosophy. A pretty bad one to work with, mind you. It's not really that effective. And we also got more clips of the fire at the Mahrabad airport. So, actually, to add on to a super chat question earlier of what airports that they hit the Hamadan airport, now they've hit the Mahrabad airport. So they hit the one in Hamadan City, and now they've hit one of the airports in Tehran. And here's that clip to go along with it.
That would explain the secondary clicking off sound if it was hitting the airport.
It would.
Also, by the way, Israel is now saying they destroyed bases belonging to Iran's Air Force, and I think the airport might be included in that assessment. So they're saying they destroyed multiple places where the Iranian Air Force was based from.
You know, that probably means that some of the explosions we were hearing at Isfahan came from the F-14 sites at the airport down here. Let me go to these. This area, they probably hit and targeted this because we did hear of explosions earlier that were coming from the area of Isfahan, and they weren't near a research reactor, and they also weren't near the power plant, so we'd have to assume that those probably came from the airport itself, and maybe if we're hitting the F-14s in their storage facilities out here.
Could be. That could be why we were hearing it that way. That's probably a pretty plausible explanation.
Pretty plausible, yeah, because if they're hitting the F-4 airfields at Hamadan, they would probably want to hit the F-14s as well at Isfahan, because that's pretty much going to completely destroy the Iranian Air Force's defensive and offensive capabilities all in one go. So we'll probably see that ends up being the case, or the reality of it here in the future, but we don't really know for certain. You know, we do know that the Mahrabad airport and the Hamadan airport were hit earlier today, but beyond that, we haven't seen the Isfahan airport or confirmation of severe damage at that airport yet. But beyond that, I hope we were able to address all of that well, at least for the moment right now. And Matthew, do we have anything else to talk about, or anything that you might want to filibuster on for a minute or two, so that way I can try and clear out my workstation and get this thing ready to go at full efficiency again?
So it looks like I'm doing another scan here to see if I can spot more video evidence here. I am seeing a video popping up showing apparently the affluent Agadazia neighborhood in northern Tehran has been hit. It looks like a building is on fire. It's unclear if it's due to a drone attack, maybe on the ground by Mossad agents, or if it's from an aerial attack. It's kind of unclear right now at the moment, but we do have that video on our Twitter page in the profile section here. And also, well, actually, we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that video for right now.
Oh, hey boy. Hey boy.
Oh, wow, look at all those people in the street.
Dang, let's watch that again.
Hey boy.
There's like a mob of them down there. Like, there was like a whole bunch of people just like shifting around. You could kind of hardly see them, but you still could in the shadows. Like, look at this, dude.
Hey boy.
Like, there's like crowds like down there, like maybe like a dozen people or so.
Yeah, it's quite a few people down there. So that's a hell of a lot, for especially for there to be like literally a building on fire right there.
Yeah, look, it's weird. Really weird. But it does appear that we are starting to see that apparently the Agadazia neighborhood in northern Tehran was also hit. I'll make sure to put that one down as a marker, by the way. It's in northern Tehran. I'm sure we can find it. You know, I'm going to just type it in. That'd probably be easier. So let's go find that name. The Agnesia. So, Agnesia. And let's just type that in. Oh, it's right here. Look at that. It's right by the other neighborhood where all the other big guys were that got killed last night. So let's put that marker down in the same area as all the others. It looks like the entire Iranian government, man, lives in northwestern Tehran. Like, there's nowhere else that they live.
That's a pretty bad setup because it gives the Israelis an easy spot to go hit all in one place, unless they're hiding in a bunker, which I'm sure they are. But some people must be in their apartments because Mossad just went and put an FPV through somebody's window and hit them. So somebody's there, but it's unclear who.
Yeah, I would say so. But with that, it appears that we may have a little bit of a lull in the news for the moment, if I'm not mistaken. And we might want to get back to getting questions and super chats from the folks, because there are still, unbelievably, a massive amount of super chats that are still coming in. And I want to make sure that we can try and stay on top of them and not let them drown us later. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our next one here is going to be a $50 super chat from none other than, guess who? It is Arar983, who also threw in a support last night as well. And thank you very much, Arar, for that $50 support. And he said, Shalom, Israelites, and thank you.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. I'm personally not an Israelite. I'm an American. I'm an American through and through. But beyond that, it is great to see that Israel is claiming a little victory for themselves and us pretty much at the same time. Kind of got to neuter Iran without even lifting a finger, which is kind of nice in a way, but I still wish that we had done it so that way we could make the message, you don't mess with America, instead of you don't mess with Israel. I mean, it's a great thing for Israel to have a strong point of its own and to make it clear that they're not one to be messed with. But at the same time, in my opinion, I think it'd be great that we could take a message out of this of you don't mess with the U.S. But still, I thank you so much for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And a big thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But man, I bet you, man, the Iranians, if they heard Shalom, I think they'd be enraged at this point, probably try and strangle someone if you said that to them, because they are seething over the fact that the Israelis just literally busted the roof right off of their only enrichment facilities and obliterated them overnight. Like, what a shame for them, really. What a shame. Man, I bet
that is a shame.
Dude, Tucker Carlson's going to be out here seething today. Why did the Israelis do that to such a good country? You know, like, it's going to be something like that. Y'all know what's coming. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. But a big thanks to you once again.
Yes, indeed. Also, by the way, it looks like I have a video statement from Khamenei. Let me listen to the first 5 seconds. Hold on a second. Oh, what the hell? Okay, somebody's created an AI replication of Khamenei speaking. So he's speaking obscenities. So good thing I didn't repost that. Let's see. Oh my God. Somebody has, I don't even know how the hell they did this. It's extremely realistic looking, and it fooled me for a second. Somebody created a AI version of Khamenei railing against Netanyahu really badly. It looks real and it sounds real, but it's not real. So we'll have to pass on that and just pretend like we didn't see that. But anyways, we also have another piece of news here that I just saw a moment ago. Right now, we're hearing some trouble in Tehran. We're being told by Iran International that residents in Tehran are chanting death to Khamenei and death to the dictator from the rooftops of buildings inside of Tehran as it's under aerial bombardment by Israel. So quite crazy. It sounds like there might be some uprising, or at least small uprising, happening right now in Tehran, at least based on the wordage people were saying from the rooftops.
Sounds like they're shouting it from the rooftops, like literally like the old saying, man. Like, this was funny. But still, we'll see where that goes. I'm not really sure if that'll go anywhere though, because they did that the last time and then nothing happened. So we'll kind of have to wait and see if the military starts to move against them. And if they do, then we'll know. But for now, it just sounds like a whole bunch of disgruntled people out there in Tehran, you know, doing their thing. But still, very interesting here and good to hear actually. But with that, I hope that addresses all the news that we have at the moment. And it's time for us to get on into the next one.
Also, by the way, if you want to see the Khamenei video of him speaking AI, I wish we could show it. I haven't been able to watch the whole thing, so I don't know if he says something really horrific that we can't show on YouTube or not. It's under our likes tab, but be careful playing it, man, because I've only watched the first 5 seconds. He called Netanyahu MFer and all that crazy stuff, so you gotta watch it.
I'm gonna watch like the first 2 seconds and just leave it at that.
And then I'm like,
okay, that's all I need to see. That actually is pretty. Man, he said, and then I'm like, I was like, no, I'm good.
It all went wrong after that. He said, and then I'm like, I was like, wait a minute, that's not Iranian. That is not Iranian.
Well, let's listen to that again.
and then I'm like,
It's BB.
Bro.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my God. And then I'm like, this baby. Oh my God. Dude, I wish we could play this on our show. We can't, sadly, folks. YouTube wouldn't like that if we did. But oh my God, dude, you know that's got to be a treat. I wish I could listen to that right now. Actually, like, even though we're on air, I really want to listen to this. Bro, let's just listen to the start one more time, uninterrupted up to that point.
And then I'm like, it's BB.
Oh my God.
Man. Bro, people are gonna be.
Who comes up with
it?
this stuff?
Apparently, Mike. I guess he came up with it. I don't know, but if he did, he's got a future in comedy. And then I'm like, this baby. Oh God, dude! If only they did this stuff with everyone else, man. That'd be hilarious if they did it with like people like Putin and stuff. That would be truly a hilarious thing. But we'll leave that for what it is for now. We'll get back on into answering questions after a good little laugh right there over something like that. I just wish I could have heard him say the whole thing, man. That would have been a treat. That really would have been a treat. We'll have to watch that after the stream. But anyways, with that, we are on to the questions again. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so back to the questions here. This one goes to Danger Zone, who just threw in a massive $100 donation. And thank you very much, Danger Zone, for that support. We do appreciate it very much. It's very generous of you. And he said, Iran should have invested in Walmarts. All I see is Targets. Oh, that's a good one. He said, jokes aside, I always search y'all up daily for Ukraine updates, and I have family in Kyiv, and thank you for what you do, and please keep it up.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support, Danger Zone. And I'm sorry, by the way, to everyone who is always here for the world news that includes Ukraine. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. We just haven't had the time to be able to cover the Ukraine war and give it its justice of about like the hour it takes to cover everything going on up there daily. But so apologies on my end to everyone who's always here for that, because we're trying to balance everything, and sadly we aren't 24-hour news like a mainstream news network, because I promise y'all folks, if we ran 24 hours news like we run our several hour news segments, and we did that all day every day, we could cover literally everything going on in the world in very good depth and detail, and we can actually get to Ukraine and everything. But sadly over the past few days we haven't. I still thank you greatly though for being one of the folks, Danger Zone, who supports this channel massively and helps us to be able to cover all of the major events of news from around the world, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't have ever been able to make this possible. We wouldn't have been able to walk covering the Ukraine war, so that way we could run covering world news. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, by the way, folks, got to give another shout out here to everyone, because we have actually gone from 366,000 subscribers, which is what we had here in the morning. We've actually gone from that to 368,000 subscribers here right now. I got to thank everyone else once again, the thousands of y'all who are joining the channel today, for joining. It's a high honor and a great deal of appreciation that we get, especially from folks like Danger Zone and every one of y'all for being here and enjoying our show and listening to our news and appreciating it enough that you would want to subscribe. It's something that we are truly honored by, and I got to thank you so much once again, Danger Zone, for supporting this channel, because you're helping us to make this possible and helping us to keep covering the news the way people like to hear it. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next super chat. This one is going to go to none other than Dylan Loggins, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Dylan, for that $20 support. He said, I love the dry humor, and keep it up.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying the dry humor. I generally like to throw out like jokes some way or somehow to just kind of make things a little bit lighter. Some people hate it, some people like it. We just kind of have to do what we want to do, though, because people are going to end up hating everything. Like, if we're too serious, people hate us because we take ourselves too seriously. If we joke, then people hate us because we joke. You know, people are going to hate you for something out there. There's always haters, as they put it. And I got to thank you for the support and enjoying the dry humor, because we love to know that people do like the jokes. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cbro411, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cbro, as well, for that support. He said, hey guys, I love the streams, and long live the LSA from Foley, Alabama, and Roll Tide.
Hey, all the way from Foley, Alabama. I know where Foley is. It's right down here. Foley, Alabama. I've gone through Foley before. Y'all have a railroad museum in there. Look at that. It's an old, I don't know whose station this is, actually. Louisville and Nashville? It is, apparently. What do you know, man? Oh, look, it really is. They actually have Ellen in everything. Sick. I ought to go down there one day and take a little gander around this place. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because it's great to know that folks even here from the great state of Alabama enjoy this channel and support it to help it to keep running. Y'all do that every single day, and we thank y'all massively from here and around America and around the world for watching this show and finding a great deal of value in it. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Khan LSA, who puts in a 20 once more. And thank you very much, Khan, for that support. He said Putin signed a super-duper alliance deal with Iran, and in return, Iran gave Putin almost all long-range weapons they have to attack Ukraine. And now it is full-blown war between Iran and Israel, and do you think Putin will actually end up abandoning Iran?
I think he probably will end up abandoning Iran, because Russia really doesn't have the ability to go down there and fight on Iran's behalf. So they're probably just going to leave him alone and just say, well, that's unfortunate, and maybe provide them limited material support, but they can't even really do that too much. So Iran might truly be on its own at this point. And so with that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it rolling. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to be a $20 support from, let me scroll back up to it. This one goes to William Corns, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, William, as well, for that support. He said, B-2 bomber in Omaha, Nebraska today. And do you have any idea why?
It may have just been flying around in Omaha, Nebraska, if I know correctly. Let's see, Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, right up here. I actually don't know what it would be doing. Oh, wow, I just absolutely butchered English right there. I actually don't know what it would be doing. Unfortunately, B-2 movements are generally classified on a need-to-know basis, so I would not know what they were up to, unfortunately. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. They could have just been running it so that way the engines don't sit. Like, that sounds like a redneck kind of a thing to say, but that's actually the reality of it. Once those aircraft really can't sit around for too long, completely inactive, or that could start to cause a great deal of unwanted wear on a lot of the machinery that kind of has to be moving or lubricated at some point. And the best way to get it all lubricated is to have the engines on and running. So that may also be the reason why they were just taking a little joyride around Omaha for a little bit and then flew back. But still, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Danny B. And Danny puts in a $20 donation. And big shout out to you, Danny. Hey, Chef Danny, that is. For support once again. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And thanks for being the best news on YouTube. And y'all know I'm always listening while I'm at work.
And we know that you're always listening while you're cooking up that mean food. And we had to have some mean food. Matthew had to get off air to have a little snack. I had to get off air to have a little snack. We all had to get off air to have a little snack. Actually, I just kind of like ate mine in the middle of not talking. Y'all should have seen me. It was like that guy, like Man versus Food. Like, that's what I was doing over here. Like, while Matthew was talking, I was literally just cramming, trying to get full. And luckily I did. So I can just keep running fine now for hours, although I don't really want to do that, because I know that I woke up this morning, I was already feeling kind of tired from yesterday, and I was like, oh, we don't really want to do that too much today, because then, you know, we'll be regretting it. And also, I really regret that Matthew even made a video, because if we had known that Iran was going to attack Israel right when he was putting the video out, and, you know, it would have been completely pointless to have made one, I would have just been like, don't make a video tomorrow, we'll just run a show, and that'll pretty much cover it all. Instead, he made a video, put it out, actually, crazily enough, Matthew, it's actually getting a decent amount of views. It's not doing too badly, actually. It's number 9 out of 10. So it actually did quite well. Yeah, it actually did quite well. That's not bad at all. But still, I would have just told him not to make one. I would be like, let's not make one, man. Let's just run a stream. But still, you know, we want to make sure that we don't burn out. That was an unnecessary burnout on Matthew's end. We should have thought that out better, Matthew. We should have been like, no, today's a really big day. Let's just not make a video. But then again, we wouldn't have known, you know, because nothing could have happened, and then we just didn't make a video either. So I don't know. That was just kind of an interesting one to deal with. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't folks like, yo, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, Chef Danny. And so with that, a big thanks to you. So you, once again, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have a massive $250 donation that just came in from Gonk.
Dang!
And thank you very much, good sir, for that massive support. That is one of the largest. That is actually the second largest super chat of the night, and we do appreciate that
Holy
very much. That is
smokes.
extremely generous, and we appreciate it. That is almost half the limit of a super chat that anybody can give on the channel, and it does mean a lot to us. And they said, love your firm stance on nationalism. As long as we all support America and its policies, we shall prevail. And by the way, damn nice job of reporting, fellas, and just the facts without your political views, and that's worthy of a tip.
That's more than a tip. That's stocks. Like, that's stocks right there. You're buying shares nearly with that kind of support. I got to thank you massively for the support, though, Gonk Meat. Also, that name's pretty funny. I think Gonk Meat's a pretty good name. And thank you so much for appreciating my firm stance on nationalism. I am unapologetically a nationalist. I was born an American. I'm proud of the United States, and I think that it should be the goal of the citizenry to constantly work for the improvement of their nation, either through their decision making, their votes, or what they actually do in their free time, helping to benefit the nation. I think it's a very important thing, and I thank you so much for appreciating that. I thank you greatly for appreciating that, Gonk Meat. And also, I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying our great job on reporting. We try our best to make sure the reporting is good. Today, I'd actually say that the reporting was, in my opinion, I don't know if Matthew would agree with me here, but in my opinion, yesterday's reporting in our 6-hour breaking news segment was better than today's, because yesterday it was such a high intensity that we never had a long break in any of it. Today there was like decent breaks in between every single incident that was happening, like maybe 10 minutes or so. So then we'd have to figure out how to fill up 10 minutes. So I think that yesterday was really, really good. Today was pretty okay given the circumstances of how the news came out, but I still thank you for that incredible support, Gonk Meat, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I thank you for enjoying the facts without the politics. I guess you could say we're agenda-free, but we're not agenda-free TV. Agenda-free TV, league of its own, above ours. But still, big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Live Animal, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Live Animal, as well, for that $20 support. And they said, our missile attacks, the worst that will come from Iran. And I have a weird feeling that someone from Russia or China is going to give them something big to strike back with.
Missile attacks are pretty much the worst thing that we're going to be seeing at this point. I don't think it's going to get any worse than that, particularly right now. I don't think there's going to be any nuclear weaponry that's fired at Israel or provided to Iran by a foreign country. I have a very, very strong feeling that that's an unlikely chance. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so more breaking news. We have more breaking news right now. Let's see here. Not to switch topics, but we are hearing in a different front of news. This is just a quick little side note. There are loud explosions reported in Kerch in occupied Crimea inside of Russia, and Russian air defense is active apparently near the Kerch bridge. That's something going on right now in the periphery. We're going to sort of leave that on the back burner for now, but we will keep an eye out to see if maybe the Kerch bridge might be under attack. I'm not really sure if it is, but it's in the same area as the bridge, so we'll have to wait and see. So skipping away from that for the moment here, we are also hearing that Azerbaijan has officially deployed radiation monitoring units to its border regions under this threat of the Natanz nuclear reactor apparently either being exposed or damaged in some way or another. So apparently Azerbaijan is the first country to openly say that they're going to deploy these radiation troops to prepare for a possible radiation scenario. So we are hearing that right now, but that's the big news.
And hopefully we will see that nothing comes out of the radiation sniffers in Azerbaijan. Hopefully they're not detecting anything, because then the radiation leak is actually severe if they're detecting it from that far away. But also, hopefully we'll hear that the Kerch Bridge got hit again. That would be great. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you for tipping us off on that one, Matthew. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some big news here in the future. But with that, it is time for us to make sure to get to the remainder of these super chats in the meantime. And also, by the way, folks, I do have to say that considering that the news coming out of Iran is starting to die down a little bit, I think we're probably going to start working on sundowning the stream and getting ready to get on off, like not getting off air right now. We're going to start moving towards that though, because we have been on air for 5 hours continuously again, and I want to make sure that we pace ourselves, because we don't want to start running new breaking record link streams every day. 6 hours is a really long stream to run yesterday, and then on top of that, right after that, we're running another 5-hour long stream today at a minimum, and it's going to be longer than that by the time we're done. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Live Animal yet again, who puts in a 15 this time and says, how likely is it that China will get adventurous in Taiwan Strait because the defeat of Iran and Russia is practically a defeat of China?
I think they're going to be a little less adventurous if it continues to show that Russia and Iran couldn't do squat and got beat pretty badly, even by minor countries like Ukraine and Israel. I think at that point, China is going to really seriously consider whether Taiwan alone could give them a run for their money and whether it would be a good look to try that out or not. So I'd say they're probably going to be a little less adventurous as a result of what's happening in the Middle East and Eastern Europe at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And yes, Matthew, I think I had to agree with you on that one. I think it is time for a Super Chat cutoff. I said it earlier that we were going to be preparing for a Super Chat cutoff, and that was way a long time ago on the stream. We're actually going to be conducting a Super Chat cutoff at this point. Just to let you all know, because I kind of want to let y'all kind of have a knowing reason as to why we're doing this. We have had about 140 Super Chats tonight, which is actually, crazily enough, more Super Chats tonight than we had last night. I got to thank you all so much once again for the unbelievably massive support that y'all have thrown into the channel. We are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people enjoy this channel so much that y'all would love to go out of the way in the hundreds at this point nearly to support the channel and help us to keep it running. But at the same time, we also want to make sure that we are able to address all of your super chats and give you all the time that y'all deserve as a thanks and appreciation for supporting the channel. We're not like other YouTube channels where you throw in a super chat and it can just be ignored and it's just a whatever, or you know, like say something like a mega church or something like that where you tithe tens of thousands of dollars and then the pastor can't even come and say hello to you for you giving them your life savings. Pretty much, we're not like that. I like to make sure that we always say a big thanks and appreciate each person individually, even if it's just $1. And considering the sheer volume of super chats that we've gotten today, we wouldn't be able to do that if we keep letting super chats come in. So from this point forward throughout the rest of the stream, there's really no way we can stop y'all from throwing in super chats, but if you throw in a super chat past this point, we will not be able to address it or thank you personally live on air at this point. So the last super chat that is being allowed in at this point, or kind of like accepted, is the one from Holly Smokes 07, which was a $5 super chat. Anything beyond that, which means anything from this point on where I'm speaking right now, those super chats unfortunately will not be read off. We still thank y'all massively for the support, but I hope you do all understand that we want to make sure that we can get to everyone's super chats and address each person for their support, whether it's $1 or $500. We are massively appreciative for all of y'all doing something you never had to do. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And then someone said, not getting a cent for me. Well, I mean, like, that's kind of your right. Like, I don't know why you had to, like, point that out. Like, we're perfectly fine with people being here for free. That's kind of the whole reason why we do the super chat thing. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here, also, are we going to read off the one that just came in, by the way? I don't know if it was maybe delayed and they didn't hear it. Do you want me to read that one off?
Yeah, we'll take that one in. We'll take that one. 1 second, sorry, my control room's loading, so I couldn't actually see their name or that they threw anything in at all, because the whole time my control room had gone down. But yeah, Mac FFD09 is going to be the last super chat, and then we're just going to roll through the remainder of them. So that one truly is the last super chat.
So Mac FFD09 puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Mac, for that support. They said, I found you guys a few weeks ago, and keep up the great work. And also, thank you for that, by the way.
Hey.
He said, other than all the Arab countries against Israel, do the countries actually get along? And do the other countries dislike Iran? And thank you for all the hard work.
And thank you for the support, Mac FFD09. And generally, it's actually a little bit of an odd mix. Some countries do get along with Israel. Like Jordan generally gets along with Israel. It's not a great friendship, but they get by with them. Saudi Arabia is also a part of the U.S. security assurance sphere, along with Jordan and Israel. So they all kind of are in the same block. The Yemeni government hates the Houthis. The Saudi government hates the Houthis. The UAE is just kind of neutral along with Qatar and Bahrain. They really don't like to take sides on anything, really. Kuwait is quite generally quiet about everything, doesn't really get involved a lot. Iraq is incredibly neutral. Syria is its own mess. Lebanon is pretty much just pro-Iranian and anti-American and anti-Israeli. So are the Palestinians. And then the Iranians are hostile to pretty much everyone in the region that isn't Iranian. So generally everyone but the neutral states hates them. So the Saudi Arabians hate them. The Israelis hate them. The Jordanians don't like them. The Iraqis are neutral, so they don't really count. But that's kind of the lay of the land inside the the Middle East for the large part, with how all the countries work. It's actually very kind of a complex and really dynamic sort of a diplomatic environment, one that you really don't find anywhere else in the world, actually. It's very unique in that way. And so with that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well, and thank you so much for enjoying our hard work and supporting this channel so that we can keep it rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rob Rollins, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Rob, as well, for that support. And he said, thanks for the great news.
And thank you for enjoying the great news. And thank you for supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. Because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep covering that great news. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jack Otis, who puts in an 8. And thank you, Jack, as well. He said, this channel is the best for the news, and great job, guys.
And thank you so much for the support, Jack Otis. And this channel is a pretty good one for news. I mean, we're a little bit biased. We run the channel, but still, I think it's great for news, personally. And also, Matthew, I gotta say, your video, Matthew, from earlier, it's actually getting on up there handily into the number 9 spot. I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing, especially considering that all this happened right afterwards. I mean, that's great, really. But still, with that,
good.
I hope that does address that quite well. And also, folks, I'm seeing. We'll keep it going at a normal speed for now. I might actually have to enter into turbo mode, which we did last night, to just start getting through them and also making sure that we address them. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next super chat, that is. This one goes to Goratorium Gaming, who puts in a 5. And they said, take Dan Metcalf from the chat, and I would also like to know. Sadly, I don't think I have Dan's question, so let me double check. I don't have it in the spreadsheet up here. And I don't. So sadly, we can't answer because I don't have it. But thank you very much, Goratorium, for that support once again, and we do appreciate that. We also have a $5 super chat from Broseph, who said, I've been watching since day 5 of the Ukraine-Russia coverage. I appreciate all the coverage, and thank you, Enforcers. And thank you, Broseph, as well. And also, while we're at it, I want to shout out Rover for putting in a 5 as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much, Broseph, for being an old guard and a channel legend. I got to thank you greatly for that. And thank you so much for enjoying the coverage and supporting it. And also, I also got to thank greatly Rover Monkey for supporting this channel as well and helping you to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Big Bombshell, who said, thank you, Enforcers, for all the daily news coverage. I enjoy listening to get it daily, and let's go, LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying it, Big Bombshell, and helping it to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so let me also get rid of a couple of bots here. There we go. And our next one here is going to go to Zach Logan, who said, release the Kraken. And I think Israel did oblige you on that one. They did release the Kraken. Also, by the way, we have a $5 super chat from Chuck F, who said, thank you. And take a question, please.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we sure will take a question. We will take a question in your honor. And I got to thank you massively once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, what do we got for live chat, Matthew?
All right, and the live chat goes to Echo, who said, if Iran attacks USA bases, USA defends, and Russia helps Iran, does that mean the USA is also involved officially in the Ukraine war?
I would say, not really. I would say most likely not, in my opinion. So I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Philip Fix's LSA, and he puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Philip, as well. He said, Rockstars of world news, and Enforcers will provide the most analytical presentation, and they're always considerate, and the LSA has their back. And Slava Ukraine!
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you for the support, Philip Fixes. And thank you for saying that we're rock stars of the world news. We try our best to be that, and hopefully we once again met the mark again today. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, quick piece of breaking news. Some drones are on the way to Israel. They're going through Iraqi skies right now. We've gotten videos showing that as well. And apparently that is the case. Also, we have gotten more visual confirmation showing that around the presidential compound inside of Tehran, there is heavy air defense fire still taking place right this moment. So 2 big stories happening right now.
And we can also see the drones flying over Iraq in this clip right here. Oh, there it is. What the hell was that at the end? Oh, did you hear that?
I'm not even really sure, to be honest with you.
I think that guy was having something else going on there. But anyways, we're going to forget about that guy making that very sus noise, and we're gonna keep pressing on with the questions. And what do we got, Matthew? What do we got?
All right. And also, big shout out to Blue Dragon who threw in a 100 and also Design Everything who threw in a 20 as well. Thank you both very much for that. And I'm going to read them off anyway, even though we said it was a cutoff because I saw them and there was no really comments attached. So we appreciate you both very much for that massive support. Blue Dragon and Design Everything. We appreciate that. Very generous of y'all. And we also have a $5 super chat from FL Camera. And thank you very much, FL Camera, as well. They said 20 minutes behind, but Iranians watching Shorad reminds me of the Civil War pics of people gathering to watch and great coverage in LSA.
Yeah, it kind of is like that, isn't it, FL Camera? It's kind of like the first Battle of Manassas when they all gathered around to have a picnic and watch the battle, and then they ran away after they found out it was an actual war and it's a battle. You know, it's not really a picnic sort of a thing. But beyond that, I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Noah Ater, who puts in a 5. And he said, always a pleasure to attend the stream. And I found the channel a few weeks ago because of the U.S. Armed Forces medley that you put up like 6 months ago now.
Oh, dang. What do you know? That's crazy. I got to thank you so much for the support. I'm glad to know that you actually found this channel through the only music video that we've uploaded of one of our original tracks. It's one of the tracks that's in our intro, and I got to thank you massively for appreciating that and also joining this channel after listening to it on that music video. That's actually pretty cool. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving into our next super chat, this one is going to go to Baked the Beans, who puts in the 5 and says, not Iran's missiles, just being giant crayons.
Well, I suppose it could be a giant crayon if you want to look at it that way. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We are massively appreciative of that. And I thank you greatly once again. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got one from Rye Guy SR, who puts in a 5. And big shout out to Rye Guy as well for that $5 support. And he said, I love the live midday coverage in LLT LSA, and God bless Israel, and help these hardworking guys and smash the like.
Hey, and thank you so much for support. And thank you so much for wanting people to support the channel. No one has to if they don't want to. But we thank you massively once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to be here long enough to be able to cover major world news events like these. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And big shout out to De Minimus RT, who threw in a $5 donation, and we appreciate that very much, good sir. We also have a 5 from Tim Morgan, who said, thank you very much for the coverage on UK Friendly Time and LLT LSA, and thank you, Tim, as well, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you to both of you for supporting this channel and helping you keep on running. And it's only luck, actually, that it ran on UK time, because that's when it started happening in the Middle East. Generally, we still are running our streams at normal scheduled times. It's just that on these days, when big things happen like this, we go live a little early to make sure that we give them all the coverage necessary. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And Matthew, I think it is time. I think it's time for Turbo. What do you think?
Time for Turbo? I don't think so. I think we can get through it with a decent pace without the Turbo for now.
Oh, well, I suppose. It's just that we're already up to 5 hours and 10 minutes. But beyond that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, shout out to Long This, who just threw in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Long This, for that support. And even though it came in after the cutoff, I got to give it a shout out. We appreciate that very much, and that was very generous of you. And we do appreciate Long This for being a longtime channel viewer as well. And we also have a $5 super chat from Matt Borgerson. And thank you, Matt, also for that support. He said, is it me, or does it feel like Israel is literally just like the U.S. puppet, and its military strategy seems to be U.S.-like in terms of effectiveness?
I would say they're certainly not a U.S. puppet. They kind of just did what they wanted here and told the U.S. they're going to have to tag along or whatever, you know, or just be gone. So I would say they're really not a U.S. puppet, but they do mimic a lot of U.S. air doctrine, because our air doctrine is the most successful in the world at this point. So if you didn't follow it, you'd just be daft to not to make it sound like people in the world who don't follow U.S. air doctrine to a T are just absolutely ridiculous. Because there are a lot of Western European countries that really don't follow American air doctrine to a T, but they aren't American puppets, that's for sure. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 support from Blaze Gamer, who said, so much breaking news and not enough fixing news, and let the repairmen do their work.
I tell you, let the repairmen do their work. And if you vote for me for president in 2040, I'll repair it for you. Call me the plumber. But with that, thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Zach Weaver, who put in a 5. He said, did you guys see the Russian Su-25 accidentally shoot down another Su-25 today? It's crazy, and there's video footage too, and LSA.
Ah, dang it, I didn't get to see it because we've been focused entirely on the Middle East recently. I really hate it because we missed a couple of things that have happened so far in the war in Ukraine like that. But unfortunately, I didn't see it today. So with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from John Alabama Thunderchild BC. And he said, oh no, they are coming from Mars and orbs. Man, the Thunderchild. Oh wait, they are red, not green.
And I thank you for the support. And I thank you for the reference to War of the Worlds, the original one that was written by, who in the world was it written by back in the day? Oh, dang.
Orson Welles.
Yeah, Orson Welles. Yeah, he was the sci-fi writer back in the day. He was like the first, pretty much. But he was the one who wrote about the original War of the Worlds, which happened in Britain, I think at the very beginning in the 1900s. Honestly, it's a lot more interesting of a setting for aliens than a modern-day setting, because it was like, how would Victorian-era people react to an invasion by aliens? And it was actually written by a Victorian. So it was fairly realistic, at least for their time. It was really cool, actually. But still, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to James Reinhardt, who put in a 5. And thank you very much, James, for the support. He says, pronounced Islet. It's a beautiful city. And you're right. I was butchering the name of it. I'll be honest with you. It's hard to keep up with all the names we got to keep up with. It's a ton of names, and you are pronouncing it the way that Google told me to pronounce it. So thank you very much for the correction, and I appreciate that support. We also have a $5 super chat from Learn to Code, who said, thanks for covering the Santa Monica wildfires. And I was the guy mapping those fires and the plumes as well. And also, I think they threw in that as a second super chat, because we saw that one earlier as well. But thank you very much, Learn to Code, once again for that support. And Enforcer, what are you saying?
I remember hearing that earlier. I was like, that must have been a part of another super chat. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are happy to know that we could help all of y'all out down there when that unfortunate tragedy was going on. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And actually, Matthew, it was H.G. Wells, not Orson Welles.
Oh, H.G. I forgot.
Orson Welles was this guy right here.
Oh, look at that. He was a bit of a writer, though, in his own right, I guess you could say.
Oh, the French. They've always been known that, actually. So he's that guy. H.G. Wells, let me go pull him up, is this guy right here, which actually wrote War of the Worlds, and The Time Machine, and The Invisible Man, and The Island of Dr. Moreau, and The Country of the Blind, and The First Man in the Moon, and a whole bunch of others, which are not really that well known. But beyond that, he was actually a very prolific kind of a science fiction writer, and really the first of his type, actually, at least from what most people consider. Blesseth you! Bless you! But with that, I hope that does address that well. We've been sneezing a lot, man. I think it's something in the air. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, big shout out to the B-Man for putting in a 5. He said, Hot Dollar Man crying. And Hot Dollar Man is trying to grift on every category he can these days. He jumped on the Iran topic for, I think, today at some point, but he didn't get any views, so he went right back to politics. So, yeah, Hot Dollar Man, he's floundering like crazy. But thank you very much, B-Man, for that support, and we appreciate that. And we also have a 5 from Yannick, who said, always good to listen to you guys live.
Hey, we love to have y'all here live, too. We love it. And I got to thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now. So big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Draconiat. And Draconiat says, I'm glad to help send news to you guys to help keep everybody informed and keep up the good work.
And thank you so much, Draconiat, for the support. And we are glad to know that we have a massive army of people who are helping us to try and stay apprised of the news while we're even covering it live. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Dask. And Dask said, it goes, let's see here. I'm not sure what they were saying here. I'm not sure about this one, but thank you very much, Dash, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. And we also have another 5 from the B-Man, who said, eat your veggies and run for Congress.
Bless me. Dang. Oh, man, I did it now. Heavens. Beyond that, I thank you for the support, B-Man, and I will eventually try and run for Congress. I don't really know how this is going to go. I have a feeling I'm probably just setting myself up to lose, but you know, we'll see. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 super chat from John Gina, and he said, did they strike again? And I haven't been to the stream in a few hours, and keep it coming, boys.
They haven't I don't know what side you're actually talking about. They're both kind of like striking each other simultaneously. So yes, there has been strikes in the meantime, but I can't really tell you who's been doing what exactly and what's going on right now. But still, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 support from CK Bold. And CK has said, take a live chat question. And we shall take a live chat question. And this one goes to Knox Date, who said, are they done striking the Iranian nuclear sites? And I remember in your guys' recent stream that Iran dug them really deep underground. So do we know if all of them are knocked out or no?
Apparently they weren't dug that underground. It was literally like they just placed like a clappered top on them and then covered them in dirt. So they actually got blown away. I think the Israelis might strike them twice though, just to doubly make sure that they're destroyed. But I don't really think they'll ever pose a threat on a nuclear level again. Iran at least will. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to I Am Dar, who puts in a 5 and says, no pictures of the orb, or was it a hot dog man hoax?
I think it was a hot dog man hoax because we haven't gotten squat from it. We've gotten everything else. We've gotten videos of the sky over Tehran, never seen the orb of judgment. I think the orb might have been a lie, really. And it was one that everyone was working with for a while. People there on the ground were going, oh my God, it's the orb. And then they never took a picture of it. It's like y'all were lying, apparently. I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Dark Warrior 137, and he said, I hope Iran has a change in regime soon over this, and Iran's population hates their government as much as we do, and it's easy to forget sometimes.
We don't forget on here on this channel, it is a wildly unpopular government. And if someone went in there and got rid of the Iranian government, a new one would take its place pretty quickly and probably be a lot better off for the people of the country. And so with that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that quite well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 super chat from Sage from the 6, who said, a question for the both of you. Where do you believe this ends? And if you had to briefly speculate, and thanks for the coverage. And I would say it probably ends with the Iranian regime collapsing. That's my guess. At some point, regardless of if the Iranian people will rise up or not, the Iranian regime will be so weakened militarily and also so weakened because their command structure has been broken down so badly that the Ayatollah simply won't have any more support in a meaningful sense to keep his regime going. The people will then either support the new regime that takes charge or will install somebody, perhaps, maybe behind the scenes, or maybe Israel will try to install somebody. It's probably going to be a change of regime. That's my guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
I pretty much have to agree with Matthew on that. It probably will be a regime change that's coming around in the future, whether it's brought on by an external power or from inside the country itself. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DeMoyo360. You said, hola amigos from Dominican Republic.
And hola amigos to the Dominican Republic. Great to have you here, and thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running all the way down from the Dominican Republic. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that quite well. And you know, Matthew, for some reason, is this? Let me go type it in. Oh my God! Wait a minute. No, I should know this. Oh my God, I'm blind. I'm like, I should know where this is because the Dominican Republic and Haiti are both on the island of La Española, I believe. Yeah, I think that is correct. So I thank you for the support all the way down from the Dominican Republic. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, after I reorganize the spreadsheet real quick, our next one here is going to go to none other than Holy Smokes 07, who puts in a 5 and said, the B-2 is in Omaha for the flyover for the College World Series.
And that B-2 is a good thing to hear that we know what it's doing. And I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Plazath, who puts in a $4 donation. And thank you very much, Plazath, as well for the 4. And we appreciate that very much. We also have a 2 from CO, who said goodbye, Kameni. And honestly, I think we will be saying goodbye to Kameni very shortly. It's probably going to be sooner than later, is my guess. But thank you very much, CO. We also have a $2 super chat from Leaf Stowe, who said coffee fun, and you might need it.
And thank you so much for the support to the Coffee Fund. And we certainly did need it. This stream is now the second longest stream in channel history, only second to the one yesterday. That was 6 hours long. This one's now 5 hours and 17 minutes long. Whoo-wee! That's a long show right there. I actually do not know how we have the stamina to be able to do 2 of these back-to-back with the kind of tempo and pace that we have to these things, because this is a very high-tempo, high-pace sort of a thing. And it's really crazy that we've been able to do 2 of these back-to-back. Matthew, are you feeling tired?
Oh, surprisingly not that tired. I just feel, I don't know, I just feel odd. I don't know how to describe it, just kind of odd. Also, by the way, I'm recovering from something, by the way, like in my, like for myself, I'm recovering. So that's why I'm saying I'm feeling odd a little bit. So hopefully I make a full recovery here shortly because I need that full recovery. I tell you what. But no, I'm hanging in there though. I'm doing all right.
He's hanging in. And so, like, I could say I'm actually feeling pretty okay, but once I get off the stream, I have a feeling that the exhaustion is probably going to hit us because the excitement of news like this keeps us going. But once we get off air, we start to kind of like crash from tiredness. But, anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $2 super chat from Josh Davenport, who said, "You two are better than any professional news."
And thank you so much for the kind words. I'd like to hope that we are. And I thank you greatly, Josh Davenport, for the support and helping to stroke our ego. And so a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Fantasy Star, who puts in a 2 and says, does an Iran nuclear test mean POS nuke attack?
I would doubt it. I would doubt it, to be entirely honest. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a $2 super chat from Logan, who said, how depleted are Russia and Iran since February of 2022?
Russia and Iran have been, well, Russia has been far more depleted than Iran militarily since 2022 because Iran hasn't really been involved in any heavy fighting and taking significant casualties or material losses. So I would say that Russia is doing actually far worse, at least relative to what they were in 2022 rather than Iran. Iran's being hit pretty badly, but not as badly as the Russians have been getting hit over the past 3 years. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Riven Ilhook, who puts in a 2 and said they're about to go after the big cheese.
Oh, yeah, they're about to go after that big cheese. They're about to go after Kamini. Next thing you know, they'll be going after Swiss and Cheddar and Gruyere. They got them all up in there. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make it possible. So big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Blaze Gamer, who puts in a 2 and said, eat salami. Oh, wait a minute, wait.
I don't want to eat salami. That's sus. like that. I wouldn't. Nah, no, thank you. I'm good. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'm just kidding with you, Blaze Gamer, by the way. But I do thank you for the support and making this channel possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to none other than, let me scroll back up here. The spreadsheet's getting so long, my spreadsheet's glitching. I'm trying to make sure it's not going to fall apart on me. This one goes to Frag Manzi, who puts in a 2 and says, FYI, Islet is pronounced Islet. And thank you very much for that as well, by the way. I was butchering that, but thank you once again. And we also have a $2 super chat from Measureman, who said, Orb of Judgment is a SAR arc. Confidence, 7 out of 10.
And I thank you for the support. We still haven't even been able to confirm that stupid thing existed, really. It sounds like the Orb of Judgment was something that was made up by everyone on the ground as like a big, elaborate hoax almost. But still, thank you so much for once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, once again, folks, I have to say, I don't know if we said this recently enough, but a big sorry to everyone. Earlier, we called a super chat cutoff. So if you've been throwing in super chats beyond this point, unfortunately, we are not addressing any of them on stream because we have had so many super chats. We already had 140 of them. At the point that we called the cutoff, that we could not accept in any more super chats and read them off and acknowledge them normally without it going extremely overtime. So we called a cutoff back a while ago, and we told everyone, you know, thanks so much. If you throw in support, beware, we won't be able to read them off. So a big thanks to everyone who has been throwing in support in the meantime. We're massively appreciative of that, and y'all are helping this channel to keep on rolling, but I hope everyone also understands that we are trying to round this thing out so we can get off air with only the second longest stream in channel history and not another record-breaking linked stream. But a big thanks to all of y'all once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 2 from Goratorium Gaming, who said, poo-poo platter with cream of something here. I'm not sure what.
Oh, it's a good thing you didn't read that off, man. He was about to have you. If you read that off in your head and read it off twice or 3 times.
I see what it says.
Yeah. That's a good one, though. Yeah, that was a good one. It took me a second, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Robert Payne, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Robert, for the $2 support. Also, Brigitte Hunt, who put in a 2 as well, along with Brent Endo, who put in a 2 as well. And we do appreciate all 3 of you for that support. We also have a 2 from Jason McBride, who said, eat on the air, because we're all men here.
And we
actually have a pretty good bit of females here, too, actually.
Yeah, we actually like 12% of our audience is female, actually. But I do thank you for the support. We would eat on air, but it's just bad form. We think it sounds really rude and disrespectful to people to make y'all wait for us to eat or for us to eat on air where y'all can hear it. So we generally try and do that off air or structure our shows to where we pretty much knock everything out. It's really well rehearsed and well put together, and we're not on air for so long that we kind of have to make y'all sit through the torture of having to hear a seed or something along those lines. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $2 super chat from Grip Van Winkled, who said, how's about some MREs and love from little lovely Denmark?
And a big shout out to Denmark, Grip Van Winkle. And what a hell of a name right there. And I got to thank you for the support. And it's a big thing to know that people from Denmark are supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to George Schwartz, who puts in a 2 and says, why don't you move to Texas where we have Whataburger?
Oh, we have Whataburger here. We have Whataburger here. There's Whataburgers everywhere. What a burger, or Whataburger, as I like to call it. I don't call it Whataburger. I call it Whataburger. Like water, like water burger. That's how I say it, Whataburger. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. That's an interesting suggestion. It's just that we'd have to politely pass because we have decided that Texas isn't our place because of the rainy street killer. We're scared the rainy street killer is going to take someone and throw him into the lake. Oh, let's see. Where the hell is that lake? Like, where is that lake, man? Like, where is
Lady
the
Bird
lake?
Lake.
So, wait, hang on. Am I looking at the wrong city? I'm looking at Austin here, and that's the right one, right? Oh,
Yeah, that's
it's
the right
this. Okay, it doesn't even really look like a lake. It's almost more like a river, honestly. But yeah, this is it right here. But beyond that, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ray Griffin, who puts in a 2 and said, updates on the U.S. Embassy being hit. Do you have any updates on it?
We haven't heard of any updates so far, but we did hear that it was under missile attack last. So with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the final super chat of this segment. And then we're going to be moving on into a few live chats and then rounding the stream out. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Caleb F. And Caleb put in a $1 donation. And thank you very much, Caleb, for that support. And it is now time to move on from all of our very generous super chats. And once again, thank you to everybody who's donated to the channel tonight to help keep us running. And also, if we were not able to call yours off here at the very end because of the super chat cutoff, we do appreciate y'all as well. But hopefully y'all do understand we have to get off here because it is getting extremely long and I've not eaten at all. Even though the Forcer's eaten, I have not. So I do have to go get some food after this, or otherwise I might pass down or pass out or something. But anyways, it is now time to jump onto our live chat questions. We only have 2 more, so we'll grab those 2 and then we'll round it out. So this one goes to Jason Pate, and he said, so let me get this straight. The Israelis hit military targets and Iran responded by hitting civilian targets, and that should tell us everything we need to know about the entire conflict.
I would agree. I don't know how people can always act like the Iranians are like a nice country. Governmentally, they are very dubious and questionable, in my opinion. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you once again for throwing in a great question. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Anonymous, who said, given the assistance that Iran has given Russia, is there any chance the Ruskies will try to help them out? And also, I really want to see the F-35 in action.
Actually, we got to see the F-35 in action a little bit. It's actually been involved in the strikes against Iran. And also, I don't think the Russians are going to get involved. They haven't gotten involved so far. It looks like all they're going to do is make a diplomatic protest, and then that's it. So I think at this point, it's pretty clear the Iranians are probably on their own. But with that, I hope we addressed that well. And believe it or not, folks, that is the end of another marathon link stream of 5 hours and 30 minutes. I got to thank you all so much once again for watching. Of course, it's a crazy thing to know that every time we're getting on air at this point, we were actually covering major historical developments inside the Middle East. We thank you all so much once again for watching. If y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to subscribe. We cover this news every single day, guaranteed at 10 p.m. Eastern time, covering a 24-hour cycle of news every single day. And if there are breaking news segments like this one right here, we actually get on early, right when the event's happening, to make sure to cover it live on air while it's actually going down. So if you have enjoyed this channel and you've made it to this point, please consider subscribing. We've actually made it up to 358,200 people who are currently a part of the Enforcer channel right now, and we would love to see more of y'all join. And so a big thanks to y'all all so much once again, and we will see you all tomorrow, most likely at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, I hope, to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. We might try and return back to a conventional news segment, our normal 10 p.m. Eastern Time segment, just to make sure that we can try and pace ourselves a little bit. But if something insane happens tomorrow, you can guarantee that we'll be on early, covering in a breaking news segment. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And of course, we'll see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again today on another historic day of coverage, day 2 of the regional war between Israel and Iran. And also, be rest assured, we will be covering all the events on Twitter. And if you haven't already, follow our Twitter page. Our handle is @It'sTheEnforcer, and I'm on there literally 24/7. I actually am reposting and also posting things there 24/7 to gather the news and also keep up to date. So that's where we'll be in the meantime. And also, by the way, if you haven't already, I did put out a short war video before the stream, about 20 minutes before we went live. It is covering pretty much all the details about the radiation leak that is happening in Natanz right now. So be sure to go take a look at that one if you already haven't, and go give that video a like as well to let me know you watched it, because of course it didn't do as well as it could have done because the stream kind of overshadowed it, but it was well worth it. I did enjoy the stream, and obviously we covered some historic events on the stream. So we will see you all tomorrow, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Huram Slava, get some rest, and good night.